ABC News, good evening, I'm Yvette Gray. Victoria's Health Minister has denied funding cuts are on the table for regional hospitals across the state. Costa Haratos reports.
Minister Mary-Ann Thomas says most of the state's hospitals will receive additional funding this year and denies reports cuts of up to 30% are on the table.
We are rebasing the way in which we fund our hospitals.
The ABC understands the cuts were discussed at a meeting between senior healthcare figures and the Health Department yesterday. Opposition leader John Pasuto says the government is mismanaging public funds.
Labor can't manage money, and we're seeing the proof of that now.
The Victorian Healthcare Association says any cuts would have significant implications for rural communities.
A Victorian man has been sentenced to 13 years and 8 months jail after pleading guilty to more than a dozen child abuse offences. The Australian Federal Police says the 46-year-old man from Epping in Melbourne's north communicated with minors on social media and made arrangements to meet them overseas. He was stopped and searched at Melbourne Airport after arriving back from the Philippines in 2022. The AFP says more than 900 files of child abuse material were discovered on the man's devices. New figures show 9 more former immigration detainees of the so-called NZYQ cohort have been placed under electronic monitoring in the last month. Political reporter Oliver Gordon explains.
More than 150 people were released into the community following the landmark NZYQ High Court ruling that declared indefinite immigration detention unlawful. During Senate estimates last month, it was revealed at least 2 of the group, who had previously been convicted of either murder or attempted murder, were not being electronically monitored, and 29 had been charged with state or territory offences since their release. Today, the board overseeing the cohort confirmed 9 more NZYQ releasees were being monitored with ankle bracelets than last month. 11 more of the cohort were placed under curfew.
Australia is moving to establish a 200-strong cohort of highly trained Pacific police officers which could be deployed to regional hotspots under an ambitious initiative. Here's Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Gejetz.
The Pacific Policing Initiative has been designed to bolster law enforcement and strengthen the government's strategic position in the region. The government hopes to gain endorsement for it at the Pacific Islands Forum Leaders meeting in August. The AFP is already setting up a large training facility near Brisbane Airport in preparation for the initiative. It hopes to train a new multinational Pacific Police Support Group, which could then be deployed to regional hotspots. It also wants to set up new policing skills centres across the Pacific.
Telstra says it's moving funds away from the purchase of carbon credits as it updates its commitment to reducing its contribution to climate change. In 2020, the telco committed to reducing its emissions by 50% by 2030 by offsetting emissions through the use of carbon credits. Now, the company says it will directly invest in climate action projects. Senior climate advisor at AL Advisory, Michael Mazengab, says he's not surprised given changing attitudes from both investors and consumers.
There's a growing expectation from customers, key stakeholders, that companies take on responsibility for their greenhouse gas emissions and their broader contributions to climate change. And I think there's been a growing understanding that carbon offsetting and carbon credits has been a bit of a shortcut.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk's $84 billion pay package still faces a legal challenge amid opposition from big institutional investors. Shareholders have approved the record-breaking payout as well as his plan to move the electric car maker's legal registration to Texas. The BBC's Erin Delmore has more.
This shareholder vote puts Elon Musk one step closer to becoming the most generously compensated chief executive in U.S. corporate history. The vote was seen as a test of Mr. Musk's leadership at the company. Those in favor said he deserved the 11-figure sum for taking the company to new heights as CEO. Those against voiced concerns that his attention is elsewhere.
And in sport, the Brumbies have lost to the Blues in the semi-finals of the Super Rugby Pacific. The 34 points to 20 result in Auckland paves the way for a New Zealand side to win the competition. To the weather, there's a strong wind warning for the Central Coast. For the state, mostly cloudy with areas of rain and isolated thunderstorms over the northwest. Isolated showers elsewhere. For Melbourne, partly cloudy tomorrow, a top of 15 after an overnight low of 7. Sunday, partly cloudy 14, Monday, cloudy 13. It's currently 10 degrees. ABC News.
Coffee for Tony Armstrong. Extra hot almond latte, light on the froth.
Yep, thanks, mate. Okay, so I like my coffee my way. just how I like my news. If you want to stay in the know your way, it's pretty easy. With the ABC News app or by heading straight to the ABC News website. Or if having emails in your inbox is the go, hit us up for newsletters. It's news your way. All the latest, all verified, all the time. That's a good coffee. Stay in the know with ABC News.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Brisbane Boys are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Colin, what a practice!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air.
Listen to the roar.
The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. That is amazing.
Fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best. Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps. It'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming. I know.
Welcome to round 14. What did you get up to last night? No footy. Finally, the round begins. Friday night football under the Gabba lights on a gorgeous winter's evening in the Queensland capital. Look, it's only round 14. It's just the second week of winter. Let's call it what it is, though. This is the first of the pseudo elimination finals, isn't it? Two teams that played September last year. They're at the back of the peloton in the chase for the top 8 in 2024. And you just get the sense that tonight's loser is not going to be with the main group when the whips are cracking come the end of the season. Quentin Hull with you for ABC Sport. It's a pretty good night for footy to finally get round 14 underway. Brisbane and the Saints. The Lions, off the back of a really good win against the Western Bulldogs last week, 43 points was the winning margin at Docklands. Their 5.5 wins for the season from their 12 games. The Saints have played one more game. They've won 5 games, but their last 2 have been victories. They went west and beat the Eagles before getting past the Suns in a grind at Docklands. But they've made 4 changes at selection. And there's a late change for St Kilda as well. Cooper Sharman is not going to be playing tonight. So Tom Campbell, the former Bulldog and journeyman, comes in as the late change for St Kilda. So scratch Sharman. Campbell comes in for the Saints. Zach Jones is going to be used as the sub for Ross Lyon. While for the Brisbane Lions, they haven't changed their team from last week's victory over the Bulldogs, and their sub is Noah Answorth, as he was last week. So repeating the late change for the Saints, Campbell plays, Sharman doesn't, and Zach Jones is the sub for the Saints. Noah Answorth, the sub for the Brisbane Lions. We're getting the final phases of MND and Big Freeze here as well, with the connection of the Danaher family here at Brisbane with Joe, a part of the Lions setup. We've got a number of celebrities, Grace Harris, the Australian cricketer, our own tennis podcast co-host, John Millman. He's being dunked here as well. So the beanies are out and about, and we're going to just tie off Big Freeze and also get an insight to the big number 3 for the Lions. One of the Danaher clan's going to be along in the pre-game. We'd love to hear from you on the SMS. The way to get in touch is 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from on this Friday, which begins round 14. I'll be calling alongside Michael Price. Good evening to you, Pricey. How you doing for Friday night footy? What'd you get up to last night? No footy. No AFL footy.
No AFL footy.
Did you watch the swimming?
I watched a little bit of the swimming. I enjoyed that. How is Alexia? What a swimmer she is. And just watching the Queensland Premier getting dunked as well.
Oh, Stephen Miles is getting dunked.
Hasn't he been in the gym? He's got some guns on him. I didn't realise that. He's absolutely cut upstairs, so he's doing well. But I'm excited for tonight's game. The Lions need to bring it tonight, let's face it. It's a defensive-minded side in St Kilda, but they do it so brilliantly, and I want to see what the Lions will do to combat it, unlike the Suns last week when Hardwick declared it was a boring, horrible game to be a part of. Do something against it and see what happens.
It's only boring if you don't win.
Exactly right.
Welcome to the Brownlow medalist, Jason Ackermanis.
Good evening, and yes, it was an interesting night.
Did you get an invite to go and get dunked?
No, and I wouldn't do it anyway, but I was doing some... last night I was doing my own version of it because at home I've got one of those big round Swedish saunas you go in, it's like 65, 69 degrees.
Oh, one of the portable ones?
No, you properly built. Like
right.
You see in Sweden and stuff. Unbelievable.
Okay.
Anyway,
Acker wouldn't have the portable ones.
Oh, okay.
I don't do the rubbish. We also got so I had the plunge pool going at 41 degrees, and of course the pool at the moment is 15 degrees. So I was doing my own version of it. Let me tell you, 15 degrees. I don't know how cold it is down there. It's probably not that bad because it's got ice. It's maybe a little bit cooler, but I just went from the sauna to the pool to the plunge pool to the pool, and
that's why you're looking so fresh. Nice to see you, Jace. Matt Primus is that other voice you heard there, the former All-Australian Port Adelaide captain and coach.
He's not former, he's always been All-Australian. It's just the year he was. I keep telling you this.
Okay.
He's not former. He doesn't give it back. He's always got it. Does that make sense?
The All-Australian former Port Adelaide coach and captain, Jason. Would you prefer it that way?
Well, he was.
Are you happy with that, Matt? Welcome to you, Matt Primus.
Whatever works. Hey, Q, Pricey, okay, great to be here. And
in your polo shirt and shorts, by the way.
Well, I'm a local now, Queensland. It's a bit fresh, but it's beautiful in the box here, and it's going to be a hot night. Both teams, as you mentioned, Q, need to win. 7 wins probably they need out of the last 11 games.
Have I put too much sauce on it? Are we into pseudo elimination final period?
Absolutely. There's not margin for error, and with these teams both sitting on 5 wins, this is one puts a gap in each other. So a really important game for both teams.
Which Brisbane do you believe? The one we saw against the Bulldogs, or the one we've seen at different times throughout the season?
The one against the Bulldogs, because so far the history says their wins have been against all the teams outside the top 8. So I would think they would be getting the job done tonight.
The one thing that people haven't spoken about too much because of the nature of 7-6 last week. The Saints, among their 8 losses, in that first part of the season, a lot of them were by 10 points or less. That 5 or 8. How do you assess St Kilda to this point of the season, Jason?
Well, they don't get blown off the park because of the way they play, like Rossi Lyon always plays. That's that real flooding defence. He hasn't changed, though. People go, the modern game, but he hasn't really changed. I mean, if you could I'd like to see some of the guys who are really good in his team be able to get the ball through the midfield, take it on, go long. But, he's got, as he's had at times, a super list to work with. Hopefully he brings out a little bit of flair. But that's Ross for you. You get, what you're going to get. They're actually easy to play against, as we'll talk about in a minute. But yeah, he's been the same. He's got small losses, but if you look at the Lions, they're actually sitting 3rd on the percentage wise. So that they've had some big wins, but they've just got to keep going, because if they keep on that track, they're a big chance to sneak into the 8.
So no Dougal Howard, no Jimmy Webster, both injured. Howard, hamstring, so that's a recurrence of a hamstring for him. He's out for a month. Webster's out with a calf. Wangari Miller, who's been so good, he's off on personal leave, so hasn't made the trip on a personal matter. And Tim Membry dropped. So Zane Cordy, Arnie Schoenmaker. Now, I've double-checked. This is more the Dutch rather than the South African. Not Schoenmaker, but Schoenmaker. Ari Schoenmaker. Good kicking defender from Tasmania. Comes in for his debut. Zach Jones into the team as a sub. And, Cooper Sharman, who was named as one of the ins, he is not playing. So Tom Campbell is the other change at selection.
Their biggest issue, obviously we know they defend. They're the worst team at getting a score per inside 50. Worst team. So I think last week you mentioned the Suns, they got the ball in there plenty of times, but they just, and it's probably due to the way they play, you got to defend so hard that when you get the ball, you're out of position or you're gassed or whatever it is. But if they can somehow get mid-table with that, they can be a dangerous team. But over the history, Ross's teams haven't been a high-scoring and a good inside 50 efficiency team. And if they don't get that right tonight, they won't get another win.
Let's get down to Zane Bojack, who's on the boundary. And look, Zano, we don't want North Queensland weather standards. Let's just give us footy standards, because I was in Melbourne last weekend. It was chilly enough. It's got even colder down south over the week. So how are you faring? Ready for a night out in the open here at the Gabba?
Oh, I'm looking forward to this game, Q. I agree with you. I think it's curtains for the side that loses tonight. And look, there's perfect surface for them to play on. There's no wind to speak of, and it's 16 degrees. It's a beautiful night for football. Great that we got Friday night footy up here in Brisbane. I'm impressed that Tommy Campbell's playing his first game in 662 days. I'm also impressed that Callum Wilkie's going to break the record for St Kilda, or equal it anyway, with 123 consecutive matches. But the stat they got to end is this: 6 out of the last 7 times they played the Lions, they've lost here, Q, and certainly they've got a terrible record here at the Gabba. We've seen them impressive in recent weeks when they've been tagging Harley Reid, and Wayne Hager did a good job last week on Tuke Miller. Can he do the same on Lockie Neal? He got 38 possessions last week. I'm looking forward to that contest. I just hope we don't see a flood break out here, because I want to see some exciting footy. Well, the only flood's happening because Johnny Millman's just been dunked in the big freeze. He's worn a Stormtroopers outfit. John Millman, the recently retired Australian tennis player, is among the celebrities that are getting dunked here. The extension of the MND fundraising and the Queensland Big Freeze, which is the perfect segue to bring in our next guest. We've heard plenty of the clan throughout the last week or so, but great that we could have a chat with Anthony Danaher, Joe's dad, before we get to this night at the Gabba. And he regularly comes here, but family birthdays got in the way. Ants, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm terrific, thank you, Quentin. And family birthday. Joe's mum, big birthday today, so we've sadly had to stay in Melbourne, which is a beautiful 13 degrees. You're talking about weather and sunny skies. Well, we're in the midst of a beautiful Melbourne winter.
I'll say a big happy birthday to Joanne and use it as my excuse to shout out to my dad. It's my dad's birthday as well today, which is funny because my dad called you play footy, and here I am calling your boy play footy.
How good is that? There's Alan, and a great man and a great football person.
And I was lucky enough to be at the MCG on Sunday night, just as a punter, to see you and the boys all get together before the Dons game against Carlton. It's a huge time for your family. Firstly, what was it like catching up with your brothers?
Yeah, look, it's pretty big, Quentin. Neil has created this wave of goodwill, and I guess the journey is around happiness and having fun, and at the same time, the underlying figure is raising funds to invest into research, and he's done a brilliant job, Neil. And the crowd on Sunday night was stunning. Monday was off the chart. Just the goodwill, walking from Fred Square to the G. Collingwood supporters, Melbourne supporters, they just joined as one. It was just beautiful to see. And so it's a credit to Neil to be able to create that camaraderie of coming together for a cause, and what a great cause it is. Because if you've been in touch with M&D, it's just a disaster for your family and your community and your friends. So a wonderful result. Over 3 million raised, which just allows the research to continue.
And I'm sure the family didn't realise what they were getting into when it was started 10 years ago, but it's become all-encompassing. And I'm just wondering what swells in you when you now think, well, your boy's playing his part to sort of extend the tentacles of this into Queensland because of the name. That's part of the reason why we're getting the extension of the Dunkings here at the Gabba tonight because of Joe's connection.
Well, it is, and it's also because of Fags. And Fags is him and Neil are joined at the hip. They're great mates. They're great friends. And I've got to say, all the coaches have got on board and supported Neil, and because of relationships in the past. And as I said to Neil, I sent Neil a text on Tuesday just saying how fantastic. All we do is follow Neil. He leads us, and we follow him, and we're just part of this Fight MD army, and which he's put together, and it's a big army because it consists really of the whole AFL community, which is just beautiful.
Yeah, it's been extraordinary, and fantastic to see that extended to the Gabba tonight. So how many times do you come up to see the footy and see Joe play during the year?
Every game. Our two grandchildren with Joe, so we're up there quite a lot, Quentin. So it's very rare that we're not there. So we'll watch from afar tonight, but we get to every game.
You've got Joanne's birthday tonight as well. So does that mean that dinner's been brought to your place, or you've gone somewhere to celebrate with the footy as well?
Catching up with some beautiful friends and family, and it feels a bit strange not being at the Gabba, which is just a stunning oval, and watching another big freeze. So, but I'm sure it's going over very well.
I've got to ask though, Anthony, Jason Ackermanis here. It's been a while, I tell you, since we've been standing face to face. But when you come up, do you ever say to Joe, "Hey mate, do you think you should live a little bit closer to training, or do you have a word to him about not watching TV? Like, is he just one of those unbelievable kids that you just go, how did this happen?"
Well, Jason, part of it is, when to talk to your child and not to. And Joe's always been his own man from a very young age. And when he makes his mind up, we just got to roll with it. And he's absolutely loved being where they are at Ocean Shores and 3 minutes from the beach. He's in the beach every day. It's great for his rehab. It's great for his mental rehab. He's just in a happy place. And as you know, when you're in a happy place, you generally do good things.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Do you talk footy much with him?
No, we don't. No, I'm not one of those dads. All dads come in different ways how we go about it. And that's his job. I approach it. That's his job. That's his work. When your son comes home or your daughter comes home, you don't want to touch on work. You want to touch on everything else bar work. If he wants to talk about it, we'll talk about it. But no, we give him lots of space there, and he's not that kind of guy. He likes to talk about everything else. What are the brothers doing? What are the grandchildren? And we love that, and we give him lots of space.
Yeah, and look, he's always been a huge topic of discussion. He had an awesome year last year, great September. The knives were out for him a bit at the start of the year. I mean, as a dad watching on and you see everything that surrounds, you're a footy family. It's so ingrained in what you guys have grown up with. But when you see the negative stuff come out about Joe, what goes through your heart?
Well, it's a bit like it's never as bad as it seems. It's never as good. We all know footy is a roller coaster journey, and gosh, I was fortunate enough to play in it. And you have some shockers, but in our day, it wasn't cut to pieces and assessed and then written about. Whereas nowadays, gosh, you put a foot out of line and bang, you're on the back page. And he's a big character. He's very important to the Lions, and you just got to roll with the punches. They're just people's opinions, and we know that you have good days and you have bad days. You just got to roll with it.
And how do you reckon he's going this year? And how do you reckon the Lions are going?
Well, they've been pretty ordinary early. They just been out of sync. They haven't been together on the same page, and I think everyone understands that. And there's reasons why, which I don't know. But can they get back on the same page? Last week was a good start. Can they get some momentum? It would be fantastic. There's a lot of talent in that team. They've been up for a long time. They've been winning games for a long time. So every now and again, we've seen teams have a little go backwards for a year and then just go launch again. But I'm hoping they can play some really good footy in the second half of the season and just give themselves a chance and worry a lot of other teams. It'd be fantastic.
Anthony Danaher is with us, dad of Joe, and of course a part of the clan, which has ensured that the MND fundraising and the Big Freeze has just been awesome over the last week or so of footy.
I always think about the brothers. Anthony, can you tell me, just Neil and you and the boys, when you're together, all the brothers, like, who was dominating? Who was like the most aggressive of the brothers, you know? Because you always get that within families.
Oh, you do. You didn't cross Terry. If you crossed Terry, you wore it. And it was either corky in the thigh or a thud in the shoulder. He was Mr. White Line, and that's the way he played his footy. And after him, it was my sister Estelle. No, Terry was the one that you had to stay clear of.
And so I'll let you go with this. We haven't really had the chance to talk about the New South Wales Hall of Fame induction as much, but I love the fact that Edna, your mum, got inducted. Like the Ungary family, it's all out there. But you know, she's 90 and still going strong.
Yeah, 90 going strong. Yep, still on the farm with my brother Chris. She's the boss, and she's absolutely fantastic. And Dad, our late Dad, he got inducted as well. But that was the first AFL New South Wales Hall of Fame, and to be there and witness all of Dad's friends and Mum's friends get inducted who are not with us. So it went back to 1888 with the first inductees, which is just amazing. Just the history of footy in New South Wales, it's just super, and it was a super night, and it's just great to be there and celebrate our great game of Australian rules and the role that New South Wales has played.
I reckon there's a fair bit of Jim and Edna's lifestyle in Joe, just wanting to be by himself, bit of space, come up and do his footy. He's got his grandparents in him.
Was pretty conservative. He's very different to Joe.
Yeah. Great to have a chat to you, and thank Joanne for allowing you to take time out of her birthday celebrations to just tie off the Big Freeze and to give us a little bit of an insight into Joe. Great to catch up, Anthony. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Thanks, Quentin. Have a great call and have a great night, and go the Lions.
Yeah, good on you. Anthony Danaher.
What a family.
Amazing.
Can I just say, what a family?
Yeah, and without, pardon the pun, the saturation of the Danaher family over the last sort of week or so, great chance for Ants to wrap it up. All the boys were there. The four of them that played for Essendon before 88,000 at the MCG got to catch up. We saw what happened on Monday, nearly $3 million raised. And he's a pretty big figure, Joe. If he gets back to what he was doing at the back end of last season, he might be one of the keys to the Lions getting somewhere near September again.
Absolutely. He's definitely a key to him. But there's lots of great families and names in AFL, but there's none. They're as big as anybody, but they just all seem ripping people. And I've only met them fleetingly here and there, but they all seem just outstanding, great country people, don't they?
I was a teenage kid in Wagga watching that game at the SCG, that Origin game, where New South Wales beat, admittedly, a Victorian team that didn't have its best
but still
players, but still that was, and Longmire played in that team, and it was amazing, the legacy. And when I was still in Wagga, Chris was coaching Temora, and Terry came back and coached Wagga Tigers for a long time.
What about the strength of Neil, diagnosed in 2013, given basically 27 months and nearly 11 years later, still using electronics and eye-driven technology just to communicate, and is driving something that's raised over nearly $100 million. It's amazing.
And the dunking's finished here. You can hear the Lions theme song in the background because they've run out onto the Gabba. The Saints are out there as well. It's a Thursdayless round of footy. There'll be no more Thursday night footy games for the rest of the season. So this is the starting point for your weekend of football for the rest of the season. We'd love to hear from you on Friday Night Footy. The way to get in touch is 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774. Glorious conditions for the Lions and the Saints coming up.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
Zampa again, he tries the reverse in the air court.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
Maxwell, who backs away and slams it for 6.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy. Footy's back now.
Oh, footy's back, baby.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
AFL.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Something big is coming, I know.
The Friday night lights are shining at the Gabba as round 14 finally gets underway. If you've just joined us, welcome along. Quentin Hull and the team in place for ABC Sports coverage of the first of, let's call it the mini-finals. I know it's only the second week of winter and it's round 14, but the Saints have won only 5 games, albeit they've won 2 in a row. Brisbane's won 5.5 games. They've got a game in hand on tonight's opposition, but 2 teams that made September last year, and they're in a real tightrope walk to see if they can get to the pointy end of this 2024 season. The team news for Brisbane, no news, no late changes. Noah Answorth is the sub, so that's the exact same format for Brisbane that they took into Docklands, where they came away with a 43-point victory over the Western Bulldogs. For the Saints, no Dougal Howard with a hamstring injury, no Jimmy Webster with a calf injury. Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller, who's been so good for them, he's on personal leave and not playing tonight. Tim Membry was dropped at selection. And Cooper Sharman was named to come into the Saints team tonight, but he is a late out. So Tom Campbell, playing his first game in a long time, Tom Campbell, he is into the team for the Saints. It'll be just his 3rd game as a Saint, having played only a couple for St Kilda back in 2022. So the last time that Tom Campbell played an AFL game was round 23 of 2022, when he fronted up in what was a loss for the Saints against Sydney. So he comes in. Zach Jones is into the team. He's the sub tonight. Zane Cordy comes in, and Ari Schoenmaker, the Launceston-bred defender, he's in to make his AFL debut. Big raps about the way that he uses the football out of the back half. So they're the changes for the Saints. Michael Price is going to call with me. I've got Brownlow medalist Jason Ackermanis, All-Australian, former Port coach and captain Matt Primus alongside me. Gentlemen, let's get into the preview of this one. Real pressure on these 2 teams. These are the so-called 8-point games. If you're going to get there from back of the peloton, you've got to win these ones.
You do. And you got not only that, like when I don't know what Jocko used to tell you or what Lee would say, sometimes it's better just if you're not going to get there, you just destroy everyone's run on the way through. And that's bit a part of it. I think I haven't been this excited from a Lions list for a while, because they've got these players who can play and they haven't had a chance. And you go, how did Bruce not get a game? And great to see, obviously Dale Morris's brother playing like it, and guys like Kai Lyman. Like, it's just amazing. But that said, I think they are playing some really good footy. Last week is just another step in the direction they want to play. And the boring Saints, I'd say they're not that hard to play against, but they love the flooding. They've been doing the same since we were playing there, Big Matty.
Yeah, they have. You're right. I reckon a couple of those young guys have reinvigorated them, and it looks like they've turned the corner a little bit. But as we've said, there's no margin for error. But they're definitely their form up here has been better, and they would have got some good confidence out of last week's win. But so were the Saints, as you mentioned, Q, 2 in a row for them. But a couple of key outs for them, and that's quite a few changes from the win last week. So I'm hoping, you don't want to change too much of your style, but I'm hoping Brizzy play a bit quicker out of the back half, because if they don't, it will end up being a game between the arcs, and nobody wants to see that. So hopefully they get it quicker, because their forward six, Brisbane's, is as dangerous as anyone if they can get enough opportunities and one-on-one opportunities, and hopefully that's the way they've sort of gone about it this week.
Asked this question with a little trepidation. Jace, what did you think when you're playing the Swans and Jared Crouch ran over to you again?
Oh, well...
What if you're Lockie Neal and you see Marcus Windhager come to you tonight?
Like I said, that's another 3 votes.
Here's another 4 shots on goal in the first quarter. I think it's funny because...
The tag, it's back.
The tag is back, and Ross Lyon's been doing it ever since he started coaching. In fact, that was his role. He'd be back flank, just tagging blokes out of the game when he could and getting the ball on the offence. But I think, being so good, Lockie Neal's been getting tagged for years. This is nothing new. So there's 2 ways to do it. Either the coach or your teammates say we're going to give you a chop out. I was lucky. I had Alistair Lynch and Jonathan Brown down there, and I would just run these taggers around them. And by the time I went down and back, they were pretty physically beaten up. And then I do it every quarter, all game, and then I verbally get into them and you learn how to play against them. So Lockie, he doesn't need to get 38 touches. What he needs to do is, if he's not getting the ball, which he will, he needs to help his teammates, but also know, okay, well, how am I going to play my role better from the team? And he's going to bend the rules. Ross Lyon will get him to do that, as all taggers do. But yeah, that's what Lockie has to do. He does get smarter. His teammates may help him, but if they leave him alone and let him just sit there and just work through it one-on-one, I think Lockie will be fine as well.
And Matt, I'll go to you in 2 respects here. Firstly, as the player, as the ruckman, when you know your major foot soldier is being hampered beneath you, how's it get into the mind of the stoppages?
Oh, well, you get on the move a little bit more, because this guy is a old-fashioned tagger. He's, we've seen the footage during the last few weeks. He's not worried about getting the ball per se. I think I heard Ross Lyon during the week say, we let him play as a player and he'll have 12 possessions a game. We set him a tagger and he'll have 12 possessions a game, but try and shut down the other guy. So if he's coming to you, you want to get on the fly and get on the move and all those sorts of things, because he's just purely trying to... So you can take him out of dangerous spaces, you can move, as Aka said, you block for berries, or whatever they want to do. There's lots of things you can do there, and it's not about him having his 35. See if the other guys can have 30 and Lockie have 20. But you can dictate a little bit more, rather than most teams in the modern game will worry about our 3 and your 3, but you actually can dictate how they're going to set up in centre bounces around the ground.
And in the coach's box, the stick or twist, when it's... whether you're offensively or if you've deployed the tagger or your gun's getting tagged, what are the things that go through your mind? What are the key indicators that you look at as far as whether or not you stick with it or you change?
Well, how Brizzy rely on stoppages, especially their centre bounce. So is that having an effect on them? You can get him coming from a wing, a half forward up, so you empty out your forward line and have 5 forwards and see if he follows. Off and on the bench, with rotations, you try and mess them up that way. There's quite a few things you do in the modern game, because coaches love the structure and let their team play, so you can actually upset that a little bit now.
True or false? Lockie Neal is taggable because he's a guy that doesn't kick a lot of goals. Yeah. Sometimes you just deploy the tagged midfielder forward, but Lockie Neal's only kicked 3 goals this year. It's not a big part of what's made him a champion footballer.
That's right.
So does that make him more taggable?
Yeah, absolutely. And, when I was getting tagged, if I went forward, I can kick goals. I've got the speed to do it. Lockie's not that player, and he's never going to be that player. He will kick goals, coming through and kicking him from 45, 50, but forget it. So Lockie has a more of a challenge, and he is technically easier to tag, and all you want him to do is just do a lot of handballs, but he does bring players into the game. If he gets a lot of kicks, then you go, the tagger is not working as well as we'd like.
His biggest thing will be, Windhager will be stopping him first possession clearances. If he does that, massive impact on his game. If you can't stop him doing that, then you don't tag him.
Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis are your experts for ABC Sports Friday Night Footy here at the Gabba. Let's get back down to Zane Bojack for those conditions on the boundary for what is a gorgeous night to kick off round 14.
Oh, absolutely beautiful conditions down here, Q. We're just seeing a few of the trainers and also the support staff walking off the ground as we get set for this big contest. Not a huge crowd in tonight, Q. I'd say around the 30,000, but certainly not going to be a sellout. One thing I can say is there's lots of the big frees, beanies. Great to see that support for M&D and of course, the Danaher family and Neil in particular. So wonderful to see. So Kilda's won the toss, and I think they're running towards the school end. Looking forward to this contest, Q.
Good on you, Zane. Zane Bojack down on the boundary. If you want to get in touch, the number to send an SMS is 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you are texting from this evening. Final predictions. Jason, you're pretty bullish about the Lions.
Yeah.
You reckon they're ready to rumble?
They're ready to rumble. They can beat them by 6-7 goals. Don't worry about that. I think the Saints...
You're always bullish about the Lions.
Yeah,
but
here is the place you want to take the Saints on. They can be as boring as they like, but you can... This is not the place to be. You can't just be so defensive here. You will get cut up. They will beat you here.
What about you, Matt Primus?
Brizzy by 5 goals.
Okay. What? By the way, Jace, what is it that you've seen that sort of has made you a bit more bubbly about the Lions?
Last week I actually saw Cam Rayner look like he's using the physicality, and I've seen Charlie Cameron, who rightly or wrongly has had poor delivery all year and not the best season, has been up the ground making tackles, working for his teammates. That's a big start outside of the good young players coming through. I want to see Cam Rayner dominate today. Jared Berry doesn't have the role he had last week, so here we go again.
Windhager has Neil, and already Rowan Marshall's pushing him. Windhager's pushing him. And Pricey, 2 traditional strips. Fantastic. Yep. The Lions in their home maroon, the Saints red, white and black with the white shorts.
Looking forward to it, and a perfect bounce to start proceedings at the Gabba. Oscar McInerney misses it with the fist. It's taken there by Neil, taken to the ground by Windhager, towed off the deck, inside 50 for the Saints. Harris Andrews there for the Lions. Dishes it off to Zorko under pressure. The ball goes through hands. Starcevic outside defensive 50 now with Dunkley. Chipping ball, finds his teammate there in Rayner. Dangerous ball back inside to the centre circles. It finds Berry under a lot of pressure. He brings it out to the commentary wing, and Bruce gets his first possession.
Ponytails, not cornrows tonight, with the hair of Bruce Reveal, which has switched between the two. Short pass to Bailey, kicks into the bullseye mark by Andrews. And the Lions have got it in the middle of the park and just playing keepings off at the moment. Short pass to the shaven-headed Starcevic. Chips it short to Lester, just forward of halfway. Here's the deep entry. Lester on the head of Cameron. It went over his head. Wilkie there in close proximity. Neil does the roving too close to the boundary to create out of play for a boundary throw-in. Lions in attack.
I love that. I just hope he doesn't kick shots all night, Bruce, because he's such a good kick. Great vision too. I love watching him play, Matty.
Cal Wilkie early on there with Charlie Cameron, certainly in that contest. Boundary throw-in with Brisbane in attack. Tapped down by Marshall of the Saints. Doesn't have a rover. Eventually Battle comes in, picks it up. Little hand pass goes to Hill, all under pressure, top of the goal square. Steele picks up off the deck, hands it to Sinclair, and now he has some space to bounce through the back pocket.
Just a nice little 9-iron, finds a teammate inside, and that's Seb Ross. Handball over the top to Mason Wood. Goes back to Sinclair. Another chipping ball to the wing. Good contest, brings the ball to ground from Leicester. Taken out of it without the ball with Starcevic. Ball spills, crowd says ball. Umpire says no. Dunkley, he fists it forward. Now with another chance, it's another tackle. St Kilda, ruthless to start the game. Ball spills now to Henry. Henry gets it out wider, Mason Wood, and he gets around, chips it back inside, and it's Schoenmaker making his debut. Gathers the ball. That's a long kick. Oh, that's why his reputation as a ball user is sweet. It hits Butler 45 metres out. Slight angle to the left.
Mark Bays.
Mark Bays.
Mark
Immediate
Bays.
comparison after one disposal in AFL football to
Big
Mark
comparison.
Bays.
Very cute.
Left footer off half back.
Sydney, lovely.
There's a great kick. I tell you what, though, that little chip inside, the fast-moving Saints, Schoenmaker with his first kick over to Butler inside forward 50. Nothing really Connor could do.
4 goals for the year to Butler, 2 last week against the Suns. From just inside 50, it's a nice strike of the footy, but it's going to fade left. It's going to hit the post. Halfway up. Crowd love it. First behind of the game, it goes to the Saints. Nearly 3 minutes gone. ABC Sport on a Friday night.
Michael Price, Quentin Hull, Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis with you as Zorko runs out of the goal mouth. Deep entry to the wing. Dunkley takes the mark. Great kick in. Dunkley one-on-one with Butler. Takes the mark with the flight of the ball near the logo. Plays on with a kick to half forward. Reveal the target and he marks. Despite the late attention from Hill, Reveal has it for Brisbane. Kick and a half from goal at right half forward. On his right boot, Bruce Reveal with the high kick to a packet full forward and a Brisbane mark. Taken by Rayner in the pack. He came in from the side and made it his own.
Wow, here we go. Reveal the Rainer. We'd love to hear more of that, but good work. I mean, he's going to have the left foot snap here, Cam, and good luck to him with just kicking straight, but great run and jump and great mark. Good to see.
9 goals for the season, and in not an acute angle, but setting up for the left-footed snap punt, interestingly enough. Oh, and he's mishit it terribly out to the left. He's not a natural left footer anyway. Why would you do that? That's a point to level the scores.
Say it all the time. Just kick it straight. That's an absolute dolly.
Well, that's where they've fallen down a lot over season 2024. Sinclair brings it into Josh Battle. Back to Sinclair now. That's his 6th disposal already. Left foot kick is just short of centre wing, and it's a nice mark taken by Mason Wood. The former Kangaroo looks forward. He's got a teammate in Henry, nicely spoiled by Zorko. Henry picks it back up. Zorko tackles him into the ground. The ball loose. Starcevic knocks it over the boundary line in front of the St Kilda bench. Then has a nice little tate-a-tate with Jack Steele. We'll get a throw in on the outer wing.
Just reflecting. So that's wrong twice. It's the snap instead of the drop punt and the non-preferred.
The non-preferred is mind-boggling.
That throw-in's very quick from the outer side. Sinclair again shoots the handball out. Paddy Dow first touch. Nice pass, and it finds teammate there in Caminiti. He's going to go forward now. The right foot is a long one. Big fly comes from Marshall, spoiled. Ground level Zorko gets beaten to the ball by Harris Andrews. He's tackled off it by Butler. Ball spills. McCluggage back to McInerney. McInerney toes it forward. It bounces freely on the centre wing. There's the battle. Neil versus Windhager. Neil versus Windhager. They battle forward. Neil wins, toes it forward inside 50. Makes it a contest. Does Joe Danaher. At ground level, he's knocked off it. The Saints get out through Schoenmaker.
Got the hand pass from Cordy. Schoenmaker's kick towards the wing. Caminiti wins the crumb. Hand pass is turned over. McCluggage wins the ball for Brisbane, but a whistle stops play. A free kick for St Kilda has been picked out.
Oh, he's done his ankle too, but looks good just a little bit.
Caminiti is the man slow to get up, Jason.
Yeah, that didn't look good. You have to give a handball off here.
He does. He's got Schoenmaker off, left half back, left foot kick. It's a thing of beauty already. Hold on. Now, Payne has left his man to mark for Brisbane. The whistle went before it arrived. As Caminiti hobbles off, we'll get to Zane in a moment. I think that was a free kick before it arrived. But anyway, Payne has it for Brisbane. Lions with the ball at left half back. A point apiece early on in perfect conditions at the Gabba. Chick mark McCluggage, chip mark Berry. Lions with it just forward of defensive 50, left half back. Berry now with a long kick down the outer wing to Lohman. Right on the boundary, takes the mark despite the close attention of Ross. Kai Lohman, forward of halfway. Will put Brisbane deep into attack, wide to the pocket. Danaher flies and takes a great mark. Right on the boundary, 25 metres out in the left forward pocket. If you're listening, Ants, that was a beauty.
He'll be listening. What a mark. What a jump. That's, geez, you ever get that high, Matty?
You know the answer to that, actually.
Yeah, in the pack. And well, we know that all 3 results are possible here.
Yeah. Is it nearly a safer bet than that silly kick that Cam Rayner did?
Well, he's lining up for the left-footed drop punt from the left forward pocket. Joe Danaher approaches and splits him. Oh, wow. Joe Danaher with the first goal of the night. A left-foot dart from the left forward pocket. 1-1 to 1 behind. Lions get the first. Zane Bojak on the boundary.
Yeah, Anthony Caminiti's really trying to get some weight and being able to, he's actually able to carry it, but he's in a lot of pain, Q. I've never seen a player who wins so much. He's running off the field now. He's actually going to go down into the rooms, but it's his left ankle that's his problem, and he, I think he's in a lot of trouble for tonight.
He is in a lot of trouble. Just saw him. Got the old the magic pills, a little bit of pain relief, but he's going to have even more pain relief when he goes downstairs if it's not totally damaged. But great kick in from Lohman. Great mark from the big fella.
Goal number 23 of the season for Joe Danaher. Back into the middle of the Gabba, whistle on play as the bounce happens. It's a free kick off the ball, is it? No, what's going to happen here? It's just It's going to be a free kick and it's going to go to Brisbane. So there'll be Oscar McInerney who takes it, plays on immediately, the big O. Big slipper inside 50 in front position. Logan Morris, the youngster, stretches out. Boy, Aka, you might be the bloke to comment on this, but I reckon he physically looks a lot like a young Justin Lepich up forward, this bloke.
Oh, he's got exceptional timing. He started on the bench, so when he gets on, he's just such a good kid. He's got superb ability to read in the air, and he's a good kick. Forgetting the Nuggets story, he's a star, this bloke.
Logan Morris with 8 goals, 6 in 5 games of AFL footy. The 19-year-old from directly in front leans forward and kicks the second goal, for the Brisbane Lions. 2-1-13, they're off to a good start. The Saints one behind after 9 minutes of the first term.
Trying to figure out where that free kick came from. The players were talking in St Kilda's goal square. The goal umpire's out amongst them, so I don't know if it was a downfield one there or something going on. But anyhow, they look very dangerous in the air up forward, don't they? The Saints look undermanned. When the ball comes in the air, there's 2 great marks and 2 beautiful goals to start with for their key forwards.
Ross Lyon, I hate that. He was really uncontested. No one took his body. He actually got a free run it. They were too busy worried about Joe, and he ended up pretty much taking it uncontested in the end. But that's what you want to see. He's a good kid. I love this player. He can jump. He can do it all. He moves. He's got some wheels. He's got a big future. So well done. Good mark. Good goal.
And it looks like goal umpire Chelsea Roffey is back where it all began. She's hiding under that beanie, officiating at the top of the Lions race. Our own Ian Burrows, by the way, works for the ABC. He's going to officiate in his 400th game as a boundary umpire.
Oh, well played.
Tomorrow in that Hawthorn-Richmond game. Shout out to the officials. They didn't like the first centre bounce. Second one's okay. Roved by Steele of the Saints. He gets the clearance. Rush kick into attacking 50. Zorko gets a free kick for a front-on challenge from first-year player Wilson. So Zorko chips short. Berry takes the mark at centre-half back. Chips to the middle of the ground where Lester Marks plays on with Berry's run in from half-back provided. Got the hand pass and kicks to attacking 50. Schoenmaker flies across to spoil the pack for the Saints. Roved and cleared by the Saints, but straight back to Leicester on halfway. Lions have got it. Hand passes to Berry. Berry gives the hand pass to Wilmot and a spearing pass to the right half-forward flanks marked by Cameron. Too far out to score. Kicks quickly inside attacking 50. Wilkie reads the kick and takes a fine defender's mark for the Saints just inside D50.
He's chipping forward to find Sinclair, prominent early. Oh, kick that barely went the distance across the arc, finds Hunter Clark. He kicks long to a 2-on-1. Starcevic gets in front of Paddy Dow, takes the mark with the help of Hugh McCluggage. He flares it out wide, just short of centre wing on the outer side here, and then finds Jasper Fletcher. He lowers the eyes to find Lohman. Forward of the wing. 90 from goal. He wheels around onto his right foot, puts it into the pocket and delivers to Calamachi. Has it gone too long? No. He takes it inside the boundary in the forward pocket unchecked. 25 metres out. Another very tight angle.
Yeah, this is what Ross Lyon wants to try and do. You get shots from the boundary, but once you start kicking them and you had a night out, there's not much you can do about that.
6 goals for the year for Kalachi. He puts his back to the crowd, curls it around with the right foot and does it beautifully. The 3rd goal for the Lions. 3-1-19, the Saints one behind. We've played 11 and a half minutes of the first term. ABC Sport on a Friday night.
Yeah, both teams are trying to play quick, which is great. Brisbane are trying to play quick so the numbers can't get back and they give their forwards great opportunity. But Saints are doing the same, but they're just falling apart with that second or third kick and Brizzy getting that turnover and then costing them forward. 8-4 inside 50s. Really good start and an accurate start for Brisbane.
Massive. And that's the thing, though. You know, when they're coming forward, they're getting the 2-on-1s and the Lions defenders are being a little bit more aggressive and coming across. You saw Starcevic then, which caused the turnover. But this is what you like. You look at their stars on show and the young kids coming forward. Obviously, Kai Lohman again from Fletcher down to Archie, who's just had a great goal-kicking sort of year this year so far.
And it puts the pressure on. The Saints averaged 32 points in our first half of footy. So now it puts the pressure on to try and get the scoreboard going.
Yeah.
Well, Archie now has 7 goals for the season, sort of playing that Lincoln McCarthy role, who's out with a knee injury. Steele with the clearance for the Saints, though. Centre bounce time and a quick entry results in a mark. Mitch Owens coming from deep, takes a chest grab 40 metres out, and he's a chance to kick St Kilda's first goal.
This could go anywhere too. He's a good forward. He's just sort of a bit inaccurate for a guy that actually spends his whole game up forward, and as long as he does. But anyway, we'll see. It could be wrong.
They kicked 26 goals last year, up to 13 so far in the 2024 campaign. Mitch Owens, talented young player, runs over the paint of 50, hits it from 48 on the right boot. Great kick. Saints with their first. Mitch Owens, the provider. Brisbane's lead is 2 goals at 3-1 to 1-1. Zane Bojack on the boundary, 13 minutes play.
Yeah, good news for the Saints. Not just that goal, but Anthony Caminiti's come back out. He's obviously had that ankle jabbed. He's just been doing some run-throughs and jumping up and down, just trying to make sure that he's comfortable with his weight distribution on it. But he's talking to the trainers and the doctor. I think he's going to be right to continue.
Oh, I can see he's convinced them, but I don't think he looks very convincing. He's got the old, the loser's limp going. But anyway, it would be painful. They don't get any better. After the game, it's going to be incredibly swollen.
Good reward for Brisbane, St Kilda, 5 clearances to 0, and that goal came from the centre bounce one. So they're doing good work inside against Brisbane's midfield.
So we're back into the middle. Battle continues now. You've got Zach Bailey against Windhager, or vice versa, as Campbell in the ruck against the Big O taps it down for the Saints. Getting there first was Dunkley. He shoveled it out, turned it over though. Campbell followed up the big unit. Gets a nice kick inside 50. Harris Andrews makes his way to the front of the contest. Fisted forward. Dangerous spot. Rove by Wilmot. He gave it off to Bailey, who followed down. Joe Danaher back in defence. Kicks it now to the wing. Hunter Clark injects himself. Turns it over though. Kai Lohman for the Lions. He spots somebody he likes. It's Eric Hipwood at half forward. He wheels around the left foot's an ugly one. Getting back there very nicely, Tom Campbell takes a defensive mark for the Saints.
Campbell's the lane in for Cooper Sharman. His kick towards right half back is good. And Wilson takes the grab at right half back. Kicks infield looking for Schoenmaker.
Oh,
gets a free kick.
Unlucky there.
Schoenmaker, I should say.
Got to switch the ball.
Yeah, high contact from Morris. So Schoenmaker at centre half back, kicks it to Ross. Marks uncontested on the wing, kicks down the line to Hill. Takes the grab just forward of the wing, Brad Hill. The 13th year veteran on his right boot. Puts the entry to the Saints to a 3-on-3, but Lester takes the grab. Just nudged his man, King, out of the contest, and a great grab from Froggy Lester in the right back pocket for Brisbane. Short pass is marked by Payne. Payne with a short pass to Wilmot. Chip mark to get out of defence. There he goes to Bruce Reville. Takes the mark, defensive 50, left half-back lines by 2 goals.
It's a long kick, well directed towards Archie. Front on contact from Wilkie, but he did it well in the end. Nicely spoiled. The ball goes over the boundary line. We're going to throw in on the outer wing, the Stanley Street side of the Gabba on a 15-degree night here in Brisbane.
Beautiful conditions.
Beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. I've got a jumper on. You're kidding me. Throw in across the ground. Danaher gets in front of Campbell. Slaps it forward. Bailey gets beaten to it by the big Saints ruckman. And the ball goes back over in a similar spot. We'll get another throw in.
See here what they're trying to do, Brisbane. They'll do this out the back half all night. If you don't man them up, they're too smart, too good, and they will cut them up if they allow them to do this, St Kilda.
Throw in on the outer wing. Danaher versus Campbell. Campbell in the front position. Double hands it down to Paddy Dow. Slung off it there by Locke Neal, and he doesn't like it, but it's a free kick. Play on to advantage. Hill gives it to Clark. Clark inside 50. Through hands at the back. There's Owens. Was he taken high? Yes, he was. 20 metres out. Just a little grab of the jumper from Brandon Starcevic. Just a little bit nervous. And Owens will have a shot at goal for his second from about 20 out. Slight angle to the left.
Yeah, they burst out of the stoppage then. That's 7-zip now, stoppages. So it's a bit of a worry for Fags and the coaching staff up there. And they certainly exploded out of that throw-in and gave their forwards a good look.
Let's repeat that stat. Clearances. St Kilda 7, Brisbane 0.
Mitch Owens approaches to the boos of the Gabba crowd. The Saints have got a fair amount of supporters here, and they'll cheer this one through. Owens gets his second, the Saints second, and all of a sudden we're back to a 1-goal margin. 3-1-19 plays 2-1-13. The Lions lead with 17.5 gone.
Well, that's what you were saying before, Matty Promise, how they will get reward for effort, and they are getting movement and good movement. And Owens, who can come in and out of games and really go missing. 2 goals for him straight up. It's been great confidence for the forward line because they rely too much on King early. They rely too much on other players that are just trying to make it work. But he's been good. He's been on the move, and Leicester, he's too quick for Leicester.
Pretty open game of footy so far.
Yeah, I love it. Both teams are trying to move the ball fast, and the Saints, the last few inside 50s have been efficient, which has been their issue all year. Hopefully it keeps going.
Matthew Primus and Jason Ackermanis, the expert voices here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. 3 goals was the difference. Last 2 to the Saints. Just a goal the dip. Centre bounce. Brisbane clearance as McInerney on hands and knees. Hands it on to Berry, hands it to Zorko. Over the top, hand pass back to the ruckman who taps it to McCluggage. He's tackled by Butler, just got boot to it. Indiscriminate kick by McCluggage, but taken on the wing by Zorko. Hands to Reville, hands it on to McKenna.
Oh, yes.
Left half forward, 60 out. Beautiful little kick. It was a spooned wedge over the approaching pressure and marked by Lohman 40 metres out.
Oh, that is a special from the Irishmen. They love those little kicks. They do them all the time over there, having just played against them, and just beautiful control. Lohman, he loves to kick a goal. He kicked 5 a couple of weeks ago. He loves to kick a goal, and he is good at it.
21 years of age, game 21 of his career. Has already kicked 15 goals this season. Kai Lohman, the blonde-headed number 1 for Brisbane. 45 out. Oh, that's a beautiful kick. And he runs to the advertising hoardings close to the fans to celebrate with them. 4-1, placed 2-1. Brisbane by 2 goals, 19 minutes played. That's an excellent finish from Kai Lohman, another of the Ballarat crew for the Brisbane Lions.
Oh, money, he says, Matty Promise. He's got the old show me the money, and that's what he's done. He's not just good on the run, he's probably their best set shot, and he's only just starting his career. But good link up, super from Bruce, straight over to McGregor. And then little Connor, just straight over the top, little Irish kick if you don't mind, and Kai Lohman, good mark, good goal.
Is that a kick only an Irishman can pull off? It is absolutely superb touch.
Yeah, because they do that little sort of kick with the round ball, and you need that touch. We don't do it that much. We don't need to.
20 minutes gone, first term on ABC Sport, Friday night football, back into the middle of the Gabba. Perfect bounce again. McInerney gets this one down. McCluggage beaten to it, comes back into the hands of the big O. He turns it over. Saints have it. It's towed out of the congestion. It rolls towards half forward. Beats Max King as he bends over for it. Oh, Zorko, sublime one-handed pick up. Then the handball was dodgy. Picked up by Wood. Handball to Liam Henry. He puts it into the King direction. Set it up beautifully for him. That was a mighty kick. He said, come to this ball. And Max King did. Took the mark. 45 out directly in front.
Imagine if you had those twin brother, the King boys in the same forward line.
Ooh.
That'd be scary. But that said, yes,
you'd need a pair of aces in defence to beat them, Jason.
You would. Is he? How tall is he? 208.
They're about 200, I think they are.
208. I think they're bigger than that. Anyway,
it's not a bad start in a game of Hold'em, a pair of Kings.
Oh yeah.
So Max from 45 metres out directly in front. He sprayed it. It's barely behind. No, it's out of bounds on the full. Margin is 2 straight goals. The Lions lead this one, 21 gone first term.
Blood rule.
And it looks like a blood rule is going on there too. The player's gone off the field.
What have you seen, Mason?
It's actually, he's saying there's blood, and so they stopped it. So
it's Rowan Marshall who's going off now.
Sorry, he's going off for that. So that's okay. But what do we stop for a blood rule? Mate, we didn't even have to go off when we had blood back in our day.
Yeah, but the game has changed, Jason.
Oh yeah, so hygienic because sweating and smelling and stinking on each other, that's fine, but no, not blood.
Andrews with the inbound as play resumes. It's a short pass marked by Wilmot. It's forward to the square at full back. Very short pass to Zorko. They slice you to bits with these short kicks through D50. Great kick to half back. Berry takes the mark. Hands to Bailey. Now here's the deep entry inside 50. Back with a flight. Rayner spoiled off it by Ross. Hipwood can't pick up. Ross does though for the Saints. St Kilda's got it in the back pocket. Hand pass to Wood. Wood's clearing kick smothered by Starzovic. Wood goes in again. Starzovic goes in again as well. And it's over the boundary line for a throw in.
You mentioned those kicks. Zorko has started well. I'm not sure of his numbers. 8 possessions, but he's kicking, he's slicing them up off to the half-back line.
Gee, that could be dangerous there for Brandon Starzovic. Just watch the replay of that one. The arm was a little swingy.
He ducked into it.
Boundary throw in, Brisbane in attack. Campbell wins the ruck contest. No Rover to give it to, so he fumbles, gets tackled by Dunkley. Dunkley picks it up, gets tackled by Clark. And Hunter Clark forces the neutral in the right back pocket for the Saints. Left forward pocket for the Lions. 4-1 to 2-1 Brisbane by 2 goals. 22.5 first term.
Umpire's thrown it up. It's hit down by Campbell and it's towed 10 metres forward. The mark taken on the arc by Connor McKenna. The man from County Tyrone.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they still hate me there.
What did you do?
What did you do there?
I punched their
played golf?
Famous player of all time, Peter Canavan from Tyrone. They still hate me there.
Oh, indeed.
He went back and played with him in a...
There's wanted posters in lots of postcodes for you, Jason.
Yeah, there is.
Connor McKenna hasn't kicked a goal in season 2024. Still hasn't. That's one behind. 4-2-26 the Lions, 2-1-13 the Saints. 13-point margin, 23 gone first term as the Saints bring it in.
Quick in bend, Battle takes the mark, hands it back to Bonner. And Bonner kicks to left half back. So Bonner the inbound and then the receive, and he chips to Wilkie. Wilkie marks it at left half back. Effective transfer out of defence for the Saints. Wilkie long down the line with his left boot. Higgins is outsized in that contest, but out the back. King does the roving. Should be the other way around. Kick at the outside of the boot. Looking for Henry at half forward. Couldn't mark. Kicks it out of the air, though, to the fortuitous Butler. The ump saying play on. The players are looking at each other, and eventually Butler is penalised for holding the ball. No one knew what the call was, whether that was a mark or not. Zorko applied the tackle. Free kick Brisbane. Now the quick transfer sees Hipwood with it at right half back. Marks and kicks it towards half forward. Morris is spoiled away by Wilkie. Roved though by Fletcher of Brisbane, has a fumble. Wilkie comes in to get it. Fletcher tackles him. Ball falls beneath the two of them, and the umpire will ball it up.
I'm going to say this is the best I've ever seen Aussie rules be. Get rid of it. You've got to get rid of it. It's made the game even better. I love this change.
I like the rewarding of the tackler as well, Acker, as McInerney gets it down. Hunter Clark sharks it. Got it over to Butler. Butler now over to Wilson. Wheels around onto the left foot. The young Saint kicks it to left half forward. Oh, Harris Andrews almost curled it in with one arm. He'll cop a free kick for a hold anyway. Or is it to Froggy Lester in that contest? It'll go to Lester, who's having quite a season for a veteran. He chips it forward about 20 metres to the lead of Fletcher. Then Lester, burst pass, handball receive, has a bounce, then he's ankle tapped. Will be a free kick in the middle of the ground.
And he should be reported for tripping.
Well, that's an ankle tap, and that's a dangerous practice.
That's a fine.
So, Ryan
They don't
Lester,
report anyone really these days, do they? But it's pretty simple.
So it'll go to the MRO, and so will Starcevic. A long kick by Leicester inside 50. Rayner at the front. Danaher flew at the back, but Cam Rayner stood solid at the front of the pack. Nice strong hands. 40 out directly in front.
I've been saying all year this kid can play, and he's let us down. He should be up there taking these marks, 20 plus a game and a couple of shots on goal, and this is better. This is what a guy who goes number one should be doing.
9 goals, 7 now for the year after one behind earlier. Cam Rayner. He leans back on it, but it's dead straight. The Lions with 5 goals so far in the first quarter. 5-2-32 play the St Kilda. 2-1-13, a 19-point margin after 26 of the first term. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
I was listening to the ABC AFL Daily podcast, and you said, Q, maybe go to the movies if you can't watch Thursday Night Footy. Well, there's a new movie out. It's called The Mummy. The leading player, Rowan Marshall. Have you seen how much bandage he's got around his head? He's fixed up and he's back out there.
What about those? Did you ever get the one where they had to put the 2 tampons up your nose and they strapped you up from stop bleeding? That was the worst. They were the worst. You looked terrible. I don't know how you could breathe.
Well, great to see him have a proper set shot on goal then, Acker.
Yes.
He's not in the ruck for this contest. It's going to be Campbell up against McInerney. Campbell playing, he's the late in for Cooper Sharman, who was a scratching for the Saints. Zach Jones, the sub for St Kilda.
Come back.
And Noah Answorth for Brisbane. That's a bad bounce in the centre.
And this is good. Lockie Neal, superstar. He's hardly touched it, and this is good. Good signs for the line.
3 touches, 0% efficiency.
McInerney beats Campbell at ruck time. No Rover underneath it to pick up. Players pile in near the bullseye and the ump will sort it out. Another stoppage.
Is it at the bottom, Cam Rayner?
Yep. Yeah, Seb Ross was over him. Tossed in the air. Give that one to Campbell. Hunter Clark does the roving. Gets it to his boot. Kick to half forward. No one there for the Saints. Zorko leads Wilson to the ball. Neither gets clean possession. Wilson comes again. Good hustle. First game player against first year player against the 35-year-old veteran. Forces a neutral over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Contest.
Zorko, the leading possession winner for Brisbane with 8. Jared Berry, 7. For the Saints, you've got Mason Wood, who's got 7, with Sinclair also 7. Throw in on the outer side, comes off hands back towards the boundary line, and it'll be escorted over by Jasper Fletcher and Hunter Clark. So we'll get another throw in right beside the St Kilda bench on the Stanley Street side of the ground. Crowd buzzing here on a Friday night at the Gabba. Good game of footy so far. The throw in, McInerney and Campbell once again just puts his big fist to it and puts it straight back into the same spot between the benches. Q, you have a go.
Yeah, good dopey ruckman. What is the point of that? Oh, my goodness. Give it to someone, a bit of tap work.
Hold on. Matt's looking at you in a weird
He's
way.
not a dopey ruckman. He would have tapped it to one of his unbelievable on ball.
Oh, there's plenty going on off the ball.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow the footy and give the listeners what that reaction in the crowd was for. There's another stoppage from the throw-in.
It's Windhager, and he's dead set got an arm around Neil at all times, but that's the tagging role. They're letting him get away with it at the moment.
Clark gets a free kick at the stoppage. Saints have got it on the wing. Kicks it towards half forward. Dow's going to get a free kick. Unfairly dealt with in the marking contest. Kick and a half from goal. Hand passes to Hill. Forward entry coming up for the Saints. He's turned it over. Intercept mark taken by McCluggage on D50 for Brisbane. Kicks it down the corridor. Hipwood marks between half forward and the bullseye. Between half back, should I say, and the bullseye. Hipwood with a left foot kick wide to Leicester. Takes the mark for Brisbane on the wing. Lions lead it by 19 points. Getting close to quarter time. Infield chip marked by Fletcher. Chips backward to Zorko. And this is what the Lions have been doing ever since really the Q clash.
Yeah, and didn't they do it well that night? They force you to go one-on-one, to come up, get up the ground and actually opens everything up for their forward line.
It's keepings off becomes forcey back. They get it to halfway, keepings off, and then they move it quickly into attack. Now, Danaher on the half-forward flank. Tackled, but got a hand pass away to Dunkley. Rush kick inside 50. Wilkie spoils away from the intended target, but Bailey does the roving. Left foot kick from 40 to the goal mouth. Reveal can't mark, but McCluggage storms through. Roves and bangs it through from point-blank range. Hugh McCluggage. Now 6 goal kickers in the first term for Brisbane, and it's a 25-point lead for the Lions. 6-2, 38 to 2-1, 13. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Ross Lyon just walking past me, looking pretty nonplussed, and he's getting straight into his bench. Oh, he's having a few words with them. I can tell you the crowd are getting very unsettled with what Windhager's doing to Lachie Neale. In fact, there's been a lot of comment in the crowd here that you're not allowed to do that, but I don't think they've really seen the big serious tag here for a while. But I tell you what, he's frustrating Lachie. He got in space inside 50, they just couldn't find him. He's trying to do everything he can to run Marcus off his feet, but he's not getting the ball.
Windhager, no possessions. Neale, 3 disposals in the first term.
It means nothing. The tagger.
12 clearances to 1 in favour of St Kilda, but they are trailing by 25 points late in the first term. McInerney slaps this one forward, but it's rejected by Sinclair. His kick immediately cut off by Zorko. Possession number 10 for the Zork. He kicks it to centre half forward. McCluggage gets rid of his opponent, gets to 50 and drills it for his second. Oh, mighty football. Zorko launching from half back. McCluggage finishing it for the Lions. 7-2-44, place 2-1-13. It's a game-high 31-point margin all of a sudden.
What about that? That was within, 25 seconds. Comes in, great crumb in the middle. Reveal couldn't mark it on that last play. Kicks a beautiful goal, running with pace. That's timing. It's do or die with that. And then that little shove to get him out of the way, but took it on, Hugh. Don't worry about the calf. He's playing great footy this year, except for that little bit of tightness, but super goal in 25 seconds, if you don't mind, Matty.
Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus, explain to me 12, make it 13-1 clearances, yet 31-point lead to the team smashed in that stat.
Well, I just wrote it down then. That's working, but they are scoring all off back half, and that will be driving Ross crazy because that means their team defence is horrible and they can't slow Brizzy down at all.
Great analysis from Matt Primus on ABC Sports. Centre bounce, Campbell wins it for St Kilda. Hand pass hoping for Henry, stolen by Wilmot as the quarter-time siren sounds. And the fans at the Gabba in Maroon are pretty happy with what they've seen in the first half hour or so. Brisbane with 7 goals to 2 in the opening term. To be precise, it's 7-2-44 to 2-1-13, a 31-point lead for the locals. Hugh McCluggage kicked 2 goals in a minute. He's the only multiple goal kicker for Brisbane. He kicked both of them at the back end of that quarter. Lohman, Danaher, Archie, Morris and Rayner have also kicked goals for the Lions, while the Saints goals, they came back to back. Mitch Owens kicking both of those. So Brisbane kicked the first 3, Saints kicked the next 2, and then Brisbane 4 unanswered as we get to quarter time. Lions 7-2-44. Saints 2-1-13 on the SMS. Thank you for your messages on 0437 774 774. 0437 774 774. G'day to Dan, who's listening in Kununurra in WA. Friday night footy's the highlight of the week, whoever's playing. Cheers for the great commentary. And thanks to Akka for the laughs and the colour. Good on you, Dan.
Kununurra, I love Kununurra. Beautiful spot. I actually got chased by a crocodile when I went skiing there last time I was there. The crocodile was this big, it's about 1.5 foot, but don't worry about that.
Is there any part of your life that doesn't have a story, Jason?
No, not really. That's why I'm.
You got chased by a crocodile in Kununurra.
Yeah, and
by the way,
he will know that guy from Kununurra. He knows that river and the crocs are in there.
Henry from Melbourne texts, bit of Akka in Kai Lohmann.
Absolutely. Well, he can kick the ball straight, set shot on the run. Super player. The only difference is my hair was actually dyed blonde. His really is blonde.
0437 774 774. Around the grounds, the Australian presence in Super Rugby Pacific is now vanquished in the penultimate week. The Brumbies beaten by the Auckland Blues in that semi-final earlier this evening. The Blues 34 over the Brumbies 20. So the Blues are through to the final. They'll play the winner of tomorrow's second semi-final between the Hurricanes out of Wellington and the Chiefs from the Waikato region. In the NRL 2 games tonight, the Cowboys have gone to the nation's capital and beaten the Raiders. North Queensland 34 over Canberra 16. And 15 minutes into the first half of the game between the Bunnies and the Broncos, South Sydney 6, leading Brisbane 0. And the huge race at the national selection Olympic trials in the swimming is about 15 minutes or so away. The women's 100 freestyle will keep you up to date with that as the evening progresses. But quarter time here at the Gabba, Brisbane by 31 points. It's your Friday night of sport here on ABC Sport.
G'day, Patrick Stack here from ABC Sport Daily. If you love sport...
Yeah, look, I've seen some pretty incredible swims from Ariane Titmus. That was next level on so many different ways.
And great conversation.
The TV ratings are off the charts in terms of how many people are tuning in to watch Caitlin Clark.
Then you would love ABC Sport Daily.
Then he'd rock up to the track and field at night to try and, jump 220, 230.
ABC Sport Daily. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Lohmann, right on the boundary, takes the mark despite the close attention of Ross. Kai Lohmann, forward of half-play, will put Brisbane deep into attack, wide to the pocket. Danaher flies and takes a great mark. Lining up for the left-footed drop punt from the left forward pocket. Joe Danaher approaches and splits them. Oh, wow.
Lohmann, forward of the wing, 90 from goal. He wheels around onto his right foot, puts it into the pocket and delivers to Kalamarchi. Has it gone too long? No. He takes it inside the boundary. Kalamarchi, he puts his back to the crowd, curls it around with the right foot and does it beautifully. The third goal for the Lions.
Dunkley, rush kick inside 50. Wilkie spoils away from the intended target, but Bailey does the roving. Left foot kick from 40 to the goal mouth. Reveal can't mark, but McCluggage storms through. Roves and bangs it through from point blank range.
McInerney slaps this one forward, but it's rejected by Sinclair. His kick immediately cut off by Zorko. Possession number 10 for the Zork. He kicks it to centre half forward. McCluggage gets rid of his opponent, gets to 50 and drills it for his second.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quentin Hull, your host for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Good to have your company at the Gabba. Saints have been jumped here despite winning the clearances 13-1. Crazy old stat that, but it's Brisbane by 31 points at 7-2-44 to the Saints 2-1-13. Zorko with 10 possessions in the first term for Brisbane. Rayner, Berry, McCluggage all with 7. Jack Sinclair leading the way for the Saints with 8 disposals. Mason Wood has 7. And Hunter Clark 6. Brisbane 85 disposals to St Kilda's 65. That marks stat though, wow. There are some weird tactical things going on there. Brisbane with the chip mark through half back, 43 marks to 17, yet the Saints winning the clearances 13-1. Explain that football please to us, Jason Ackermanis, Matt Primus.
Well, that's just the way to beat St Kilda. Don't over handball, so invite the tackle pressure, and Ross get the numbers to the contest. And the kick to handball is 62 kicks, Brisbane 23 handballs, which is causing them to kick 6 goals from their back half out of their 7 goals they kicked for the game. So they are slicing them a half from their back half. Even though they're losing the stoppages, it's not affecting them because their ball movement is through the roof. So I'm sure Ross Lyon will be going crazy at their forwards and their mids to try and slow them down, because at the moment, if it continues that way, this game's going to blow out, even though they're going well on the clearance numbers there. So really great movement from Brisbane. A lot of movement with their mids and backs, and giving their forwards some great opportunities, and they're clunking the ball every time the ball goes in there, apart from the last couple of goals.
Been super. This will be a good second quarter. Let's see if the Saints can respond and do something different.
The Lions, 9 shots from 14 inside 50s at 64.3% for shot at goal accuracy, which is incredible. Back into the middle. Perfect bounce, slap down, the umpire goes down, picked up by Paddy Dow, tumbles the kick to right half forward. Max King uses his body, gets rid of Payne, curls it around from 50, it's going to lob in the goal square, almost taken by Mason Wood, bounced off his chest through for 1 behind to start for St Kilda.
Oh, the umpire's in a bad way too.
Well, that'll come back to Paddy Dow, because he's run flat into the back of the umpire from that kick. 44 plays 14,
Can't do that.
margin.
He's going straight off the umpire. Rotate.
He's in trouble.
Meanwhile, Brisbane's brought the ball in. Zorko just forward to full back on the conservative kick in. He goes long to the left half back flank, looking for Andrews, but it bounces out of play. Zeno, this is an interesting one for you.
Straight down the race.
Oh, jeez, concussion test.
Umpire number 17 will have to...
John Howarth's gone straight down into the dressing room, so we wish him the best of luck. I'll keep you updated.
Is his name John Howard?
Howarth.
TH.
Going to say, what are the chances our best Prime Minister the same name?
Oh, hold on.
Boy, that's ended a debate there.
Oh.
Do I need to send you a copy of the editorial policies, Jason?
Sorry, yeah. Love John.
Former Prime Minister. You can say one of our longest serving Prime Ministers.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure. Lockie Neal with a long kick towards a pack on the wing. Off hands. Roved by Fletcher of Brisbane. Hand pass to Morris, but there's no room for him there. Tackled over the boundary line by Steele.
Only you can bring controversy of federal politics into AFL on a Friday night.
He is off the long run tonight. And I am pulling on the reins a little tighter by the moment.
Hold on, Q.
Yeah.
Turn it up.
Boundary throw in. McInerney with the fist down for Brisbane. Cleared by Berry. Rare clearance for Brisbane. Hands it to the boundary. Neal picks up 70 from goal. Kicks to full forward in a pack. Off hands, it's close to the boundary line, kept in by Sinclair. Clever handball to himself to regather. Runs to defensive 50 and kicks the Saints out of danger. On the head of Owen, spoiled away by Andrews. Ball on the deck. Zorko crashing through. Can't effectively pick up. Well done. Higgins rode a bump, won the footy, handed to Marshall, hands it to Henry. Henry runs to 50, kicks to an open goal mouth, and it's a point. Mason Wood tried to volley it by putting it from left hand to left boot, missed it and collected the big post. He's up and he's okay. That's the point.
Geez, even the crowd oohed the second time on the replay. He monstered that post. He's got back up though. Well done, Mason Wood. What intent is Wilmot. They've seen it again and oohed for a third time. He brings it out to right half back. It's towed forward to Harris Andrews, short of centre wing. Just in front of the Lions benches on the outer side.
There are 2 huge collisions in that play.
He goes back inboard to find Dane Zorko coming up for possession number 12.
Well, we've lost an umpire and we nearly lost some of the infrastructure there.
Oh, it's coming back now. Handball back to Zorko on a 1-2. He kicks now to half forward. Dunkley at ground level gets it, throws it out. It was intercepted. There's going to be a tackle. It was a sling tackle, and it's going to be against Josh Dunkley, and it's been kicked forward. It'll go to Windhager, so this will be his first touch. And it'll be he missed the ball with his foot, and he was slung to the ground, so it's a 50 because the Lions played on. So Windhager's promoted forward to the semicircles. That's about 70, actually. He goes up to centre half forward, kicks it to the top of the square. Max King saunters out and gathers it, takes a mark 20 metres out. The crowd don't like it. It's about 35 metres out, actually. And it's a slight angle to the right.
When you love to buy real estate of that umpire.
Oh, mate, you can tell me more about the real estate side of it, Acker, but that was dead set 75 metres.
I'm still wondering why that was... I think that was a fair tackle from Dunkley.
Yeah, he was actually just in the momentum. He tried to kick it, and of course he went that way. It wasn't actually him slinging, it was his own body.
Regardless, Max King's got the ball. He'll end up kicking this from 40 out, angle to the right. That's a lovely drop punt. Gets the third goal for the Saints. Crowd don't like it, but it still gives the Lions a 23-point lead with 4 minutes gone to the second term. Zane Bojak's on the boundary line.
I was just going to say, imagine if those two posts, the one that Lee Matthews hit at Waverley, the behind post that he almost snapped, and then that goal post that Mason Wood hit. Imagine if they were in a bar just saying, "Oh, back in the day," and then the behind post said, "Yeah, but Lee, he's an immortal. He's the greatest of all time." And the other post says, "Okay, well, Mason, okay, I'll just back out on the story now."
You know what, Zane? People forget that no one did checks back then from termites and stuff. That was already broken at halfway, and when Lee ran into it, just looked like a fantastic hit on the goalpost.
And just back to that free kick, the umps are so cautious. It's a hard gig, but that was a tackle which went into circular motion. The head of Windhagen never went anywhere near the ground there, but the ump paid the free kick. Anyway, centre bounce, the mummified Marshall with a clearance, but straight to Zorko. Marks forward of centre half back for Brisbane. Kicks it wide. Mark taken by McCluggage. He's already kicked 2 goals. Too far out here. Mark is manned by Sinclair. He runs left and right. Kicks a grubber out towards right half forward. Gathered by Archie on the bounce. Hand passes to Reveal. 60 out. He kicks to full forward. And a pack. McInerney almost took a mark from the back. Play on. Cameron took him on. Got tackled. Had Pryor. Play on, ball came free from Berry, hand pass to Fletcher. Fletcher hands to Starcevic. And Brandon Starcevic, with a rare foray forward for the bald-headed defender, kicks the goal.
He loved it.
Starcevic with his first goal of the season. And Brisbane back out to a 29-point lead at 8-2-50 to 3-3-21.
What can you say there, Matty Promise? That's wonderful. Don't you love it when you play back line like he does?
Yeah,
he's such a beautiful player, does a great role.
Great run when you go back to your position too, isn't it? Yeah. High five all your mates.
With that, fellas. Looks a little bit like Bruce Willis now with that hairdo. I don't know why when you've actually got hair, why would you do that? Cue ball. But anyway, that is an amazing goal. Just right position. Flurry of hands, and he loved that.
Once again, the inside 50 comes off Zorko. His ability to win the ball off half back and then find a kick on the spread, and then they're able to get a deep inside 50. He's in fine form this year, Zorko. Unbelievable.
Back into the middle. This should be called back. It's not, but the umpire will let it go. It's slapped forward by Marshall and towed forward by the Brisbane Lions. It's going to bounce freely inside defensive 50 for St Kilda. Picked up by Wilkie. He gathers it on, kicks it with the left foot. That's a nice mark taken by McCluggage against Hunter Clark. In some form, Hugh McCluggage, after signing that monster deal.
Yep. Super.
Feeling good about life as he kicks it inside 50, puts it on the head of Danaher. Oh, Big Joe, he had the sit. That was lovely. Takes it 40 out, slight angle to the right, Big Joe.
Bigger half a hang there, the left. It was sort of not that easy too, but he just got a little ride, got the knee in the back, made a little bit of room for himself, and he actually marked it too. Great grab.
See, poor old Ari Schoenmaker in your debut. How's about the knee into the middle of the spine?
What do you think of that, champ? Welcome to Aussie Rules Footy.
He kicked the one from the boundary. Who's on him to kick this one?
I'll back him in, Big Joe.
He'll kick it.
He comes in from 40. The left foot, he's pulled it a little. Yes, he's pulled it a lot. He misses. That's the last time I'm backing him. 8-3-51.
Hugh was all over that.
Plays 3-3-21. It's a 30-point margin, 8 on second term.
That was a Dorothy Dixon.
This weekend, Joey's got to kick a bag.
Thank you, gentlemen. That one was coming. Sinclair walks out of the goal mouth, kicks the Saints to half-back. Steele takes the mark. Plays them with a hand pass to Hill. Right half-back for St Kilda. Kicks to the wing, Marshall the target, McInerney spoils, and the evergreen Zorko roves, and he bullets it to Cameron in the pocket. Cameron lets it bounce for the half volley, measures off an infield bullet. Two lines spoil each other. Rayner got in the way there of Bailey. Rayner fixes it up anyway, has a snap and misses.
Joey Danaher on his own.
It should have been a set shot for either Bailey or Rayner. Rayner's missed another point, 31 the lead. The Saints are just hanging on here.
Yeah, they're all over in Brisbane at the moment. A real opportunity to really put them to the sword, knowing that St Kilda struggled to score.
Schoenmaker, long kick, actually just short of the centre wing, fisted forward. The Lions have got the numbers. McCluggage gathers, handball to Berry internally, and then he kicks it long inside 50. Danaher, nice ball by Wilkie, rove there by Schoenmaker. He got tackled as he got the handball off to Wilson. Wilson's got the run of Sinclair. They're out of the arc. He kicks it, Sinclair to short of centre wing. Clark spoiled by Berry. Berry at ground level, slaps it into the path of Starcevic, nicely gathered, tackled by two Saints. Handball forward, Bruce Reville.
That's a free kick.
Now that's a dangerous tackle.
Oh.
Head first into the ground. Not paid. Ball spills towards the boundary line. I'm with you, Q. It comes to Wilson. Wilson handball to Sinclair there under enormous pressure, the Saints. Goes back out to Higgins, back to Wilson. He's corralled there by Connor McKenna. Gets around onto the right foot. Kicks it inside 50. Getting back. Higgins can't pick it up now. McCluggage can. No, he can't. He dribbles it over the boundary line. Henry appealed for deliberate. Not happening. There'll be a throw-in in left forward pocket for the Saints. They're trailing by 31 points.
Just the pressure across the field. So good, though. Now the players are just getting rid of it so quick. It's a beautiful game to watch now.
So we're getting word that indeed Dan Butler has been reported for that trip. We didn't see it happen at the time, but Dan reported for... Now, was that a trip? Yeah. Now, boundary throw in. There was a free kick going to St Kilda. Higgins has taken the advantage and missed. Oh. That was a free kick to the Saints, and Higgins has taken the shot, kicked a point. 5 goals to lead to Brisbane. Quick inbound, couple of chip marks. Bailey's got it at left half back for Brisbane. So 8-4-52 to 3-4-22.
Higgins very quiet tonight. That was only his second disposal. One behind to his name. The Lions have it on the commentary wing. Leicester, like a fine wine, improving with age, goes internally, finds Bailey.
They just can't get a turnover. They can't stop their movement, St Kilda.
Every St Kilda player forward a halfway as it's kicked to the outer side of the ground. Harris Andrews comes down. Bruce Reville now at the point of the centre square at right half forward. So he's 70 from goal. He's a lovely kick of the football. He kicks it into the pocket and that puts it on a plate.
There you go.
For Joe Danaher, who plays on. No time to think. And that's the way Joe does it. That's the way he performs. Just free-forming for his second goal. And the Lions 9-4-58 play the Saints 3-4-22. A game high 36 points. Matthew Primus, Jason Ackermanis.
Well, once again, just ball movement from their back half or deep inside their back 50 all the way into Joe having a set shot. Marks a ball and has a set shot. They just cannot slow them down. And even when they were able to sort of hold them up the top of the 50, St Kilda had only 3 players outside 50 and Joe's still able to mark the ball uncontested at height and then goes around and snaps the ball. A real area that would be driving Ross crazy in the coach's box, the inability to get a turnover.
I used the analogy pre-game. This is a game tonight. 2 clubs at the back of the peloton. Looks like they're going in different directions in this 2024 season at the moment.
Right now, Reville, though, I was going to say, watch this kick. Anyway, Joey's back in the middle.
And the Lions have got the clearance out the back. Hand pass from Fletcher. Gives to Danaher, and he's got a man running off half back. It's Wilmot. Has a bounce to the centre circles. Drives Brisbane back into attack. Cameron 1-on-1 against Wilkie. Wilkie makes the spoil. Rode by Hill of the Saints at right half back. He's going to chip it infield, and it's marked by Bonner. Bonner from defensive 50. Kicks on the head of Wood. Starcevic flies over the top to spoil. Wood makes the tackle. No prior, ball up.
Super defence. Had nowhere to go there, Hill. Had to come back in. Wasn't even 4 metres. But anyway, it's tough to get out of there if you're the Saints.
Umpire throws it up on the Vulture Street side of the Gabba. It's taken out of the air by Campbell. Got the handball back to Bradley Hill. He's dispossessed. Gets it back, though. Handball to Paddy Dow. He evades the tackle of Dunkley. Gets the handball back to Wilkie at right half back. He goes laterally to find Bonner. He's got a runner. Gives it off to him. It's Battle. It's a long kick basically to space at left half forward. Not Gather. Was a holding free kick. It'll go to St Kilda.
That was there.
It was there. Go there still. And he went to put it in board to Hunter Clark, and it's cut off by Hugh McCluggage, who got in front, took a chest mark forward to Dunkley by foot, and then Eric Hipwood gathers just short of centre wing, wheels around onto that familiar left foot. He's going to turn it over. Nicely read by Mason Wood, who gets back and takes the mark. It's Schoenmaker.
Yeah, the young Schoenmaker with a short chip infield to Wilkie. Wilkie now kicks to the middle of the ground. Good pass. Dow takes the grab. Saints need something here. They trail by 6 goals on ABC Sport Friday night footy at the Gabba. Short pass marked by Ross. Edge of the centre square on the logo. Wide kick to the lead of Owens. Good grab. Second time control under the pressure of Andrews. And Mitch Owen, who's already kicked 2 goals. This is a really tough one for him, though, where the painted 50 meets the boundary at left half forward.
He's looking around. He's looking to pass it off. Ross Lyon doesn't like you to take these shots because he knows it's low percentage, so he'll pass this.
Kicks it to the top of the goal mouth. Off hands of the pack. Roving at front and centre. Butler. Oh, almost hit the kick. But Higgins picks up and snaps and goals. And that's a messy yet effective and much needed goal for St Kilda. Jack Higgins. Dan Butler almost missed his boot with that attempted snap. But luckily Higgins makes it good for the Saints. A much needed goal for St Kilda. 9-4 to 4-4. 5 goals the lead to Brisbane. 14.5 second term.
Fortuitous. Another good goal, though. I mean, Higgins is one of those players. He's always kicking goals when he can. Most weeks he bobs up. He's always such a hard worker. But I'd actually be disappointed if I was Brisbane. That was a really soft turnover. Could have easily got it out of that area. And Higgins just, it's like a gift. It's like, here you go, here's Christmas. And he's only 15 metres out. He really couldn't miss, even though he missed that last one. So good tackle. Conor McKenna just coughed it up. Easy goal.
19 goals in the season for Jack Higgins in his this is his 11th game for the year. Umpire bounces in the middle of the Gabba. Rayner gets the handball off to Bailey. He's almost worried off it by Marshall. In fact, Marshall just jumps on him. Bailey has the ball stuck underneath. The umpire gets in quickly and says, I'll ball it up. Just to the left of the centre circles. Throws it up quickly. Danaher versus Marshall. Intercepted by Wilmot. The 1-2 with Bailey. Wilmot gets it back, kicks it high up and down the chimney. It goes to centre half forward. Josh Battle does well for the Saints. Brings it to ground. Paddy Dow over to Sinclair. His right foot kick is wide. It's into the path of Butler. Enter Zorko. Worried him out of it. Knocked the ball over the boundary line. And it's going to be deliberate.
Yeah, came off his foot.
Came off his foot. Well, okay, so it was out of bounds on the full, and it's going to be Zorko's kick into the path of Loam, and then Zorko comes back for the 1-2. Kicks it inside 50. Charlie Cameron with the massive fly, but front of the pack. Good defensive mark for the Saints. And it is going to be Mason Wood this time. He kicks it out to Wilkie.
He's got the short option. It's Higgins at right half back, takes the mark and kicks to Marshall, who's now got a bit of that plaster, flailing out the back as if he's got a roll in hairspray. He kicks it from half back to half forward. King takes the grab. Too far out, kicks it long into attack. Looking for Wind. Hager couldn't take the mark. Neil beats him and wins the crumb. Brisbane's ball. Hand pass to the right back pocket. Fletcher runs around Butler too easily. Got to half back. Kicks it towards the wing. Archie, the leading target. Got a hand, couldn't mark. Off Crumb, St Kilda's ball. Clark picks up. Very short pass. Windhager takes the grab. 70 out at Ryan half forward. Kicks infield to Marshall. Marshall in the centre square area. Short pass to the leading Higgins. Higgins takes the grab, tumbling to ground at the edge of his range, 45 from goal.
He can't kick that distance, can he? I think his legs are too short, but that is a bit of movement. Good pressure, good turnover. A lot of clean skills there. Credit to the Saints, hanging in there.
He's got the one, Jack Higgins.
Missed the sitter. This is a much harder shot, though.
Saints need it. 5 goals the difference, getting close to time on second term. From 51. Right foot strikes a beauty from the small forward, and that's exactly what St Kilda needed. Higgins has 2 in a row. The Saints have 2 in a row. 6 goals was the difference a moment ago. Now it's back to 4 at 9-4 to 5-4. Zane Bojack.
Hey, Acker, did you hear Jack Higgins just say, stuff you, Acker, my legs are long enough to bang that one through? Yeah. He was yelling it up to you in the comm box.
Yeah, well, if he had a left foot and could do it for 65, he could talk. But, you know, that's what you get that's what you get paid to do, even though your legs are 2 foot long. I mean, that's a great goal, and that's what he's good at. And he bobs up every week. Like I said, he's had 3 shots on goal, and that's a very good set shot. Kicks way further. He wouldn't do that in Melbourne. It's too cold. But in Brizzy, where it's nice and warm, the ball carries that extra 5 metres.
And Saints needed it, Matt, last couple.
Well, and it came off a defender, Saints defender, pressing right up and getting a fist in and turn the ball over, not allowing another uncontested mark. And off that turnover, they go inside 50 and a beautiful shot for goal. But they need a lot more of that. It's probably the first turnover they had this half.
24 points the margin. Dodgy bounce from the umpire. He lets it go. No secondary bounce. Lohman explodes onto it, gathers, and he's taken by Seb Ross. There's a little bit of a wrestle and a push me, shove you as the umpire will come in, ball it up. Throws it up quickly. Lockneil being monstered by Windhager again. Off hands, taken there by Lohman. Bursting through. The handball received from Berry. Long kick. Danaher brings it to ground. Roves runs in. Kicks another E. Kicks his third, Joe Danaher. A quick answer from the Lions back out to 30 points. 10-4, 64 to 5-4. 34-19 gone, second term, ABC Sport.
Yeah, they fixed up their stoppage work too, 6-4 this quarter to Brisbane, and that one obviously came out of a stoppage. So not only have they fixed that area up, they've continued their ball movement, and geez, they look like they're scoring or having a shot on goal nearly every time they go inside 50 at the moment, Acker, with their dangerous six forwards.
Just that little handball there, just to a guy running forward, then on the Berry, all 193 centimetres of him. Great kick. Joey had the position, pushed him under. This is the week for the Danahers, and you know, when your last name's Danaher, if you're not going to play well this week, you never will, and this is just exactly what Joey needs.
3 goals, 1 and 5 score involvements for Joe Danaher tonight.
15 goals in the first half. We've gone well past what the Saints and the Suns were able to accumulate at Docklands last week. Already, not even at Oranges. Dunkley off the ruck. His hand pass, though, doesn't clear the congestion. Centre bounce time. Steals it under it. Foraging for the Saints. Got a hand pass to Marshall. Marshall hands it to Schoenmaker. Hands it on there to Wood at half back. A hoping kick to the wing, bounces fortuitously for Higgins.
Oh, he's got lost his
and then Paddy Dow lost his boot in running for the ball. He won the ball, and with boot on, kicks with that right shoe to half forward, and it's a back. We'll see a ball up. Paddy Dow now's getting up limping. He might have had his left foot trodden on.
Yeah,
he's lost his left shoe.
Yeah, that hurt him. That's his plant foot to kick, so he's in trouble.
Okay, after all of that, we got a ball up. Lions win at left half back. Dunkley with a hand pass to Wilmot. Hand passes to McCluggage. Up and under clearance. Comes down on the wing. Oh, and Dow was about to put his boot on. Chucks it away because the ball was coming to him. Wood hands it to him. There's a loose shoe on the members' wing at the Gabba. A steal is tackled. There'll be a ball up, and now Dow will try it. No, he's had enough. He's chucked it to the top of where the cricketers come out of the race on the members' side. And there's a trainer that's picked it up. At the moment, the footy is secondary to Paddy and his lime boots.
First free kick off the ball against Windhager to Neil Q.
That's right. A game of football might break out amongst all of this Paddy Dow boot shenanigans. Not a great kick from Neil. Ball's still at the half forward for the Saints. Oh, that is a bad free kick given away by Neil. He has coat hanged Higgins. In frustration there, just getting under the fingernails of the two-time Brownlow medalist. Free kick going to Higgins. That was behind the play, and Neil just took him down with a scrag over the shoulder.
And came off Neil's kick. The Saints winger that time was right up the backside of the Brizzy guy. Spoiled the ball. They won the ball back and give him another shot inside 50. So a lot better team defence the last couple of minutes.
Can't kick this, surely.
This for 3 in a row for Jack Higgins. He's whacked that beautifully with his right boot. He has! 3 in a row for Jack Higgins. Making a fool of you, Jace.
He is.
St Kilda back within 4 goals. 10-4 to 6-4. Meanwhile, in the subsidiary narrative of Paddy Dow's boot, Zane Bojack.
Yeah, it's not often that I give an update on shoes as opposed to an injury. He is feeling around that ankle on the right-hand side. It is quite swollen, but he's chasing some extra boots. I don't know where he's going to get them from. They're going to bandage it up, and then they're just going to try and readjust it, I think. But, yeah, he's struggling down here, the young man. It is really swollen, that right ankle.
So the Saints have pulled it back a bit here. They were 5 goals down at quarter time. They've kicked 4 goals, 2 to the Lions, 3 goals, 2 so far, 23 minutes gone to the second term. Coming back into the middle of the Gabba. The crowd not fizzing as much as it was a little earlier. Ball bounces beautifully from the umpire. Slapped down by Marshall into the path of Neil. He gets away from Windhager. Kicks it inside 50. Archie nicely spoiled by Schoenmaker. The ball outside defensive 50 for the Saints. Now it's a battle at ground level. Sinclair gives it back to Wilkie. Off a step. He kicks it to the wing, and that's a nice mark. Taken there by Wilmot in front of Butler. Just forward of centre wing on the Stanley Street side. He comes laterally to find Zorko. This is disposal number 19 for the Zork.
It's a chip pass which is marked by Starcevic. Forward to the bullseye. Kick inside 50. Bonner intercepts for St Kilda. Can't mark. Rode by Wilkie. Clearing kick from the Saints. Out towards the boundary, and it rolls out of play in front of Butler. So we'll see it thrown in. Brisbane by 31 points at quarter time. 24 is the current margin. They got out by 6 goals at one point. Jack Higgins has kicked 3 of the last 4 goals of the game to help reel it in for the Saints. The small forward now with 21 goals for the season. Half-time not too far away. Boundary throw in. Whistle. Which way is this one going?
Again, Lachie Neale, he's been getting manhandled. They're finally picking it up. So
Windhager's given one away from the stoppage. Neale with a short pass to Reveal. Reveal chips it to Dunkley. Dunkley may earn it.
That's 50.
It's not going to be.
Oh, jeez. It's truth.
It was strong defence from young Wilson. Dunkley with the free kick. Kick and a half from goal. A high ball into attack. Archie in front, can't mark. This ball came from Sinclair, who then wins the row. Tumbles a clearing ball out of danger for the Saints. To a pack at half back. It's off knuckles and out of play. And we'll see a boundary throw in at left half back for St Kilda. Right half forward for Brisbane. Pricey, you're ogling the stats. You're looking for those numbers for Lachie Neale, are you?
Just having a look for... Yeah, well, Lachie Neale, he's actually only had the 9 disposals. He's had 4 clearances now, so he's starting to build up. But Windhager's all over him like that proverbial cheap suit as the throw-in comes at right half forward. Reveal, tackled by Wilson. That's holding the ball. Surely, good tackle by the youngster. Has it at left half back for the Saints. They're having a better second term here at the Gabba. They needed it. They were flogged in the first quarter. Now Wilson. Long right foot kick. Just short of half forward. Off the hands of Marshall. Whistle on play. There's a hold. It's going to go to Brisbane. It was against Marshall. It'll go to Jack Payne. He retreats by foot back inside defensive 50 to find Lester. He goes laterally. Goes across the field now to Starcevic. Starcevic now to the lead of McLuggage. That's a nice kick from Starcevic. McLuggage had him a lace out there and takes the chest mark. He puts it forward to centre wing Archie. They're doing this easy, the Brisbane Lions.
This is the keepings off chip mark that has become a hallmark of the Lions in 2024. Archie, defensive side of the wing. Now the long kick to a contest. Off the back of the pack. Hipwood tries to sock up, missed it. Wilkie tries to pick up, missed it. Picked up by Sinclair of the Saints. Hand pass to Bonner, hand pass to Hill, and he accelerates away from Rayner at half-back. Brad Hill's the veteran. He puts the Jets on and kicks out towards left half forward. He's got Campbell taking the mark. 60 from goal. Campbell with a booming kick to full forward. Owens against Payne. Payne knuckles it through for a point.
Clark's in trouble down here in the back play. Got hit hard. I'm not sure what's going on. Zane Bojack have to keep an eye on that. Looked like he was either concussed or dazed. Didn't get up for a while.
Boundary point to the Saints. 23 points the lead to Brisbane at 10-4, 64 to 6-5, 41.
Payne was strong then. He was caught a little bit under the ball but held his ground and was able to get the ball into Russia behind.
He's 20 kilos heavier than Mitch Owens, though, Matt.
Yeah, true.
Should beat him there.
Oh, well, he was caught in a funny position, but yeah, I'll give credit to the defender.
The Lions have had about 4 disposals during that little chat as Connor McKenna just comes outside defensive 50. Now, they're just sharing the ball around by foot. They've got a kicking efficiency of 87% at the moment. That's another beautiful kick just beyond centre wing. Hipwood takes the mark. He gets some jeers. I don't know why. Forward, they just love to hate Eric some of the time. Long kick inside 50 is an absolute thing of beauty. Into the path of Charlie Cameron. Didn't have to change stride. He takes it 45 metres out. It's a pretty tight angle to the left, though.
Well, it's funny because Hippie actually wanted to go to Logan Morris and couldn't quite get there, got held up on the mark, and then just a bullet to someone he actually wasn't looking for, but Charlie, too smart. Yeah, just that incident there, pricey.
Yeah, match review panel will have a look at that one as well. Just having a look at the replay. There's a hit off the ball as Charlie Cameron comes in from 50, comes off the side of the boot, flares out to the right forward pocket. McInerney, the big O, 2 grabs.
Touch.
And touch.
Not paid.
Not paid. Umpire comes in and says no and ball it up. The big O arcs up. Umpire throws it up. Joe Danaher takes it out of the ruck. He's smothered, picked up by Campbell. His kick cut off by Zorko. No, fisted away. It's going to be ground level ball to Jack Payne. Gets it back to Harris Andrews. His long kick inside 50 to Archie. Spoiled by Wilkie. Archie roves. Handball backwards to Connor McKenna. Another one of those beautiful chip passes to Danaher. Spoiled beautifully. Ball at ground level. Cut off by Charlie. Over to McCluggage. Dancing around. McCluggage has a snap. It's a high ball. It's going to go left. It's going to be one behind. 65 plays 41.
Oh, man.
It is a 24-point margin. 29 gone, second term.
As Schoenmaker with the inbound. Beautiful kick to Steele. Yeah, he came with raps of being a really good kick, and he's showing it on display on debut. Steele kicks to the wing. That's a good kick too. Owens marks, runs on. Berry chases in vain, then gives away a free kick for tagging his legs.
Thought they was dropping the ball. Incorrect disposal.
No, you're not allowed to ankle tap. You can do that at Lang Park, Acker. Not here. Free kick to Mitch Owens. Chips it short to Mason Wood. Too far out. 70 from goal right half forward. Kicks it back to Bonner. So the similar looking mustachioed pair. Well, Owens got put down off the play, and that's a free kick against Logan Morris. I just happened to have my eyes on that.
50.
So Owens was put down by Morris.
Why the 50?
Why isn't a free kick there?
Oh, and now there's a line on his butt. That is Morris, and Cameron's coming in, pushing Marshall. There's a bit going on.
That is not 50.
No, well, it's because under the letter of the law, it's the 50 is of more advantage than you can't pay downfield because it wasn't late. So it's a free kick to Riley Bonner.
That is soft.
30 metres out directly in front.
On the siren.
St Kilda needs this in the last throws of the second quarter. This could make it an 18-point margin. And the crowd tell you that Riley Bonner has missed that from straight in front. He sprayed it to the right, and that's a bad miss. 6-6-42 plays 10-5-65 as the siren sounds as soon as the inbound takes place. So the Saints won the term. It was a 31-point lead for Brisbane at quarter time. It's now a 23-point advantage for the Lions, with Jack Higgins kicking 3 goals in that quarter. St Kilda kicked 4 goals 5 to Brisbane's 3 goals 3. Lions 10-5-65. Saints 6-6-42. Joe Danaher's got 3. Hugh McCluggage has 2. And the singles to Calamar Chi, Logan Morris and Cameron Rayner. Brandon Starcevich has a goal as well. Meanwhile, Jack Higgins has 3 goals for the Saints. Mitch Owens has 2. Max King has the other. Jason Ackermanis, Matt Primus, what say you at halftime here at the Gabba?
Well, the only thing I want to mention outside of the sensationally better pressure from St Kilda, they're right up on that's what Rossi would have been saying. They made them earn those little short kicks. Was the undisciplined 3 kicks, 3 or 4 free kicks and goals. Good work, Saints. And the Lions just got found out a little bit of pressure there, which is good. Turned the game back at least to make it a contest, Manny Promise.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That last 10 minutes, the pressure came because the first 15, Brizzy was doing what they wanted. They fixed up their clearance work. They're able to move the ball easy and score. But after that, message eventually got through from Ross and they pressed up a lot harder. They created some more turnovers. Brizzy couldn't flow the ball. And the ball spent some time down in St Kilda's forward line and they kicked a couple of beauty goals. And they got probably let off with the hook. That Bonner should have kicked that one right on the siren there. And then all of a sudden the game's, down to 3 goals at half time. So there'd be some things Ross could say, hey, if we do this, this will be the result. And Brisbane would be probably a little bit more of what they wanted and probably try and fix up a bit more of their stoppage stuff. But a great fight back for the Saints and game on when it looked like it was definitely going a long way in Brisbane's favour halfway through that second quarter.
Thank you, Jason. And Matthew, halftime here, Brisbane by 23 points around the grounds earlier in the Super Rugby. The Blues beat the Brumbies 34-20. In the NRL, North Queensland 34 has beaten Canberra 16. And at halftime at Stadium Australia, South Sydney 10 lead the Broncos 0. We'll take you to Chandler as well for the latest from the Olympic swimming trials in just a moment. But we'll take a break there. Keep your messages coming through on the SMS on 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Please include your name and where you are texting from. Halftime Friday night footy on ABC Sport at the Gabba. It's Brisbane by 23 points. We'll be back after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lerter. An expert on relations with China says there's a chance the Chinese Premier's visit could result in visa-free travel for Australians. Premier Li Qiang arrives in Australia tomorrow on a 4-day visit, fresh from a visit to New Zealand. The director of the Australia-China Relations Institute at the University of Technology, Sydney, James Lawrenson, says New Zealanders have been granted visa-free access to China, and a similar deal for Australia would be significant.
Oh, certainly for business people. And of course, we've got a huge Chinese diaspora community in Australia. Many of those have Australian citizenship now, but they still often travel back home, their original home, I should say. So for all those reasons, it's significant. But it's not like we're going to strike a new free trade agreement or some development like that.
An estimated 2,000 people have gathered at an agricultural college east of Perth, where a federal parliamentary committee has been conducting hearings on Commonwealth plans to end live sheep exports by sea. Here's Eliza Bidstrup.
Farmers lined the 4-kilometre driveway into the Muresk Institute near Northam as the Standing Committee on Agriculture examined a bill to end live sheep exports by sea. Farmers and industry leaders told the inquiry the plan would have a devastating impact. Supporters of the ban, including the port city of Fremantle, raised animal welfare issues. Local police escorted 3 protesters off the site in an effort to minimise tensions. The committee is due to report to government later this month. The WA Farmers Federation says agricultural industry bodies overwhelmingly support the trade, and it's hopeful the legislation will be reversed.
New figures show 9 more immigration detainees of the so-called NZYQ cohort have been placed under electronic monitoring in the last month. Here's political reporter Oliver Gordon.
More than 150 people were released into the community following the landmark NZYQ High Court ruling that declared indefinite immigration detention unlawful. During Senate estimates last month, it was revealed at least 2 of the group, who had previously been convicted of either murder or attempted murder, were not being electronically monitored, and 29 had been charged with state or territory offences since their release. Today, the board overseeing the cohort confirmed 9 more NZYQ releasees were being monitored with ankle bracelets than last month. 11 more of the cohort were placed under curfew.
New figures show that report there from Oliver Gordon. Australia is moving to establish a 200-strong cohort of highly trained Pacific police officers, which could be deployed to regional hotspots under an ambitious initiative. With more, Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Jedgetts.
The Pacific Policing Initiative has been designed to bolster law enforcement and strengthen the government's strategic position in the region. The government hopes to gain endorsement for it at the Pacific Islands Forum Leaders meeting in August. The AFP's already setting up a large training facility near Brisbane Airport in preparation for the initiative. It hopes to train a new multinational Pacific Police Support Group, which could then be deployed to regional hotspots. It also wants to set up new policing skills centres across the Pacific.
Telstra's move to take more direct action on climate change is being welcomed across many quarters. The company previously committed to reducing its carbon footprint by 50% by 2030 by offsetting emissions through the use of carbon credits. The telco now says it's aiming for a 70% reduction and is moving funds away from the purchase of carbon credits in favour of direct investments to reduce its footprint. Senior Climate Advisor at OWL Advisory, Michael Mazengard, says it's changed for the better.
You can either spend on carbon offsets, which helps you achieve a short-term improvement, or you can direct those funds into more systemic improvements to the sustainability of your business. And I think we've reached the point now where there is a real urgency, desire and demand from customers and investors to make those improvements.
Pope Francis has hosted more than 100 comedians from around the world at the Vatican, telling them that laughter is contagious. The pontiff's audience included American comedians Jimmy Fallon, Chris Rock and Whoopi Goldberg. Some commentators argue that the event is partly an attempt to repair the damage done by the Pope's use of a homophobic slur 2 weeks ago, for which the Vatican has since apologised. Speaking at the event, he commended comedians for being able to unite people.
Amid so much gloomy news, immersed as we are in so many social and even personal emergencies, you have the power to spread serenity and smiles. You're among the few who can speak to very different people of different generations and cultural backgrounds.
That's ABC News.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
Zampa again, he tries the reverse in the air court.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
Maxwell, who backs away and slams him for 6.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
Can you reach the buzzers, kids? Put them on boxes. Can't you? Get higher, higher, higher.
Hard Quiz is back. Sort of. It's adult rules, but kid contestants.
Cute.
The kids are adorable, but Tom's style is deplorable.
What do you call a hard quiz kid giving a correct answer? A surprise.
All new Hard Quiz Kids.
I think we all need more screen time.
Saturday nights on ABC Family and streaming on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Cameron took him on, got tackled. Oh, had Fryer. Play on, ball came free. From Berry, hand pass to Fletcher. Fletcher hands to Starcevic. And Brandon Starcevic with a rare foray forward for the bald-headed defender, kicks the goal.
Bruce Reville now at the point of the centre square at right half forward. So he's 70 from goal. He's a lovely kick of the football. He kicks it into the pocket and that puts it on a plate.
There you go.
For Joe Danaher, who plays on. No time to think. And that's the way Joe does it. That's the way he performs. Just free-forming for his second goal. Lockneil being monstered by Windhager again, off hands, taken there by Lohman. Bursting through, the handball received from Berry, long kick. Danaher brings it to ground. Robes runs in, kicks another kicks his third, Joe Danaher.
Ball still at the half forward for the Saints. Oh, that is a bad free kick given away by Neil. He has coat hangered Higgins. In frustration there, just getting under the fingernails of the two-time Brownlow medalist, Jack Higgins. He's whacked that beautifully with his right foot. He has! 3 in a row for Jack Higgins.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Saints doing enough to cling on in this one. Halftime at the Gabba. Nice to have your company for the round 14 opener. Friday night footy under the Queensland Capitals lights. It's a gorgeous night, and it's the Lions leading by 23 points at halftime. They led by 31 at quarter time. Jack Higgins, the small forward, is the saviour for the Saints, having kicked their last 3 goals in that second quarter. At one point, Brisbane was out by 36 points, but the Saints kicking 3 of the last 4. It's 23 the difference, and it could have been even closer had Riley Bonner kicked a set shot right on half-time, but he sprayed it. 10-5-65 plays 6-6-42. My name's Quentin Hull. Great to have you with us. Michael Price calling the action with me. Jason Ackermanis and Matthew Primus are your experts. Zane Bojak's down on the boundary. And the Gabba's a scene of Oz kickers at the moment. Good to see them out there having a bit of fun after we got the final phases of the MND fundraising and Queensland's own big freeze tonight with the dunkages happening here off the back of the huge crowd at the MCG on Monday. Your messages are welcome on 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. 0437 774 774. G'day to Terry, who texts from Thailand. Great call, guys. He's enjoying the call with a beer or two in Thailand. ABC Listen app, red and blue button. That's where you get it around the world. 0437 774 774. Fran's our loyal listener. Enjoyed the interview with Anthony Danaher before. Thank you, Fran. Always great to have your support. We'll just pause on that for a moment because I want to take you to the Chandler pool. The Olympic swimming trials have been awesome throughout the week and one of the most keenly contested gigs. There's 6 spots to get a run in the most dominant relay team of recent years of women's swimming, and that's the Australian women's 4x100 metre freestyle relay team. There's a couple of individual gigs to swim for gold that have gone on the line tonight as well. Poolside at Chandler, Amanda Shalala from ABC Sport can bring us the latest. Amanda, how are you going?
Oh, very well, Q. What an exciting race here. We've had the biggest crowd so far this week at the Brisbane Aquatic Centre, and they have been absolutely treated to a phenomenal race. It is Molly O'Callaghan who has won the women's 100 metres freestyle, and Shayna Jack, what a story that is. She's finished in second position, so O'Callaghan and Jack will be Australia's 2 representatives in the individual event in the women's 100 free, and then the top 6 who will all go to compete in the relay, in which Australia is a red-hot gold medal favourite for. Well, there are some lovely stories there too. Meg Harris has made it through. Bronte Campbell, she will be going to her 4th Olympic Games. A wonderful story. The teenager, the world junior champion, Olivia Wunsch, she has qualified. And there's just so many wonderful stories across the board to see all these women coming through. And Emma McKeon, the reigning Olympic champion, she snuck in 6th position. So she may get a heat swim in Paris, but to be honest, she was quite disappointed with that, not getting a chance to defend her Olympic title. So some amazing stories coming out of tonight. I would say, O'Callaghan, not so much of a surprise, but to see Shayna Jack really take her opportunity and get an individual spot, that is a great story.
Good on you, Amanda. So, yeah, Molly O'Callaghan fighting back from her loss in the 200, even though she broke the world record. She and Shayna Jack getting the individual swims. Jack coming back from drug suspension. That is a massive story. And those other 4, Meg Harris, Bronte Campbell, Olivia Wunsch and Emma McKeon. So that's a bit of a story that Emma misses out the individual swim to try and defend her gold from Tokyo. Anything else that has bubbled to the surface tonight, Amanda, before we let you go?
Look, a lot of these women just pay tribute to the trailblazers that have come before in this event. So the likes of Kate Campbell, who missed the final of this event by 1/100th of a second, that was quite devastating for her, and the likes of McKeon as well. So they really respect the history of this race and what has come before, but it's shown that the new generation is here and they're ready to take the spotlight and continue Australia's great form in this event. The other event of note to mention is Zach Stubbleton-Cook has qualified an individual place for 200 metres breaststroke. He's the reigning Olympic champion in that event. We missed out in the 100 breaststroke, so we had a bit of pressure coming into tonight, but he's got the job done.
Great to chat to you, Amanda. Thanks for that. Amanda Shalala, pool deck at Chandler with that news. The 100 metres freestyle for women, the individual berths going to Molly O'Callaghan and Shayna Jack. So she was already on the team from her work to get a relay swim in the 4x2, but to individually swim the 100. That is an amazing story. And as far as Kate Campbell is concerned, if you missed the story from earlier today, she missed the final by 1/100th of a second. Her quest for a 5th appearance at the Olympics goes on the line tomorrow. She's got to swim in the 50 free. She'll need to finish in the top 2 there to get a gig to Paris to swim in her 5th Olympic Games. Let's get back to things here at the Gabba because the Oz Kick kids are running off, which means the second half is not too far away. Brisbane leading St Kilda by 23 points. A couple of numbers to throw at Matt and Jason. Zorka with 21 possessions for Brisbane. 17 kicks, 7 contested possessions. He leads all comers. McCluggage 18, Wilmot 15, Berry 15. They're the leading brigade individually for Brisbane. Sinclair with 17 for the Saints, 11 for Wood, 10 for Wilkie. Overall, Brisbane plus 40 disposals wise, and that mark count is 81 to 39. The chip mark continues to be part of what looks new about Brisbane in 2024. 81 marks to 39 for Brisbane. The tackles 28 to 14, so double for the Saints, chasing a bit, and the inside 50s. Brisbane plus 6 at 29 to 31. The clearances were a big discrepancy early St Kilda's way. They're still the Saints' way plus 9 at 20 to 11.
A better quarter, that quarter with the clearance stuff. But really, it all just comes down to St Kilda's pressure. The ball has just flowed far too easy for a quarter and a half, and that would have been driving Ross Lyon crazy because it doesn't matter how good your defenders are. If the ball's coming in unpressured as it was for a quarter and a half, any forward's going to kick a lot of goals, and Brisbane were just scoring at will as it went in, and eventually they're able to get their defensive stuff, a bit more pressure on the ball. Their forwards chased a little bit harder, their backs, instead of laying off, pressed up really hard. A bit of old school defending, one-on-one that you don't see quite as much in the modern game, and just getting a fist in and creating some turnovers. then St Kilda's forwards were able to get some opportunities and had some really good looks and some great finishes. So a really interesting 15 minutes. Don't think there'll be too much structural stuff to go wrong. Well, Ross will be saying, hey, we're going to put more pressure on the ball. If we kept on laying off and allowing Brisbane to kick the ball at will, and they were going at 90% halfway through that second quarter, which is just through the roof. And all you're doing, if you're a St Kilda player, is just chasing backside if you're allowing a team to kick the ball around. So it'd be interesting to see what the message would have been, and a big third quarter, because as we said pre-game, whoever loses this, it's probably season completely over.
Yeah, and the only thing I can see Rossi actually doing a lot of is actually maybe putting someone to shut down Zorko's influence, because if he gets the ball, he's just too good. If Bruce is getting the ball, they're too good at kicks. They find players out, and this style is really hard to stop of the Lions at the moment. But a lot of credit to St Kilda. They were dominating only one part of the ground, getting towed up on turnovers, and of course they were making them pay. The ability for the Lions to find that middle square corridor was sensational, and they shut them down. That said, bit of ill discipline and some 50s and some bad free kicks, and in the end the Saints are still in with a chance. They are playing much better, tight footy, but in the end, you know what, Matty Promise, as it happens every year, it never changes. This becomes a one-on-one game.
Yep.
It ends up in the finals being one-on-one, and the grand finals are one-on-one, and that's the reality. So the better you can play that style, it'll put you in good stead. So they come here halfway through. They've changed a few things, good coaching and good playing and reacting. That said, outside of Lachie Neale, the Lions have just been a little bit slicker, but we've got a game on our hands.
4 goals 5 to 3 goals 3 in that second quarter. So 9 scoring shots to 6. Concerning, I know St Kilda were chasing tail there, but the tackle count in that quarter was 15 to St Kilda, 2 to the Brisbane Lions.
That's where it was. That pressure had lifted, and you needed that. If you don't do that here, when they do that style of footy, Pricey, you've got no chance. And Rossi's all about that. It was like that as a player. He's one of the few guys, coaches, they always coach for things they're not good at. It's funny because he was actually really good at doing that. So outside of the odd skill here and there, Rossi was very disciplined, and his teams have always been like that, or they've also been very dour. That said, tonight has actually been nothing like the ball fest we saw with the Suns and Saints. It's been a great game to watch.
This has been the opposite of the build-up, hasn't it?
Yep. I reckon maybe, and Brisbane have played a little bit differently the last couple of weeks, so they would have looked at it and said, hey, if you don't want to go forward forward quickly with the ball, you're going to get pinned, and you're going to play like the Suns did last week.
It's one thing to stop a team that's never played the finals. It's another thing to stop a team that went within a kick of the flag last year.
Absolutely.
Let's get the second half underway, Michael Price.
Perfect bounce from the umpire. It's Jack Steele. Gets tackled and thrown as he gets rid of the ball, but the free kick ends up with Lachie Neale. He puts a nice pass in for Hipwood on the charge. Hits him up on the lead, 30 out. Slight angle to the left.
That was a free kick in the middle to Big O, who was getting held off the ball. Lachie Neale grabbed it, and that's the way you want to start. You've been tagged heavily all game. Great kick in the end. He's so quick, Eric, out on the lead. Wilkie looks like he's just limping a bit, but he could go anywhere with Eric. But if he's on song like he was last week, he will kick straight and truly. 6 goals last week, Eric Hipwood. His 7th disposal. His first ping at the goals tonight. Traverses the 50. The left foot from 45 is sublime. He clapped it as soon as he hit it. First goal on the board for the third quarter for the Brisbane Lions. They're 11th in total. 11-5-71, play 6-6-42. It's a 29-point margin. 1 minute gone. Matty Primus, what's that like when you coach? You come out, you get them revved up, and they do that.
Beautiful set of. Well, if you're Fages, you're happy. If you're Ross, you're not happy.
Yes. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
I've got a couple of updates. Firstly, umpire John Howe's back out there after half-time, so he's got some treatment. He's ready to go, as you can see there in the centre square. Also, guys, Hunter Clark went and had a concussion test at half-time, but he's okay. He's back out on the bench. He didn't start the second half, but he is available to play, so that's good news for the Saints as well.
He was down for a while. He was hitting, off the play. Interesting to see what the AFL does with that one. But, yeah, good to see. Good to hear.
So 29 points the lead for Brisbane. Beautiful bounce in the centre. McInerney over the top, taps down. Dunkley's on his butt, but somehow gets a handball clear of the congestion. Picked up by Rayner. Centre clearance for the Lions. Rayner finds a way to get onto his left and spear a pass to Hipwood's chest. Wow. Hipwood takes the mark, 35 out directly in front. Aki, you put the acid on this bloke. Is that good enough for you?
Not only that, Did you see that, Eric Hipwood? They're great mates, those two. He had the ball walking back and clapping the ball, saying, what a pass that was. That's what we want to see. That's the brilliance he's got. And to show it finally at some stage, not just one game. This is what we love from him, we need from him, and the Lions are the better team with him doing this.
Cal Wilkie had absolutely no chance there, and Eric Hipwood now lining up straight in front, 45 metres out, to go back-to-back with 2 goals to start the second half. It's a low hook. He's missed that badly. His rhythm was out there. That's a point. 5 goals is the difference.
Yeah, shanked it, kicked it across his body, just didn't follow through compared to the one he had 30 seconds beforehand.
Saints bring it back in quickly, and now it's with Schoenmaker at the left half-back position. Kicks it to the commentary wing. Mason Wood floats in front, spoiled by Leicester, gathered by Connor McKenna. Thrown over the boundary line by Bradley Hill right in front of the ABC commentary box. We will get a throw in.
Conor McGregor. It's got to be
Conor
MMA.
McKenna. You did that to me.
I know.
You did it to me. Oh, dear. Throw in, commentary wing. It's Campbell who gets it down. Paddy Dow overruns it and then almost gathers it. Dunkley, handball over the top to the run of Jared Berry. Looping handball over to Bruce Reville. His kicks it in the Danaher direction. Didn't favour Danaher, and that's a really, really good contest. Caminiti taking the mark in the left-back pocket for the Saints.
Jeez, he looks strong, doesn't he, Matty?
One-on-one, just beat Danaher pointlessly there. Left-back pocket, Caminiti's long clearing kick is poor. To a 2-on-1, Wood had no chance. Dunkley is immediate opponent, but Andrews floating across, takes the mark for Brisbane. Kicks it back to a pack in the pocket. Danaher. Blue but can't mark. Rayner Roves. He's tackled but hand passes to Bailey. Bailey hands to Dunkley. Dunkley chips it over Joe's head. And it's marked by Marshall at full back for St Kilda.
Oh, he's looking dangerous, Cam Rayner. Super dangerous.
Marshall slices off a short pass. Steele takes the grab in the right back pocket for the Saints. Long exit to the wing. Put it on the head there of King. Payne to the front to Spoil. Rode by Brisbane's Leicester. Hands it to McCluggage. Lions coming back in here. McCluggage passes marked by Cameron. Right on the boundary. 50 out left half forward. Charlie plays on. Right boot to full forward. Rayner from the side. Takes the mark and he's starting to say, I want... Oh, well, he's got to give the ball to his mate Hipwood. There was a free kick before that.
Saints player down.
Oh, he's down, all right. It looks like he's just been shot from the rafters.
That's Rowan Marshall, I think, who's down.
It's probably the same
he
had before.
Oh, the knee into the right kidney, I would have thought.
We're not talking more Petrarca areas, are we?
Oh, yeah, we are.
Not quite.
Oh, he was pushed, wasn't he? There?
So Eric got a push. Yeah, it's against Caminiti for pushing Hipwood into Marshall. Marshall's down, and Rayner's great mark doesn't count now. So Hipwood gets a chance. This is his third shot already in the quarter. 1-1, make it 2-1 for the term as Eric kicks the goal from straight in front, and the Lions are out by 6 goals.
The smile from Cam Rayner too. He's like, I just took a great mark. But anyway, have another goal there, Eric.
He was all by himself, Rayner, so the ball went out and the Saints defenders just didn't swivel their heads, and Rayner, the free kick went to Eric, but he was all by himself. He's lit up the game so far tonight. No defender around near him at all.
That equals the game high, Matt. 6 goals has been as far as the Lions have been in front, and yet again, the Saints have, this game's been at breaking point a couple of times. What have they got now?
Well, they have to answer with their centre bounce stuff. I mean, that's 2 centre bounces that have just gone deep inside 50. They've got to try and get it down the other end and get it away from their backs, who look under siege in the first 5 or 6 minutes.
The inside 50 count now 34-23 in favour of the Brisbane Lions. 6 minutes gone in the third term, and the game high 6-goal lead. Back into the middle, not a bad bounce from the umpire. McInerney gets it down into the path of McCluggage, overran it, picked up by Hunter Clark. He dribbles a kick towards Max King, who gets rid of Payne. That's no mean feat. Gets the 1-2 handball off Steele. Payne says, aha, revenge. Just belted Max King into the ground. Legally, it's going to be a ball up on the point of the centre square at left half forward for the Saints. Umpire will throw it up. Knocked down by Marshall. Once again, Hunter Clark. Handball through to Marshall. Back to Steele. Tackled into the ground by Rayner. He was slung. Yes, he was. Just that little bit of vigour, the extra bit of vigour that is required to give away that free kick, and it's going to be a free kick to Jack Steele. 60 metres out from goal. He's standing inside the centre square, and just about every player on the park in front of him.
Works off a kick to the pocket, which is straight to Zorko. And Marshall was the target. He came from behind, whacked him over the ear and gives away 50. Just a day in the office for Dane Zorko.
He's a tough customer, but silly free kick. Can he actually do 50? Oh, they're still going. That's another 75 metres. I love this. Sell real estate for these blokes.
Zorko to the middle of the Gabba. Kicks deep with his right boot to full forward. Danaher didn't get there. Cameron Roves at the front, had it, dropped it. McCluggage has to play tackler on Ross, who was wrapped up. And we'll see a bounce, 30 from the Lions goal. Warning signs here for the Saints. Brisbane with the first 2 goals of this third term, 6 goals the lead to the locals. Ball up, Danaher clean possession, tackled, ineffective hand pass comes clear. Morris gets it, he's tackled by Sinclair. We'll do it again at the top of the goal square for the Lions.
Logan Morris, only the one disposal. It was a goal. It's a fairly handy percentage.
Yeah,
the umpire
100%.
Now, he lectures Marshall and Danaher. Marshall then grabs it out of the ruck, puts it straight onto the big slipper. It bounces out to right half back. Nicely done there by Cordy. He's tackling to the ground though. Harris Andrews involved, and once again Froggy Lester in almost career best form. It's going to be at left half forward for the Brisbane Lions yet again. Marshall slapped it down to Hunter Clark, getting heavily involved for the Saints. He loses the ball though. Rayner picks it up, loops a handball out wide, finds McCluggage. McCluggage tries to measure a kick. It was semi-smothered there once again by Hunter Clark. He kicks it forward, outside defensive 50 to find Marshall. He's going to flare it out to the commentary wing. Reville versus Hill. Hill toes it off the deck after the aerial contest. Oh, beautifully picked up by Zorko. Puts on the turn of speed. Kicks, overcooks the kick though, and once again Hunter Clark, his 4th disposal in a matter of seconds, takes a nice defensive mark.
It was over Morris's head. Clark's short pass marked by Windhager, forward of the bullseye, hands it to Sinclair, who can stroll to centre half forward, tried to go deep, hits the kick, but Higgins is there anyway. I don't think that was a pass to the small forward, but off the instep it has hit Higgins, who marks in the left forward pocket and will line up for his 4th.
Gone to the right man. Anyway,
yeah, he does love. He's going to kick it around the corner here. He's such a deadly player. When he doesn't get a lot of opportunities some days, but he gets them.
He's keeping the Saints in it, Jack Higgins. He's kicked 4. Perfectly executed right foot snap punt from the left forward pocket. And yet again, just as Brisbane threatened to break the game open, the Saints pull one back, 5 goals the diff. At 12-6 to 7-6, Zane Bojak on the boundary.
Yeah, Zach Jones has come on wearing Guernsey 3, and he's been brought into the game because Zane Cordy has been subbed out.
Tactically, Zane?
Yeah, look, Zane, there's nothing wrong with Zane Cordy. He's just been told now by the coaching staff why he's been putting the shirt over the top.
Yeah, that was a double Zane question mark.
So 2 disposals for Zane Cordy, the former Dog.
Well, we know what Jones gives them, doesn't he? Run and carry, speed,
grunt,
a bit of toughness. So that's what they need. And if they're going to try and get back in this game scoreboard-wise, they need to attack the game a bit harder than what they are.
He immediately lines up against Hugh McCluggage on 20 disposals as well. Nice bounce in the middle. Once again, Marshall overrun there by Zach Jones. It's slapped forward by Dunkley, picked up again by Hunter Clark, who's got a little purple patch going. Kicks it to left half forward. Butler gathers, kicks it into a dangerous spot, fisted forward by the Lions defence. Hill gathers. Oh, Bruce Reville tackles him. Ball goes loose. Butler roves, kicks it to the goal square once again. Ryan Lester, acting as goalkeeper, takes a chest mark in the goal square.
Short pass to Zorko. These veterans have been so important in the back 6 for Brisbane. Took a while to adjust after the Kadeen Coleman injury, but it's looking better by the week for Brisbane in that part of the ground. Zorko with the kick to guess who.
See if they can slow them down here or along down the line or get a turnover, the Saints.
The mispronounced B. Revel for Breville. No, it's Reville. That's probably why it was thought it was Revel, because everyone called him Revel for Breville. But no, it's Reville.
Reville.
Yep.
Here he goes again, Reville.
Yeah, went to Dunkley on the wing. Dunkley kicks it out to Reville. 70 out, right half forward, spearing pass hits Archie.
God, he's a good kick.
And Callum Archie marks it, 50 from goal.
He'll have a shot here, Cal. But Reville, he just makes... Look, you've got Zorko kicking to Reville, the best 2 kickers in your team.
Puts them on toast. Is that what you're going to say, Acco?
Absolutely.
From Breville?
Well, you just love that all day. All day, ding, ding. These should be gets the sponsorship.
Callum Archie. 45 to the right, 55 out. Long kick, won't have the journey. Big pack in the square off hands. Point Brisbane by 31 at 12-7, 79 to 7-6, 48. It's Friday night footy through ABC Sport at the Gabba, 12 minutes third term.
He's been at the club several years, Bruce Reville, for the first couple.
Yeah.
He wasn't game enough to correct anybody. Coming back. Changed it. Long kick down the middle from the Saints. Berry. Illegally spoiled.
Got one in the snoz. That won't help his golf, but it certainly won't help those boots either. But he's playing well last couple of weeks.
Zach Jones got involved very early physically there as Berry gets the free kick. Typically long kick inside 50 at the back, big fly. It was roved by Bailey. Got the don't argue. Handball back to Bruce Reville.
Get in.
Off a step, it floats to the left. Only the one behind. 80 plays 48.
He was probably going for the post then.
32 points the margin, 13 gone, third term.
Bonner with the inbound for the Saints. Very short to Wilson.
Is Wanganeen, Miller will be handy tonight.
Yeah, missing on personal leave tonight. Wilson short back to Bonner, who's at centre half back. Very lateral kick. Finds the first gamer, Ari Schoenmaker. Takes the mark as the Tasmanian left half back. Has a bounce to the wing. Raking left foot kick towards a 2-on-2. Payne got smashed into by King. Play on. Rove by Owens. Hand pass to the pocket. Well, a fumble there for a moment from Butler. Cleared by the Lions. Dunkley. Was their intent to keep that in? Not according to the umpire. That rush kick results in a free kick to St Kilda. It's Hill to take it left half forward, 80 out. Kicks in field. Clark takes the grab. He's 60 from goal. Hunter Clark now kicks St Kilda to the pocket. King the target. Field to beat. Can't take the mark. Steele can't rove. Ricochets to Sinclair. Short pass to Jones. Had it, dropped it. Holding the ball.
You can't do that anymore.
Holding the ball. Great tackle affected by...
Who else?
Dane Zorko. Is it?
I think it's...
no, it's not. It's Dunkley. I saw the 5 for a moment. No, it's Well, you were saying who else?
Oh, no, but I was... Well, nearly. He's got a 5.
Dunkley, right half back.
Long kick. Centre wing. Wilkie had the long run up. Beautifully judged. Took the defensive mark. Went laterally to find Hunter Clark. The 7th disposal this quarter for him. He goes 20 metres forward to Riley Bonner.
Should get whacked more often there, Clark. He's playing well.
80 metres out. Bonner tries to measure a pass, and that was on a plate to Max King. Beautiful stuff. He takes the mark, 45 out directly in front.
This elastic band has been 5 to 6 goals ever since the first term, hasn't it?
Just hanging around. It's an arm wrestle, and the Saints, to their credit, they are just competitive beasts, and they're playing some good footy and finding targets, and they're taking their chances.
The one goal for the evening to Max King.
Could go anywhere.
Scored this at the start of the second quarter.
Don't embarrass having number 12 on your back, do you, big fella?
Max King. Dear. Comes in and drills it just for you, Acker. His second goal. 12-8-80 the Brisbane Lions. The Saints 8-6-54. It's back to a 26-point margin. 15 minutes gone of the third term.
3 lines around him too, Matty Promise, and not one of them could get a hand near him. Just a great kick, great mark, great, presenting up to the ball. Maxi King, good goal.
Just put it in a good area, didn't he? Allow the guy, once he puts his hands up, he's 7 foot tall and he can mark it, but better movement, some little short kicks, some fast movement, rather than just bombing it in there, allowing the Brisbane defenders to aerial kill the ball.
And now it's a case of who else for the Saints, Matt. So the forwards are doing their job. 4 to Higgins, 2 to King, 2 to Owens. Need some more. Only 3 contributors for their 8 goals.
Yeah, it's been those unusual nights. I mean, Henry can kick goals, but it's just been a strange old game, the way they're playing.
Well, that's it. They don't have all year. They haven't had enough avenues to goal, have they? But if they keep getting the inside 50 like they have the last 5 or 6 minutes, these guys can bob up and kick a score.
Brisbane's lead is 26. The centre bounce. Neal tackled by Marshall, lost it. Henry has it, loses it. Neal, well, it fell into his lap. He kicks it off his butt into the air. The ricochet taken by Hill. The Saints will win the clearance eventually. Kicks to Henry. Runs to 50. Goes on goal and misses to the left.
Speak of the devil.
Misses to the left with an open goal. He bounced it in the sort of goal mouth, but wasn't on target. 25 the lead to Brisbane.
Once again, they bring it in quickly. Goes to the right back pocket. Still close to the arc, so it's closer to right half back than Leicester. He goes across the arc now, still inside defensive 50 to Zach Bailey.
I'll do this all night if you don't man them up.
Retreating back to the goal square to Harris Andrews, just drawing the players in. The pass was good, but Connor McKenna dropped it. Now Mason Wood gathers the ball, hooks it around with the left foot and makes them pay. Another goal to the Sainers. All of a sudden, it's 19 points the margin, 17 gone third term. 12-8-80, plays 9-7-61 here at the Gabba.
Well, the game's just a lot easier if you can play it in your front half. That's what Brisbane have shown tonight, even though they have gone to coast on a few occasions. But the Saints very rarely have been able to have consistent periods playing the game in their front half. For the last 5 or 6 minutes tonight, they've been able to do that, and all of a sudden, game on again.
And just a Harris Andrews kick. Bit of a wobbler, but, good old Connor just dropped that one. And Mason Wood is a proven, known, very good goal kicker, and any chance he gets, he usually plays up the field. Reinvented himself at the Saints, and good snap, good goal.
And credit, Ross Lyon does get a bit of a tough rep because of what his teams have done. He knows he couldn't have strangled these guys tonight. This is great footy to watch. 21 goals in the game, and the Saints are going to try and outgun the Lions at the Gabba. Centre clearance is an indiscriminate one from the Saints off the ground, and Payne marks at centre half back for Brisbane. Short pass taken by Bailey at left half back. Bailey with another short pass. Starcevic receives.
Comes another one.
They're a bit more on the forward press now, though, Jace, the Saints and Matt, aren't they?
Yeah, they're
aware of this. Yeah, aware of this short pass. So Starcevic has to kick long to a pack, and it's a mark to Caminiti of St Kilda at right half back.
Got to switch and go fast.
Nice grab. Tall over the pack there.
Oh.
Down the line, turns it over. Was hoping for Dow, intercepted by McKenna of Brisbane. Hand pass misses Danaher. Stolen by the Saints. Under pressure, Ross has turned over his hand pass. Rayner steals it. 50 out, left foot kick to the goal mouth, and Wilkie touches it through for a rushed behind. Brisbane's lead 20 points. 12-9-81, plays 9-7-61.
Saints bring it in quickly now. It's with Bonner. The left foot is long towards the commentary wing. Harris Andrews wrestles there with Owens. Brings it to ground. Saints with the ascendancy. Nicely tapped forward by Brad Hill. Picked up by Marshall. He's tackled. Still gets it away. Owens taps it into the path, but of the wrong player in Fletcher. It's for the Lions. Comes through now to Dunkley. To the run of Zach Bailey. Oh, chased by Butler. That's a beauty. Got him from behind, holding the agate. Saints have the ball. Now they go with the run. Seb Ross has a bounce. The left foot. Oh, it's absolute mongrel. Over the boundary line, out of bounds on the fall, and ruins a bit of counter-attacking play. Lions get the free kick. Lockneil, the recipient.
On the podium for Chasetown Tackle of the Year, Dan Butler.
That's a sensational rundown, but you got to know this is AFL top level.
Fletcher's got the ball at right half back for Brisbane.
Another long down the line.
Saints have kicked the last 3 goals in the game. Brisbane lead by 20 points. Long down the line indeed. Matt Lohman presents and marks. Uncontested in the end. Gets to the drop before Bonner. Lohman plays on with a kick to right half forward. Archie's hands strong. Despite the late attempted spoil from Sinclair, Archie takes the mark.
That's such a good kick, though. People don't realise how good a kick that had to be to hit that target. Comes short.
Infield on the 45. Dunkley takes the mark, 60 from goal. Uses the right foot for a deep entry for Brisbane. Wilkie leaves his man. Takes a simple uncontested mark at the front of the pack for the Saints. Kicks down the corridor as Ross takes the grab. Players streaming everywhere, but Ross seems like he's composed with this exit. Kicks down the corridor looking for Hill. Intercepted though by Dunkley. Rode by Neal. Brisbane's got it. Hands to McKenna. Hands it back there to Wilmot. Indiscriminate Hoper. High ball to fall forward. Wilkie and Caminiti wrestle to take each other's mark, but the free kick is paid before that to Brisbane.
Yeah, that's been going on for the last 2 entries, Q.
Big Marshall just took his eye off and blocked the big O, and they made it pretty easy just by taking his eye off the ball. The umpire alerted to that,
but this is the problem with Seb. Seb Ross twice out in the fall, turnover here. That's why Ross Lyon isn't the biggest fan of him, because he does let his skills down, lets the team down. That said, Big O's been down there looking dangerous. Kicking big fella.
McInerney from straight in front to make the margin 26 points and kicks the goal. Matt, you used to play ruck. Seriously, did Oscar McInerney get stopped from getting to that contest?
Oh, he actually could have got the 2 before.
Asking Matt.
No, he couldn't have. Once he got the block on, he just allowed it to hold him out.
So if you stand strategically in the right spot, doesn't that give the defender some type of right that you've done the right thing? McInerney, I'm trying to explain that as diplomatically as possible.
As possible, you are.
That is a free kick that would never be paid in a final.
No, you wouldn't. The only thing is, the two actions, he sort of looked, took a step back into him when the ball wasn't.
He was blocking. He was blocking. There's no doubt what he was trying to do.
And the big O sold into it. So you could argue it's soft, but see how he takes his. He takes his eye off the ball. If he had kept his eye on the ball and just fell from with the body, it would have been play on.
Yep. Okay.
There you go. So the Saints with the clearance now went through Henry. It comes back out now. Oh, it was Sinclair who had the ball smothered, but he had the presence of mind to go back and get it. The handball went to Riley Bonner. It's a long kick to a one-on-one. Oh, that's a great bit of body work from Owens against Lester, the veteran. He takes a nice chest mark, 50 metres out, slight angle to the left. He's pointing Babe Ruth style to the goal, saying, I'm having a crack.
Just when you think the Saints are gone, they just keep coming. He needs to kick this. I don't know if it's... he can kick the distance, but whether that's anywhere near straight Jackie Chan. But let me tell you, he's got a big kick on him.
2 goals for the evening and 1 out of bounds on the full for Mitch Owens. He'll have a crack from just outside the arc. Boy, he struck that well. Oh, and hits the post 2/3 of the way up. 87 plays 62, 25-point margin, 23.5 gone third term. ABC Sport, Friday Night Football. This is a beauty.
The Saints just hanging in. Wilmot with a short inbound. McCluggage takes the mark just forward to full back. McCluggage will kick wide to a contest on the outer wing. Hipwood,
good work,
in front of Schoenmaker. Takes the mark.
A big O in the middle by himself. But anyway, doesn't want to go to the other big. Just comes short.
Infield, the short chip past to Starcevic. Edge of the centre square, just forward of left half back.
Geez, they do this well. They run across. They get one-on-one. They make them work.
Brisbane by 25 points. Now, I missed that.
That was on the mark. Man on the mark.
Encroaching on the mark, Zach Jones. Sees Starcevic run to centre, half forward, kick to the pocket. Off the back of the pack. Sinclair's tackled by Archie. Play on. Morris gets taken high, free kick. And McMorris will have a shot.
2 touches, 2 goals.
They're their own worst enemy, aren't they? St Kilda, that 50, the 2 out of bounds on the full from Ross. They've cost themselves there.
That was an off. I just saw the replay. Zach Jones was pinged for an off-the-ball bump on Lockneil.
Yeah. So he should. So he should. That's undisciplined. You want to be a tough guy, do it in the contest, Zach Jones.
So Wilkie was the man that gave away the free kick in the end for the high contact. And Morris snaps with his right boot from the left forward pocket. He's got 2 goals. And that elastic band, again, it's out to that sort of 5-6 goal margin. 31 points is the margin at the moment. So, what have we got? We had Brisbane go out by 36 a couple of times. The Saints have got back within sort of 3 goals, but it's 3-6 at the moment. The Saints just can't get much closer. Morris has got 2, 25.5 third term. Brisbane 14-9-93, St Kilda 9-8-62. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, when you struggle to score, you got to take your opportunities or don't be undisciplined. And so they had them pinned then, which this quarter they've been really good with their team defence. Have them pinned, force them to kick along down the line. Then Zach Jones just knocks over, trying to be a tough man, knocks over Lockie Neal. The umpire pays the 50, then they score. Those things are just going to kill them when they're trying to break that margin or snap that rubber band cue.
Yeah, undisciplined, like the Lions in the second quarter.
So we're back into the middle of the Gabba. McInerney there against Rowan Marshall. I'll give that one to Marshall, but it was beautifully roved by Neal under a lot of pressure. Handball back to Dunkley to half forward. Lohman went back with the flight. I was gathered, and then Hipwood went very high on young Wilson as Lohman runs away with the ball. Wilson's begging for it back. He takes the free kick. Now he takes off, running freely through the defensive 50. It's a long kick to the outer wing, beautifully taken by Mason Wood. He comes into the middle. That's an aggressive kick. Jack Steele takes it. He's looking for a runner. Nobody running past. So he goes inside 50. The one-on-one. Payne versus Marshall. Payne spoils front and square Zorko. He measures a kick to Logan Morris, who takes it just short of centre wing on the Stanley Street side of the ground.
Morris taking a moment. decides to kick infield. Wilmot takes the grab. Brisbane leading by 31 points, and they're happy to just possess it in the back half for a moment. Wilmot to Payne, Payne to Berry, chip mark. Jared Berry has it at left half back. Berry kicks it back to Payne. What's the timepiece? 1:45. Yep, they've got the signal to try and just tempo it to three-quarter time. As the flare goes to Lester at right half back. Doesn't really look intent on moving it to a contest. Chips infield to Neil. Neil takes the mark, defensive 50, right half back. And why not if you're leading by 31 points? You can say, come at us. We're in front. Chip pass to Archie, right half back.
That'll be quicker there, Archie.
And now here's the kick down the line to a contest. Archie, long. 2-on-2. Wilkie affects the spoil. Hippert does the roving. Higgins tackles him over the boundary line. Throw in at right half forward for Brisbane. So they ice a minute and get it to the attacking half, Matt.
Yeah, smart decision. Don't take any risks. Create another stoppage. Kill the clock going with this lead at three-quarter time.
31 points it is, the margin. It was 23 at half-time, 31 at quarter-time in favour of Brisbane. Throw in. McInerney gets it down. Oh, boy, that's a monstering tackle by Jack Steele. Dragged Hugh McLuggage into the ground. Ball stuck underneath. Umpire's going to ball it up 70 from the Lions' goal at right half forward. McInerney slaps it forward again. Jack Steele worried off it by Jared Berry. Ball goes backwards to Wilmot. Kicks it to the top of the square, and there he is again. Joe Danaher on the night for the Danahers. It dropped into his chest, and he takes it about 30 up, but on a slight angle to the right, which is not a fait accompli here.
Is he going to wheel and go or snap?
No, who knows? I think he'll be right on this one, but that's protecting the space. Give yourself a chance. It ended up being a chest mark, really.
All three results possible.
Here we go. 29 gone in the third term, and Joe Danaher lining up.
The elastic band could just stretch a bit more here, Joey.
So Joe Danaher comes in, lets it go. He's got 4. The Lions crowd get behind him. 15-9-99. Plays 9-8-62. It's a game-high 37-point margin late in the third term.
Ross Lyon won't be happy with that. That stoppage just a little bit cleaner there. He would have liked it to shut down. You could see Zach Jones not go. He was on McLuggage and just allowed him to go free, and all of a sudden they got a spare. They're just a bit too quick. Kick goes forward. Joey takes a chest mark goal. Silly.
Ice 60 seconds in the back half. Get it forward, and a forward takes a mark, and then you get the goal. That's the perfect end of the quarter there for Brisbane.
Yeah, perfect end. And for St Kilda, for Ross, they had, just saw the vision then, they had a spare back. Yet Danaher was still able to mark the ball on his chest. They were driving crazy. Anyhow.
With 8 seconds left before three-quarter time. Ball tossed up in the middle. McInerney gets first hand. Zach Jones underneath it, though, for the Saints. Hand pass. It's not going to create much. And the siren beats further action. Three-quarter time at the Gabba. And Brisbane, having had that elastic band, sort of oscillate between, well, mainly sort of 4 to 6 goals the difference throughout. But now it's a game-high 37 points at three-quarter time at 15 goals 9.99 to 9.8.62. In that quarter, Brisbane kicked 5 goals 4 to St Kilda's 3 goals 2. And the Joe Show's come to the fore tonight. So far, he has 4 goals 1. 4 goals for Joe Danaher, 2 for Eric Hipwood, 2 for Logan Morris, 2 for Kai Lohman. Single goals to Calamar Chi, Cam Rayner and Brandon Starcevic. Yep, that's your 15 for Brisbane. For the Saints, 9 goals, 4 contributors. Higgins has 4, Owens has 2, King has 2, and Mason Wood, the most recent goal kicker for the Saints, adding to that group of scorers for St Kilda. So Brisbane's lead was 31 at quarter time, 23 at half time, and now 37 points at three-quarter time. Earlier tonight, just around the other footy codes, the Australian presence in the Super Rugby Pacific has vanquished, with the Blues beating the Brumbies 34-20. In Canberra, the North Queensland Cowboys beat the Raiders in the NRL there. Cowboys 34, Raiders 16. And South Sydney, who sacked their coach a few weeks ago, but starting to find some form, the Bunnies, They're on the brink of victory over the Brisbane Broncos. South Sydney lead the Broncos 22 points to 6. And repeating that news from the swimming earlier tonight, Molly O'Callaghan and Shayna Jack securing the 2 individual swims in the women's 100 metres freestyle. Emma McKeon was back in 6th as the other qualifiers for that relay spot were young Meg Harris, Olivia Wunsch, and also Bronte Campbell. They were the top 6, but it was O'Callaghan ahead of Jack, and Jack getting an individual swim at the Olympics, having had a large chunk of her career quashed through a drugs ban a couple of years ago. So that's a really big story out at Chandler. Brisbane by 37 points here. 3/4 time at the Gabba. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Hey Google, play the footy on the ABC.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Oh, that is amazing!
Play ABC AFL.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Get the best call, the biggest experts in the game, every round of the AFL season.
Can he bend it back? You bet he can!
On your favourite station, ABC Radio. Your home for footy. Now on your smart speaker. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
The free kick ends up with Lockneil. He puts a nice pass in for Hipwood on the charge. Hits him up on the lead, 30 out. His first ping at the goals tonight. Traverses the 50. The left foot from 45 is sublime. He clapped it as soon as he hit it.
Clark's short pass, marked by Windhager, full to the bullseye. Hands it to Sinclair, who can stroll to centre half forward. Tried to go deep, miss, hits the kick, but Higgins is there anyway. He's keeping the Saints in it, Jack Higgins. He's kicked 4. Perfectly executed. Right foot snap punt from the left forward pocket.
Still inside defensive 50 for Zach Bailey. Retreating back to the goal square to Harris Andrews, just drawing the players in. Oh, the pass was good, but Connor McKenna dropped it. Now Mason Wood gathers the ball, hooks it around with the left foot and makes them pay. Another goal to the Sainers. Ball goes backwards to Wilmot. Kicks it to the top of the square, and there he is again. Joe Danaher on the night for the Danahers. It dropped into his chest. Joe Danaher comes in, lets it go. He's got 4.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The round 14 opener in gorgeous conditions at the Gabba. It's the locals by 37 points at 3/4 time. Hope you're having fun with us. Quentin Hull and the team in place at this game where, well, Brisbane's got a game in hand, so their 5.5 wins is better than the Saints' 5 wins anyway, not only by the half win, but they've got the game in hand. And the Saints, Matty Primus, made the finals last year, beaten week 1 by Greater Western Sydney. They're going to be chasing in a big way if they can't do something miraculous in this last quarter. 8 games for them after this. 7 of them are at Docklands, but still. Let's go to the here and now. Anyway, back from 37 points down?
I don't think so. Just purely, they're going to need to dominate a whole quarter, and I just don't think they're capable of doing that against a Brisbane team who's got their tails up and playing in really good form. They had a really good patch then for 15, 20 minutes where they were on top of Brisbane, but they just didn't capitalise on some great efforts. The chase down, a couple of turnovers they created, and then when they went back the other way, they kicked on the full, they gave away a 50-metre penalty. All those sorts of things just go against you when you're away from home and you already conceded the big score in the first quarter. So, no, it'd have to be a massive turnaround in this last quarter for them to get anywhere near Brisbane, I would have thought.
Jason Ackermanis, your thoughts? Quarter to go here.
Yeah, I think with the Saints, there's a lot of things to like for Ross Lyon, but just those really silly free kicks and a few just bad errors, particularly from Seb Ross. Don't want to pick on him, but he did cost them 2 goals pretty much on turnovers. That said, we are seeing a Brisbane Lions team playing a game plan that is really hard to stop. And if you're not disciplined, you'll be just chasing, and they'll be kick mark, and they'll destroy you. Joey's kicked 4-1. Charlie has not been sighted, really. So that's just a great sign with their forward line, midfield firing, defence solid, and just these little patches where they just keep themselves in the game. The Saints, that they've been taking those chances. And it's been good. It's been a good game so far, but let's see what happens.
Let's play final term footy. 37 points is the lead to Brisbane. Michael Price.
So we're back into the middle of the Gabba. Beautiful night for footy. Perfect bounce yet again. This time Campbell gets it down. Windhager beats his opponents to the ball. The handball backwards to Sinclair. Yet another disposal for the prolific Saint. Off hands Zorko. Talk about prolific. Curls around onto his right shoe. Gets it in the Bailey direction. Nudged Sinclair under the ball. Gathered. Then Sinclair went back to gather the ball himself. Brilliantly done. The looping handball over to Jack Steele. Goes around the corner. Chips it in front of Mason Wood, who takes the mark. Comes in laterally to Brad Hill. Just forward to centre wing on the Stanley Street side of the Gabba. Now Hill looking back inboard to the corridor. It's an aggressive kick. Josh Battle. He brings it all the way to the commentary wing. Taken on the logo by Wilkie. Lowers the eyes to find Wilson. 70 out from goal.
From one side to the other. Wilson, right half forward. 70 out. Sells a balk to get around Fletcher. Then miss kicks his... he didn't miss kick it. He misses his target. He was hoping there for Steele, intercepted by Morris, who's got it at centre-half back for Brisbane. So after all of that work, they don't even get inside 50.
No, they need to attack the goal square deep then.
7 goals down, or 6 goals in a bit, Matt. That was weird, wasn't it? Fletcher with a short pass to Jared Berry. You play golf with him, Macca. Has he told you whether he's re-signing or not?
He'll be re-signing. No, he's not going anywhere.
Berry, just defensive side of the wing for Brisbane. High ball to a 3-on-2. Saints with the numbers. Brought to ground level. Caminiti has a fumble. Picks it up. Hand pass. Gets to teammate in Bonner. Shoved out to Schoenmaker, the debutant, with a kick down the members' wing. One-on-one battle between Wood and Berry. Good contest. It's locked up. By Answorth, I should say.
Well, he's on, so...
Yeah, Answorth's in. Connor McKenna has been subbed out. Zeno on the boundary?
Yeah, confirmation.
There you go. Big yes from Zeno. That's the verbal.
I sold you a dump, mate, and you gave it right back to me. I deserve that.
Yeah, the verbal thumbs up. Beautifully done by Logan Morris. He kicks it inside 50, but Cal Wilkie, who is equaling the St Kilda record for consecutive games tonight, gathers, has a bounce, time enough to lower the eyes to hit Zach Jones. That could have been 50 against Hipwood, who wasn't standing when Zach Jones took the mark, as you're supposed to be. Anyway, centre-half back is the position. Brad Hill gathers, kicks it out to a lead. It's nicely taken there by Marshall. Hill kept going for the handball receive. Kicks it to half forward. Brilliantly done by Wilmot against a slightly bigger opponent who had a better position in Mason Wood. He fisted it over the boundary line. We'll get a throw in at left half forward.
What is that record, Pricey?
Oh, good call, mate. We'll just look it up in a...
Sorry, mate.
Sorry. Talk about throw people under the bus tonight. What's going on?
How'd you know? That must be a lot of games. I mean, that said, there have been a lot of...
About 120. I'll look up the exact...
Is that all? I thought it's going to be 3,000.
Boundary throw in, left half forward for the Saints, but McCluggage does the roving. Answorth's tackle from behind Wood will be rewarded, holding the ball. Well done from Mason Wood. If it's going to have to happen, it'll have to happen soon. Saints, you have to kick 7 goals to nothing in this quarter to win the game. Oh, he's slow to get rid of it. Almost got run down from behind. High kick to the goal mouth. Fly from King, punched away by the Brisbane defence. Rove by Dow of the Saints. Hand pass boundary side. Stolen by Big Oscar. Well done. He gets Brisbane out of trouble with a hoping kick, only momentarily though. Oh, I want him to go back and have a kick. Schoenmaker's 60 out now. He goes infield the first gamer. He's got a rifling left boot, this young man. But he's chipped it to Jones. Oh. Jones kicks to the corridor. Almost a mark taken by Steele. He roves his own crumb. Kicks to Owens. Had it spoiled away by Zorko on the deck. It's Higgins who flicks out a handball for the Saints. No teammate there. Morris picks up for Brisbane. Hacks it clear. Danaher's got 2 against him though at half back. Ball brought to ground level. Henry does the roving for the Saints. Hands it to half forward. Wilson gathers just before the boundary. 55 out. Hard on the paint. A hoping high ball to the pocket, which is juggled, not controlled there by Marshall. Owens goes down as if shot. No free kick. Ball on the deck. Marshall picks it up. Has a snap. Attritional's one word for it. It's a St Kilda mark. And King's taken it in the goal mouth.
Oh, man.
They just kept going.
That was hard work here. Well done.
That was like a 3.5 minute kick. Anyway, you'll take that if you're those. Fantastic mark, though, from King. I mean, tell me he's 208 centimetres tall. He's got to be that big. Anyway, he's
lining up.
He's going to kick it.
From 15 metres out, number slightly to the right. Must kick goal if the Saints are to produce a miracle at the Gabba. Key forward's bread and butter, and Max King kicks the goal. He's got 3 for the Knights. And the Saints get the first of the final term. 31 is the difference. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Max King, 202 centimetres acca, and it was a tactical substitution. I'll just add that in, but that's a handy goal for the Saints, just keeping them in it.
Again, geez, they're good at this. I mean, they are being so competitive. I mean, they're not a terrible team. This is what people forget. Their losses aren't by much. They're always in the game. They hang around. They can be boring, but tonight they have been far from it. 5 goals won the difference, and you know that elastic band just comes back in a bit. They really want to get it in there. Even Max is shelling at them. Get it in. Give me a chance. We'll kick some goals.
Back to that 31-point margin, and Callum Wilkie, game number 123 consecutively. He ties it with St Kilda Premiership player Ian Simon and Jack Nunes, both on 123 as well. So we're back into the middle. McInerney slaps it forward. Oh, Rayner imposes himself. That was Dusty Martin-like. The handball wasn't, though. Turned over. St Kilda have it. It's with Wilson. Back to Sinclair. Whistle on play. It's a hold against... Well, it's going to Charlie Cameron in the goal square.
Zach Bailey,
sorry.
That's some irony in this. A long way away from the play, there's a forward that's been grappled by a defender.
There you go. So hang on. It's going to come all the way back, and it's going to be against the Brisbane Lions. And it's, well, the arms were going along like a traffic cop who didn't know which way to go. Anyway, the ball's come out to the commentary wing.
There he is.
It's with the young man on debut and Schoenmaker. He is a lovely kick of the ball to right half forward. Good contest there from Leicester. Brings it to ground for Brisbane. Imposing himself, Windhager. The no-look handball cut off there by Ainsworth. Handball tight quarters to Leicester and back to Zorko. Oh, his kick cut off by Henry on the fly. Has a shot from 45 over the goal umpire's head for a goal. Saints back into it. 15-9-99, plays 11-8-74. It's back to 25.7 gone final term.
Zorko, Dane Zorko, unbelievable skills. Great kick of their team, just made the only error he's made all night. Just to the stationary Dunkley. Henry, you don't need to give him a chance like that. Great steal, great goal. And as I mentioned, there's guys like him that haven't really kicked goals tonight, but he's been going up on ball. They've given him an extra role and fantastic play.
Great footy smarts, Matt. Henry saw that the infield kick was coming and took off. He was ready for that intercept. Backed himself there. That's a really good goal.
And then the composure to play on and go back and kick it. 1 goal, 1 for the night.
Leicester was pointing to Zorko where he was going to kick it, and Henry saw that and thought, OK, I'll steal it. That bounce has gone to the end of Andy Bickle's run up at the Gabba, so it'll be recalled.
Tough gig bouncing that ball.
Tossed up in the middle. 2 goals to the Saints to start this third term. 25 the margin to Brisbane, and the Lions get the clearance.
Look out.
Dunkley with a deep kick to full forward. 3 Saints spoil each other. Rode by Archie's. Hand pass evades Danaher. Wilkie's there along with Hill to rush it through for a point. 3 St Kilda players ran into each other. 26 the difference. 74 plays 100.
Oh, well, first to hit the ton usually wins the game, as they say. But Saints not giving up tonight. Geez, they come back time and time again as Sinclair. Exit defensive 50, and that's a beauty taken there by Mason Wood. Great mark, wasn't it, Matty Primus? Handball off to Schoenmaker. Long kick. Boy, this kid can kick a ball. Rowan Marshall's been held. It's free kick against Harris Andrews. So the big Saint gets it at left half forward. That's a high ball inside 50. Saints player's gone down behind the play. It's Campbell. Handball back over. And that's a nice goal taken by young Wilson at the top of the square. Took his chance under enormous pressure. And all of a sudden, we are back to a 20-point margin. 15-10, 100. Plays 12-8-80. 9 minutes gone final term on ABC Sport.
What a comedy of errors that was. They actually had no pressure on that mark. No one said anything. They dropped it. It falls out, and then just really good, easy goal for the Saints, and they're back.
Righto. Fourth quarter stats are isolated there, Matt. Have a look. See how they're doing this, the Saints. How have they got back into it?
Well, they're ball moving and dominating territory. 5-2 inside 50. So when they've got their momentum, they've actually played the game, as I said, a few times in their front half. 5-2, and yeah, that might have been an unlucky one against Brisbane there, but their forwards are getting on top, getting quicker looks, and the scoreboard's on. Can they get this margin lower than what they have probably since the first 5 minutes of the game?
5 inside 50s for 3 goals, 45 disposals to 16. Anyway, centre bounce, and it's a clearance for Rayner of Brisbane. Runs free of the bullseye. Kick inside 50's not great. Should be a free kick. There was a hold there against Bailey on Wilkie. Ump didn't see it. Play on. Picked up by Bonner. Bonner's hand pass resulted in an awkward tackle on young Wilson. It was against Cameron. He upended him while he was in the air. Free kick to Wilson in the right back pocket. Wilson will kick across the face of goal. Looking, he's missed both of his men. He was looking for either Schoenmaker or Caminiti, missed both of them, bounces, and then rolls out of play for a boundary throw-in.
Got to keep trying to play like that, though. No good going into the shells or long down the line. Keep trying to open the game up. That's how they're going to hit the scoreboard quicker.
The Lions in attack with this boundary throw-in off the errant kick from, Wilson, who just kicked the goal a moment ago. From the throw-in, Campbell dives to the foot of the pack, can't pick it up. Schoenmaker is tackled by Fletcher, got rid of it. Stolen by McClunkage of Brisbane. Hand pass to Lohman in the pocket. And Kai Lohman kicks his second goal. Celebrates with a thump of his chest to the Gabba faithful. 26 points is the margin to Brisbane.
Just like
Did
that.
they need it? Probably. Well, the Saints had kicked the last 3, 16-10, 106 to 12, 880.
Well, that's what Matty Primus would say. When you're a coach, you want to in your front half and keep that pressure on. Poor kick, obviously went out of bounds, but Kai Lohman and the pressure around the ball was extreme, and he doesn't need a lot of time and space. He's a super kick at goal. He's one of their most improved players this year. Himself, Bruce, Logan Morris, they're really going to take this team. They're making it better. Fantastic goal.
Yeah, only the 15 disposals between Lohman and Logan Morris, but they've got 4 goals between them as well for the young fellas. So good signs for the future as the Lions extend that lead. Back into the middle of the Gabba, the crowd fizzing now.
Great tackle by Fletcher. He created that goal.
Another youngster, prominent for the Lions. The bounce is dodgy. Crowd don't like it, so it's coming back.
That's like 4 in a row now.
As you say, it's a hard place to bounce a ball here in the cricket pitch of the Gabba. Umpire throws it up this time. It's to the advantage of Joe Danaher. He missed with his foot as Seb Ross takes off. It's going to be a free kick because Joe was dealt with on the ground there by Campbell. As they remonstrate as Danaher gets up. So he's just to the left of the centre circles, trying to go past for the handball as Wilmot. Oh, the big fake from Joe. And then he takes off onto the left foot. It's a long kick to the top of the square. Big fly from Lohman. Rode by Zach Jones. He flung the ball out there to Seb Ross. He kicks it into the path of Higgins, who takes the mark. Still inside defensive 50 for the Saints. He kicks it outside the arc and hits Brad Hill, who calms things down at left half back.
Hill runs across the defensive 50 blue paint and kicks it to the bullseye. Campbell has to mark and does among a couple. No, he had it and lost it. Henry does the roving anyway for the Saints. Hand pass to Steele, hands to Higgins, hands to Butler, who runs to 45 and kicks another St Kilda goal. 4 goals to 1 in the final term for this Saints team that will not die on this Friday night at the Gabba. 20 points is the margin. There's still 12 minutes of footy left in this game. 16-10, 106 plays, 13-8, 86.
Like the Mexican cartel, you cannot kill them off at the moment. They just keep running. They've done it all year. They're super competitive. That said, great transition to play there, Matty, and good finish from Butler.
Well, that's the frustration, Acker. Well, why don't they try and play this speed more often? Because they've got some talent through the middle of the ground. They've got some young half forwards that can run and speed, and a couple of key forwards. But they're doing this because the game they have to try and win the game. Where was this in the first half?
Where's this been all year, really?
Yeah, all year, yeah.
Well, both teams, the conversion, the shot at goal accuracy, the Lions at 53% and the Saints at 53%. So this is extraordinary stuff as they basically take advantage of the inside 50s. Paddy Dow with the clearance, kicks it to the arc. Nicely taken by the man who was subbed into the game for the Lions, Noah Ainsworth.
Has Paddy got new boots?
I think he might have, at least one of them. Oh, the kick from Payne, cut off by Marshall. His handball's dodgy, but it's cut off there by Mason Wood. He wheels around onto the left from 40. It's a nicely struck kick, but it floats out to the left, one behind.
He kicks more goals, Pricey, as a winger than he did as a forward for North.
It's a 19-point margin, 106 plays 87 with 15 gone in the final term.
One thing the Saints are doing, Matt Promise, they're starting to read these chips and they're starting to cut off a few.
They're playing right up the jumpers of the Brisbane forwards or mids and then spoiling the ball and getting that turnover queue. Exactly right.
We had 4 chip marks inside defensive 50 from the inbound.
Yeah,
and Ainsworth's got it in the right back pocket. Now here's the long kick to the contest. Spears it around the boundary line. It's not a contest. Great lead, Lohmann. Takes the mark at right half back for Brisbane. That was a bullet from Ainsworth.
This is the next kick, though, that they've been able to stop.
So right half back. Lohmann plays on. Brisbane lead by 19 points. Long kick to a pack, but it's marked by Caminiti. Play on. He's got Jones saying, give it to me. Receives the hand pass. Pumps the Saints back into a 50. But free kicks and Kilda.
Yeah, Brisbane.
Jack Higgins, of course. Jack Higgins is going to get the free kick.
Yeah, Wilmot just leant back right into him when he didn't have to, similar to the ruck one we saw in the third quarter, and easy free kick for the umpire to pay.
Well, it's to equal a career best. Jack Higgins has twice kicked 5 goals in his career. He's got 4 tonight, and his team needs it now. If he kicks this, it's a 13-point ball game. Oh, yeah!
Oh.
Jack Higgins has kicked it. Got a handful, is a handful at the Gabba tonight. And the Saints, they're like the Terminator in that first movie. Just when you think they're gone, and then you start to see the finger waggle, and then he starts moving again. They're just not dead yet.
No, they're not. This is a game and a half. You wouldn't expect this, but another good goal. 5 for the night so far. Jack Higgins, who's just always bobs up every week, but this week has been exceptional. And the play of a silly free kick, mind you, off the ball. Didn't need to do that. Had the numbers, had the run, but you got to take your chances, Matty Promise.
5 goals to 1 in this quarter. 16-10, 106 plays, 14-9, 93.
Because they went fast off that mark, then it put the Brisbane backs under pressure and they gave away a silly free kick. This fast movement is giving Saints goals on the platter.
All of a sudden, it's just over 2 goals as Marshall taps it down. It's hacked out of their whistle on play yet again.
Lockie Neal again, so he should. The off-the-ball umpire, who's that with no hair? Anyway, he saw it.
Well, it's going to come back and it's going to go to McCluggage.
Yeah, Neal hasn't touched the ball this quarter.
They're
doing a great job keeping him right out of it. He worked himself up to 15 till 3/4 time.
McCluggage, the kick's going to drop short. Lohmann against Hunter Clark. At ground level, it's towed by Hipwood, cut off by Windhager. Handball. Close quarters ends up through Zach Jones to Clark. Off a step, he kicks it to the outer wing. Good roving there by Liam Henry off the pack. Gathers the in and out, and then the left foot kick bounces in front of a contest. Harris Andrews aggressively attacking it was Mason Wood at ground level to Hill, to Henry. He runs to 45, Henry. Oh, yes, he's kicked a second, and the Saints are 7 points away. Oh, they're coming back, the Satyrs. They are stunning the Lions in the final term. 18 minutes gone in the final term. It's 16-10, 106. Plays 15-9, 99. 7 points the margin.
What a move. Ross Lyon and the coaching staff up there, Brendan Goddard. That's genius. Putting Henry out the ball. He's finally got the fitness. They're backing him in, getting it forward. This is the best brand of footy you'll ever see the Saints play. They'll never do it week to week, but it's such a shame. Got themselves back in here, got it forward. Just keep the momentum going. Great run. I think that's the third in that chain there, Henry, and great goal.
My thoughts go back to one of the other Friday nights this year, Matthew. Remember when Brisbane was 46 in front of Carlton?
Yep.
And tonight the Lions got out by 37. St Kilda has kicked 6 goals to 1 in this quarter. 7 points is the margin. There's an eon left in the game. 9 minutes. Centre bound. Zorko comes off half-back, wins the 40, holding the ball. Great tackle from Windhager and others. Windhager's going to get the free kick. Saints have got the Spinnaker open at the Gabba. Windhager kicks to the pocket on the head of King. Lester leaves his man to spoil the pack. Rode by Fletcher. Hand pass to Wilmot. Shrugged off his kick. It's on attacking 50 for the Saints. Ross hands it to Butler. Saints have got it. Hand pass out the back to Marshall. Hack kick to full forward. Devilish bouncing ball. Bruce Reville's there to win it for Brisbane. Left foot clearing kick over the head of Archie. Big 50-50 on half forward for the Saints. Won by Ainsworth. Fends off a man. Got tackled. Got rid of it just in time. Cameron wins it for Brisbane. Hands it to Morris. Morris to Reville. Defensive side of the wing. The chip is good. It hits Danaher.
Danaher looks forward. He's got Archie running forward. He chips it just over his head. Big contest coming up. Archie did well, but Marshall did better. Gathered the ball, gave it to Jones. He's tackled off it. Caminiti now. Marshall followed up the big man. He gets around Charlie Cameron. Too easy for mine. Handball there to Bonner. Bonner sweeping handball to the commentary wing. It's with Sinclair. Time for a bounce. He lobs it to half forward. Coming back, big mark taken. No play on. Ball spills. It was Max King. Roving Owens kicks it to the top of the square. It's a 2-on-2 at ground level. Hugh McCluggage chased out of there by Mason Wood. Put the pressure on. The kick's a mongrel. Picked up by Lohman. He retreats backwards to Leicester and they'll get it out.
Short pass to Fletcher, who will take a moment to put some oxygen back into the Gabba.
Got to come back in here. They've got no targets long.
Brisbane by 37 points at three-quarter time. They now lead by just 7. The kick is turned over. Wood outmarks Berry on the wing. Wood's kick is poor. Lohman intercepts for Brisbane. Lions ball on the wing. Lohman hand passes backwards to Zorko. Takes a moment, chips in field, finds Morris. Marks near the bullseye, Logan Morris.
50.
And just as the game was getting good, there's one of these ticky-touch-wood kicks that takes the gas out of it.
Yeah, he just stepped off the line. Off he went. Can't do that. Came from behind in the protected area. Silly rule, but, you know, Logan Morris, this is the stuff when you're young, straight in front. You can really make a name for yourself. This is your moment.
The Michael Stipe REM infringement. They did not stand.
Yeah, they didn't stand. Got to steer yourself here. Logan Morris, 25 out straight in front.
This to kick Brisbane's second goal of the term, put them back out by 13 points. He's already kicked 2. Morris, point blank range, 35 out. Job done. 3 for Logan Morris. What a costly 50-metre penalty. There's still 6 minutes and 44 seconds left in the game. And it is Brisbane, 17 goals, 10, 112, leading St Kilda 15, 9, 99. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. How good does it get at the Gabba?
They had him on the back foot, Matty promised. They had him on the ropes. They were not running. They had no options. Silly free kick in the end. Unlucky, but good goal. Nothing in that.
Yeah, it's pretty. That's a big penalty to pay for such a small thing, really, isn't it?
It's about a metre difference there.
When it could have. Anyway. 13 points to margin, 22 gone, final term. The young man with 3 goals to his name and only 6 disposals. He's done beautifully.
They've been able to answer back quickly this last quarter, though, the Saints. When Brizzy have kicked one, can they do it here?
82 disposals to 44 in favour of St Kilda in the final term. Windhager gets to the ball first. He picks it up after the second attempt. The left foot inside 50 is not a good one. It is cut off by Ryan Lester, the veteran for the Brisbane Lions. His kick straight forward. Finds Jared Berry. He's back to goal, 40 metres. Now he chips it again, finding McCluggage. They're still inside defensive 50, but holding onto the ball and slowing the game down.
That's it.
Lester's gone straight up the corridor. McCluggage found him. The veteran hits the centre circles. That's a nice little kick to find Joe Danaher. 60 from goal. He's got a runner. He gives it to him. Lockie Neal from 45. Indeed, touched on the line. Umpire is unsighted. No. Touched on the line from Chelsea Roffey. And it is a behind. It is 113 to 99. 14-point margin, 13 and a half gone.
Great transfer there, though, fellas. That was super.
It's the young man, Schoenmaker, running beyond the goal mouth. Hits his target. Bonner takes the grab. Beyond defensive 50 at right half back.
How good are you going in your first game to be kicking out from fullback?
He's a beautiful kick.
He is.
Bonner from defensive 50. High ball to a pack on the wing. Wood, the target, can't mark, but Owens will rove. Yes, hands it to Higgins. Hands it to Steele. 80 out right, half forward. Kicks to a 2-on-2. King! Over the top. Big purchase, but not enough to claim a mark. Roved by Wilmot in the back pocket for the Lions. Sells a fake to get around King. Hands it off to Payne. Payne's clearing kick. It's Danaher. Defensive side of the wing, and Joe takes the mark. As if he's at Jim and Edna's place at Ungary. He looks as casual as you like. And he chips it short to Andrews, who marks on the wing.
Yeah, casual passes it to Laconic. He goes back inboard. Finds Wilmot. So, and they just slowed it right down. They could have been out accurate, but they've taken a bit of
time and sting out of the game here as Wilmot now goes long to left half forward. Reville in the best position, spoiled by Zach Jones over the boundary, and we'll get a throw in 70 from the Lions goal at left half forward.
That was smart. Just keep on the skinny side where the numbers are. They want to try and slow it down just a little bit, but very good from Wilmot, that that last segment.
Well, it's been a great game here on a Friday night at the Gabba. About 14 degrees now, but the footy a little bit warmer. Throw it in across half forward. McInerney down to Dunkley. Dunkley's handball to Lockie Neal. He's broken away from the tag. Gathers, lowers the eyes, hits Danaher. 45 out. Very tight angle to the left. His left leg is only he's right on the boundary line as he goes back off the mark. But he'll slow it right down now.
And that was good. Lockie Neal has had a tough night. But you know what? You just grind away. You'll find some space. You'll get some kicks, get some handballs. Credit to her. It's really tough when you get heavily tagged like that.
Heads or tails, kick it or not.
Oh, he kicked the last one.
All three results possible.
Okay, it's from a wide angle, so I'm backing it in. From left, half forward. Oh, Danaher to the line. Has it made it? Yes, indeed. Joe's got one for the thumb here at the Gabba. 20 points the margin now. 119 plays 99. 18-11 to 15-9 with 26 minutes gone of the final term.
I don't reckon the Saints have kicked 15 goals in how many weeks? It takes them usually 2 or 3 weeks to kick that many. But that said, the Lions again over 100 points, Matty Promise. But the Saints so gallant, they're so close. It's hard to win up here.
It is. It was a really good play there. Dunkley went and made a 2-on-1 on Winhager, and Lockie Neal was able to sneak out the back. They get the ball out there. He kicks the ball inside 50. The TV just replaying here. Really good play by two experienced mids.
Yeah, just like that. Didn't see it coming. That's unselfish.
Zane Bojak on the boundary.
They kicked 14 against the Pies and 15 against the Kangas. So they're if they kick one more, they go ahead of what they've ever done this year.
There you go.
Acker.
There you go.
Centre bounce. Brisbane lead by 20 points. Berry comes in to win the clearance. Handball to Dunkley. Kicks to half forward, and Cameron's done nothing tonight, but takes a mark there. 45 metres out. He's been very well held.
He has. He gets up the ground now. You're not seeing it. He's doing a lot of little blocks and things you're not even going to hear about. But don't worry, they're happy with how he's playing.
John Denver has been in the green room all night.
He could come out, and wouldn't it be...
Waiting for his cue.
Here he is.
And won't they get into it here at the Gabba if Charlie Cameron could kick the sealer in a high-scoring night. 3 minutes left in the game. 50 metres out. Take me home. Six points is the margin for Brisbane as Cameron gets his first of the night. And that's the Saints' surge done here with 3 minutes left in the game. Brisbane 19-11-125 to St Kilda's 15-9-99. This is Friday Night Karaoke on ABC Sport, live from the Gabba.
Again, Dunkley involved, Berry having good games while Lockie's been well held.
Back into the middle. It's a shocking bounce by the umpire.
And number 6 for the half.
Oh, it's a tough place to bounce the ball. We've already determined that. Thrown up. McInerney slaps it forward as he did in the last contest. Charlie comes into the play, charges onto the ball, the handball to Berry into the right forward pocket. Hipwood charges at the ball, can't quite pick it up. Is it off the toe?
It is.
It is. It's off a St Kilda boot. It's going to be a Lions free kick in the right forward pocket. And that is the perfect side for Eric Hipwood, being a left footer. He places the ball down and puts his back to the crowd. He'll be hooking it around with the left foot from 30 from the boundary.
When it's going your way, it's going your way. Comes in and just trickles off your foot out in the full. Eric, left foot around. What are the chances? I reckon you'll kick it, fellas.
Well, I'll back you in, Acker. You're better judge than I am. 2 goals, 1 to Eric Hipwood. 6 goals, 1 last week in a return to form after suspension. He plays on. It's skinny. It's one behind.
Come on, Eric.
126-99. It's a 27-point margin. Nearly 30 gone to the final term as the Saints bring it in quickly.
Hill has to half volley a ball at defensive 50. He's under pressure, but gets it to Bonner by hand. Gives it on to Sinclair, who's kicked to the edge of the square. Marked by Henry. Plays on with a hand pass to Jones. Jones gives it back to Henry in the bullseye. Left foot pass to left half forward. Gathered on the bounce beautifully by Caminiti. Has a long bang from 50, and it's marked on the goal line by Butler, who kicks the goal. Dan Butler with a goal. Probably too little too late, you'd think. 21 points the margin. That's his second. Who said the Saints were boring? 19 goals, 12 plays, 16 goals, 9.
He's a Henry. He's beautiful to watch, isn't he? When the game's flowing and the ball's flowing, it suits those guys with speed and agility, and he's lit up this last quarter.
He's had 7 disposals.
This is a 1990s kind of scoreline, isn't it?
Well, he's been good the whole half since they put him in there, and I'm so glad they did. They started to take some chances on some players. They need to find something because they can't score without speed and skill through the middle. You can't just have Hill do it all day. So Henry coming through, he's just been dynamic. He's cut him up, the Brisbane Lions, in the second half.
You don't lose many games scoring 105 points either. Ball back into the middle, thrown up. Clearance won by the Lions here. Spills out wide though. Sinclair, who's had a really good night, gathers, kicks long inside 50. Good mark taken for the Saints. And Mason Wood gathers. Now, Liam Henry is down behind play. I don't know. I couldn't see what happened, Q, but he's writhing around.
Ankle.
He's up and limping to the bench.
There you go. Mason Wood from 30 metres out directly in front. He's taken very little time to do so, and the kick was a product of that. It's only one behind. It's 126-106. Back to 20 points as the Lions bring the ball back in quickly. Just having a look, boy, he did twist it.
Right back pocket, Fletcher takes the mark and plays on with a long kick to a contest. Marshall got there first. Couldn't mark it. Danaher roved and is tackled immediately by Clark, and the ump will call for a ball up. So the Saints are going to drop to 5 wins and 9 losses. They've got 8 left after this, 7 of them at Docklands plus a trip to Adelaide. They're going to have to near on win all of them to make the finals. And the Lions, they'll move to 6.5 wins and will stay just outside the 8, you'd think, for the time being. Rush kick from the pack, a roar for Hipwood taking a mark. He's no rush now. Kicks it back to Neil. Neil kicks it back to him. Hipwood's got the footy out on centre wing. Brisbane's got a trip to play Port in Adelaide next. That's going to be a ripping game. Lions icing the clock. Danaher, chip mark around the wing. Pricey.
Just waxing for the stats now. Back and forth. It goes back to Danaher. They won't mark up St Kilda, so he retreats all the way back inside defensive 50. And Jack Payne, the big man, gathers. He measures a pass back outside the arc to right half back to find Jared Berry. They're plus 24 in the stats after St Kilda are actually caught up. Once again, they retreat back inside defensive 50. Joe Danaher takes a mark and points like he's going to kick it long.
And he does. With his left boot to a pack on the wing. Brisbane player went down before the ball arrived, and it will be a free kick to Cam Rayner. Crowd of 27,445 at the Gabba tonight. The Lions will split their record at 6 wins, 1 draw, 6 losses. Their buys are done. They've got a game against Port next week in Adelaide. They have given the pack a start in 2024, but last year's grand finalists slowly gathering momentum in this 2024 campaign. An important win at home for the Lions, and it may mean that last year's September Saints may be doing other things other than playing football at that time of year in 2024. Brisbane win a shootout at the Gabba by 20 points. Kilda kicked 7 goals to 4 in the last quarter, but it wasn't enough because Brisbane had a 37-point head start going into the final term. 35 goals. 35 goals in the game after there was 13 in the game last week.
Now, what odds would that have?
Wow.
Tonight?
Brisbane, 19 goals, 12, 126. Beats St Kilda, 16 goals, 10, 106. Lions led by 31 at quarter time, 23 at half time, 37 at three-quarter time. Then the Saints kicked the first 3 of the final term. Brisbane got 1 back, and then the Saints kicked the next 3. So St Kilda kicked 6 of the first 7 goals of the final quarter to get within 7 points at the 18-minute mark of the final term. But Brisbane then kicked the next 3. The first of them was a controversial, the elementary black and white interpretation of the stand rule, which players still aren't getting right, which meant Logan Morris got marched from the middle of the ground to the scoring range. And off the back of that 50-metre penalty, he kicked the goal. Brisbane kicked the next 2 to go back out by 27 before Dan Butler kicked the last goal of the game. Brisbane 19-12-126, St Kilda 16-10-106. On the night of the Queensland freeze, at the end of a week where the name is so prominent around football, quite fitting that Joe Danaher kicks 5 goals for Brisbane tonight. Logan Morris finished with 3 goals. 2 goals for Kai Lohman, 2 goals for Hugh McCluggage, 2 goals for Eric Hipwood, and single goals for Callum Archie, Cam Rayner, Charlie Cameron, Brandon Starcevich and Oscar McInerney. Jack Higgins did his bit for the Saints tonight. He equalled his career best haul now 3 times in a game that he's kicked 5 goals. Great performance from the St Kilda small forward tonight. Jack Higgins with 5. 3 goals for Max King, 2 goals for Mitch Owens, 2 goals for Dan Butler, 2 goals for Liam Henry, who hopefully hasn't done too much damage to an ankle that he hurt late in the game. Darcy Wilson kicked a goal. Mason Wood kicked a goal. There you have it, correct weight on all 35 goals kicked at the Gabba tonight. Brisbane 19-12, 126 to St Kilda's 16-10, 106. So the Saints have got a bye. They're 5 wins, 9 losses, 8 games to go, 7 of them at Docklands, a trip to Adelaide among that group. So they're going to have to do something very special to make finals from here. And Brisbane, well, they're not just sort of percolating in the peloton now. They're looking like they're ready to make their move, having had a tardy start. Last year's grand finalists have got a trip to Adelaide, big game against Port next week. It's not all that easy for them. Port away, Melbourne at home, and then Adelaide at home, the next 3 for the Lions. But anyway, we've got good footy to talk through tonight. We'd love to hear from you on 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from, 0437 774 774. Shortly, Zane Bojack in the rooms, but Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus, what say you about the footy we've just seen?
Well, the Saints, arguably, I think Ross would look at it and go the first quarter. 7 goals to 2, 7 goals 2 to 2 goals 1. And, you know, every team wants to be hard to play against, Acker. Well, the Saints weren't hard to play against. Brisbane just did what they wanted. They just waltzed the ball down there, scored at will, denied them scoring. They played slow, St Kilda. But that first quarter, if you look at what they were able to do, especially in the second half, the Saints, they would rue themselves. They just didn't come prepared to defend really hard and gave the game away. And when you're playing away from home, especially up the Gabba, which is arguably the hardest venue to come for any away team now in the last couple of years, that's where the game's done and dusted. You know, they end up losing by, what was the end margin, 20 points, and they concede 7 goals 2 in the first quarter. There's the game straight away.
Oh, spot on. And, you know, to the credit of Ross Lyon and the Saints, that the last 3 quarters were fantastic. Obviously got within 7, but he won't. That's footy. You know, you can't always have it 4-quarter games. And they were dominating. It just didn't matter. They were just too good in that first quarter. But the Lions have been doing that to everyone. It's not just the poor Saints who came up that quarter. They are very good at that style of game, and they've really performed that art and got better at it in the last 5 or 6 weeks. That said, they are just starting to hum along. And I tell you, if you're a Port Adelaide player, Port Adelaide fan, I know they're going to play this weekend. Next week is going to be a cracking game, and it's no fait accompli because the Lions for a long time. Not in our era, of course, where we always just, we'd win, you'd win, I'd win, you know, we'd do close game draw. The Lions will go down there. They had incredibly good winning record down there for so long. But next week's next week. But really, I'm really pleased to see Ross Lyon. I don't even think he meant it, to actually play an exciting brand of footy. Change it around, put Henry in the middle. It just was so much better. I loved it.
I said that the Saints had 8 games left. They've got 8 at Docklands. My apologies. 8 at Docklands, 1 more. So that 9 games left. The to-be decided round 24 fixture, which is at Docklands against Carlton. But, 9 games to go for St Kilda, 8 of them at Docklands, and they've got the trip to Adelaide. But
handy, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's handy, isn't it?
Oh, you think that? But I could tell you, having played at a side that the home ground was Docklands Marvel Stadium, it's rubbish. It's the worst place. It's the worst place to play.
It'd be handy if Port had 8 home games at that late Oval.
But there's a big difference between Marvel Stadium and the Gabba and Port. They've actually got real grounds that have got real grass that's been there for 100 years.
Not on top of a real car park.
Yeah, on top of a car park. So a different place to play.
Fair enough.
So 0437 774 774 to get in touch. Rod from Hobart says, wow, what a debut from Schoenmaker, the Tassie boy. What a great kid, going to be a gun player for the Saints. Yeah.
18 disposals at 87%, Q.
Yeah.
Can kick a...
It's not like Tassie's, like their owner or everything. Of course they get it. But he's an exceptional kick player. We're going to see more of him. But
Beansy from Broadford in Victoria text, just wondering how often a Ross Lyon coach side has scored over 100 points and lost. Disappointed Saints fan. Yeah. Well, not many teams do that these days. As I said, more like a 1990s scoreline, isn't it?
You know, remember Rocket Eid? He goes, I don't care if we kick 131 and they kick 130, we still win. They're with the days.
Yeah. Lions are heading into the rooms. We'll be with Zane in a moment. Brisbane, 19-12, 126 to the Saints, 16-10, 106. G'day to Andy and Willie. They've enjoyed the commentary driving east along the air highway from Sejuna. They spent 3 days surfing at Cactus Beach. Well, good on you, Andy and Willow. Keep those messages coming. Let's get into the victorious Brisbane Lions rooms with Zane Bojack.
A little bit subdued. Only their 3rd win at home this year, the Brisbane Lions, but not a heap of celebrating, and not as much as I expected, to be honest with you. Hugh McCluggage just walking past me, Bruce Reville. There's not a lot of hollering and hooping and all that sort of stuff. Dane Zorko, they're about to get into a circle here and celebrate a much-needed win. Keep them on the charge for the finals, the Brisbane Lions. Here we go. Froggy Lester's joined. I think they're waiting for anyone else. No, here we go. A few smiles, Q, but not the celebrations I expected. It was a tough contest for them, and hopefully we'll hear from someone very shortly.
Is it a race to sing that song? We would never sing it. They sing it twice as quick as we would. I'd love to get the old stopwatch out to see the length of time that we would sing that song that's got the whole...
I'm not surprised, Jason. Among your qualifications, you're now going as conductor and metronome as a part of your resume as well.
You can't tell me in your 1,000 years of experience, you guys, you've seen that was never sung like that. That's not singing. That's like just speed getting through a bunch of words.
It sounds like a group of guys who are job done. Let's move on.
They've been like this for years. It's sing it properly with the rhythm. You know.
Okay.
Getting a touch of the Abe Simpsons about you there.
Here's the race to the middle for kick to kick. Now, the flags
circle.
are around the centre square here today. And there's about 20 security guards. Finally, they've wised up. You've got to have more than 2 blokes in yellow coats to stop people getting into the middle of the centre square. One goose has done it anyway.
Yeah, got shunted out.
And he's gone. Not quite Andrew Simons-esque, but, given the short shrift to get out of there. We often quite...
what is it? It's not a protected area. There's no rule just because you put a bunch of flags around.
Well, I mean, they have to be respectful of the boundaries being set by the Gabba ground staff.
Well, I'd say there's been the added extra of a couple of Queensland's finest, of the Queensland Police Force in there as well. So
they've got more of a chance defending that flagged off area than the one bloke at Carrara a couple of weeks ago when they had the flags around the centre circle.
And the kids just kept running past him.
Actually, this is my favourite bit because no one actually sees this bit. See, everyone starts doing kick to kick, and sure as night comes after day, there'll be some poor guy just get donked in the head, just walking along. I just love it. And sure enough, it'll happen again. Keeps me entertained while we go down to Zane.
Yeah, and now Annie likes you, Acca. She texts, I do enjoy Acca's direct comments. Fantastic call tonight, guys. Love special commentators who leave their filters at home. Acca's John Howard umpire line was a classic.
Why do you have to have a filter? Like I'm not doing anything illegal.
Oh look, Matt's just sitting back and he's just loving this. Just just riding shotgun. So 9 games left for the Saints, 8 of them at Docklands. Well, we saw handbrake off tonight. How do they attack the back end of the season?
They keep doing that. They keep that pressure on their one-on-one, and then once their skills are good, when their pressure's up, they can play that footy. That's a way better style of footy. It just works for them. They've got so much talent to do that with. They've got pace. Henry going in the middle, breaking the game open for them at times. They've got the class and the talent. They've got guys who can pop up, and not just King, but you've got Higgins to kick 5, but Butler's kicked a couple. You've got guys down there. Anyway, I just hope that Ross looks at that like you would, Matty, when you look back at your tapes and go, whoa, hey, maybe that's a nice way for us to play.
You would like to think so. He'll have his processes and structures and all those sorts of things, but he's got to look at some periods. You actually got to try and open up the game and score because they've shown that the defensive mind, the way he plays defence all the time, it's too hard to score against, especially in the modern game.
And down to, sorry, Matt, Zane Bojack, down in the rooms with Josh Dunkley.
Yeah, I'm down here with a man who had 23 quality disposals as part of this win tonight against the St Kilda Saints. Josh Dunkley, congratulations. It's only the 3rd win at home. You're trying to make this a fortress, and I guess it's important that you ended up running that one out.
Yeah, it was. I mean, frustrating at times to let him back into the game when we had a bit of a hold on it. So, I mean, we walk away with 4 points. There's going to be plenty to look at throughout the week, and we look forward to moving on.
What's been the key for the turnaround the last couple of weeks? Particularly Eric's been kicking goals, and Joe really stood up tonight. Was it the fact that it was fight M&D, and was that important to him? What was the talk leading into this match? Did you feel like this was a game you guys really need to stand up in?
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about Fight M&D and such a great cause. Obviously, a really important part of our footy club, Joey Danaher and his family, and to do them proud tonight and do our little bit in Queensland. Obviously, it's down in Melbourne, quite big on a Monday like last week. So it was nice to do our bit tonight. But yeah, I mean, it's always important to get those wins. We knew the Saints were going to bring their best up here, and they've been quality this year. So yeah, it was a good hard-fought win, and we look forward to reviewing it and moving on.
How important is it that you got to win? And we saw Lockie get tagged, and he got frustrated at times. Windhager was all over him like a cheap suit at certain points, but you guys still got the win.
Yeah, we did. I mean, it was really important. We knew that was going to happen, and Locke did a fantastic job in being really selfless around the ground and blocking for others and getting others involved. So it was nice that he ended up getting on the end of a few, because it's a hard night when you're getting tagged like that. So yeah, credit to Locke and the boys for fighting through and getting the job done.
All right, well, I'll hand the microphone over to you. We've got Matty Primus, Jason Ackermanis, we've got Quentin Hull, and we've also got Michael Price.
Josh, it's Quentin here. Well done.
Thank you.
Now, there's about to kick the difference halfway through the last quarter, and they've got a run on against you. What's going on in the midfield group? What's going on in the team when that's happening, when the game's starting to turn?
It's very interesting. I feel like you've got to be really calm in those moments. A lot of people stress out, and the crowd's obviously up and about, so yeah, just trying to breathe and take a bit of a breath and really sort of channel ourselves and make sure that we're doing our little things in there. So they got a bit of a run on. It was more their full ground ball movement, I thought, not from stoppages or anything like that. So we just couldn't really defend the ground well enough in the end. But it was nice that Logan Morris stood up and kicked that goal for us to really steady the ship. And yeah, we ended up getting a couple after that, so that was good. But then they got a couple at the end, so disappointing there.
Yeah, heaven forbid I did mention the Carlton fade out during that period, because it is becoming a... that's the one part. You get away with it tonight, though, Josh, but it's certainly something that I think if you want to be ultra-critical, it's well, we should have never got that close, should we?
No, that's right. You're dead. Yeah, you're 100% on the mark there. It's just it's a bit disappointing, but we'll review it. And I think we've learned a lot from those experiences. It just probably didn't quite put it into action tonight. It's just little lapses, It's nothing too serious. When we need to finish in front of goal, or that connection kick, but we don't take it, or we miss it, and allows them to get back into the game. So disappointing a few times, but all in all, I think you got to take the 4 points and walk away with a win. Always got to be happy and smiling, because at the end of the day, it's a game of footy and we really want to win. So we got that tonight.
Thanks. Jason Ackermanis here. I just want to ask you this, because you've definitely changed your game plan, where you are making the opposition more accountable. You're spreading the field. You'll hit up shorts. You'll go back in. At times on the fast play, you're actually kicking the guys who are sort of running in backwards 45-degree angles and hitting those targets, which has made the guys... I suppose it's opened up the confidence in the ground. It looks like you've been doing this for a few weeks and you're getting it right, and everyone's getting it right. So you new players from Bruce all the way through to Logan and anyone that's coming into this group from the back half in through the midfield is doing and playing that style of game better.
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, you obviously tinker your game plan here and there, and based on the opposition and who you're playing week in, week out. So for us, I mean, we've been doing it for quite a few weeks now, and guys have come in and really played their role. So that's a credit to those boys that have been working away in the VFL on the game plan, and they're coming in and performing for us. So you couldn't ask for much more from our younger guys. But yeah, you're right. We are trying to make the ground big at times, and especially against the Saints, who like to flood their numbers back. So use those numbers on the way through and try and counter attack quite quickly.
And the other thing, did they shock you, the Saints? Because they can be this boring, go back and try and get numbers back. Ross Lyon's been playing like that. All his sides have played like that for years. Did they sort of shock you in that, particularly the second quarter, where they really did start to close you up, that one-on-one for those short kicks, forced a few turnovers, got themselves back in the game? Did that surprise you, particularly in the way that they actually did score tonight?
Yeah, a little. It didn't surprise me, because we sort of knew that they did that quite well against Gold Coast last week, and we reviewed that and watched it closely, and wanted to attack the game a little bit more. So we knew that was coming. It is hard to stop at times when they've got control of the footy, because it's a kick mark game. You got to man up and make sure you get an opponent and get set in your defence. But if you give them one, they'll take it. So those little things were things that sort of picked us apart tonight. Probably, as I said, didn't defend the ground as well at times, and let them through. So it was all in all, yeah, I mean, it's positive that we won, but still plenty to work on.
Josh, Matt Primus here. I was interested in what the discussion with you midfielders were all week with Lachie Neale. You probably knew he was going to get the hard tag. I thought you guys handled it really well. You guys had an impact, and he was able to play a bit of a different role. Sometimes go inside, but that last goal that you got to ice the game, where you went inside and he was able to pop outside, that got the inside 50 kick. How much planning went into what you had to do for him this week?
Oh, plenty. We do a lot right from early in the week. We reviewed the game against the Doggies on Monday, and then Tuesday it was pretty much all about the Saints and what was going to happen. So midfield plans begin then, and we talk about what they're going to bring and their strengths, and obviously the tag that Locke was going to cop. So we were looking at some vision about what teams had done to him in the past that really picked him apart inside. And I thought, we probably started a little bit slow in that area tonight, but we picked it up throughout the game, and we were starting to get on top towards the end, which was good.
Well done, Josh. How was the banter between you and Adam Treloar this week?
It's a good question. He didn't come up to me after the game last week, so we were on bad terms there. But then he gave me a call the next day and apologised. He was all sorry, because he gets so serious about losing. But we're good. We had a good podcast the other day. It was great fun to talk to him again, and love the bloke. So it's good.
Yeah, good on you, Josh. Thanks for your time.
No worries, guys. Cheers.
Yeah, Josh Dunkley, and good mate with Adam Treloar, and of course. The margin was very much in favour of Brisbane last week, and the Lions have now got 2 in a row. Matt, I'm going to start with you. Is this a believable build? 6 wins, 1 loss. 6 wins, 1 draw, 6 losses.
Well, I think it is.
So they're the third play. I'll give the caveat of their percentage was third best in the comp coming into tonight. Look, their forward line's going again, but they concede a big run against. There's about a kick the diff halfway through the last quarter. What sense are you making of it?
I think there is. They're big picture game style's been okay all year. It hasn't been far off the last couple of years. They've been a little bit off with their efficiency and clearance, but it's just been a little bit off, and this comp will get you, and they've lost some games that you wouldn't have thought they had. I think their belief is coming back. Saying that, they still haven't beat anyone of note inside the 8.
Melbourne.
But
Melbourne. They beat Melbourne.
Yeah, it's true.
That's becoming less of note by the week.
At the moment, but at the time, I suppose it was. But I reckon that their form and the way they're going about their footy is holding up, and they're going to be a team that, you definitely don't want to play coming into it, because they would have belief that our best footy is still building, but it's coming good at the right time. And can they find out the teams that are above them? Is there a couple of pretenders in there that they might be able to knock out?
Matty and Jason, I'll ask you, is it a concern for the Lions that in the end St Kilda actually won the contested pill? They won, so it was +8 in contested ball. They won the clearances by 9. They won the hit-outs by quite a margin as well. And they won the tackle count by 13. So their hard ball game seems to be on point. Is that a worry for the Lions?
I don't think so. I think they wanted to play a certain style, own the ball, which St Kilda then had to tackle them to try and get them off them. There'd be their clearances, but that was first quarter. After that, I think Brisbane probably won that battle. So look, there's obviously bits and pieces they're going to fix up, hence why they are where they are on the ladder. But I reckon that they're trending in the right direction. But because of the start they've had, they've got really bugger all room for to mess up, haven't they?
Saints are a very difficult team to play against, and they're always going to be like that. Rossi Lions teams are physical. They get you all over that. They don't give you a lot of space. So, the stats are stats. You can look into them, but how many times we've seen games and you're like, how did this team win? Because all the stats are against you. You lost this, you lost that. Don't get too caught up with it. In the end, what they did, and as Lee Matthews would say, you can't make a lot of tackles when you got the ball, and that's what happens. If you got the ball a bit more, you're going to make less tackles. You can't get carried away with the odd stat. In the end, they were more efficient. They played their game better. They converted better. And forget all the hits, tap outs, what they do when they have the ball and their turnovers, their pressure, it's in a great spot, and the Saints are difficult to play against.
The interesting thing, it's sort of the reverse for Brisbane, Acker. By the way, if you've just tuned in, Brisbane's won by 20 points. Saints got within 7 in the final term, but Brisbane kicked 3 of the last 4 to win, 19-12, 126 to St Kilda, 16-10, 106. And I'll bring you in on this one too, Matty. Quite often, you talk about the bottom 6 in a team. Mm-hmm. I don't think the bottom 6 is a concern for Brisbane. It's almost the reverse. When we get to the big point of the season, think, what about the bottom 6? The big games are decided not by the top 18, it's the bottom 6. I think Brisbane's bottom 6 has been the reason why they're still percolating this year.
Yep.
Wilmot, Young, Morris, the guys coming. It's the inconsistency of the top 6. That's the question I have about Brisbane. I reckon that the guys coming in are doing the job.
No doubt. The view and Ackers, and the reason his team gets lauded for what they did is the ability to do.
So, sorry, Reville, Wilmot, let's chuck another, Fletcher,
Coleman,
Morris,
Lohman.
Loman. There you go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they're bringing the energy, which is giving these old guys a spark. But the ability to keep playing and winning week after week and year after year, if you win a flag or you do that for 4 or 5 years, eventually you have a drop-off, subconsciously. Pre-season, you can be lifting great weights and running great time trials and all that sort of, everything looks good. And it's not until you start playing you go, there's 5 or 6 guys that aren't quite as driven as they had been for the last 5 years. And I reckon that's what Brisbane's issue was at the start of the year. They had too many guys and their top-end players that just weren't as hungry as they had been the last 5 or 6 years. Now, will they get that hunger back, but do they want to have that hunger for 10 games in a row? And these young guys will drive that, but they're not going to make finals unless those 10 guys get back to that top form.
And no matter what cold water has been poured on the off-season trip, it affected a number of the key players. Whatever happened, the trip to Vegas affected a number of key players at the start of the season for Brisbane, and that was one of the ingredients into the poor start to the year.
Then you lose and
you don't have to look too deep into specifics to see that this was a football team that didn't hit the ground running the way it should have off the back of a 4-point grand final loss.
Yes.
So,
and it was pretty poignant when Charlie Cameron scored his 1 goal for the game. He's been in poor form this year. We all know that. but the Lions really got around him. It was obvious that the players were relieved for Charlie, or they got around him to try and G him up a bit. 9 disposals again and the 1 goal. He hasn't had a great year.
Yeah, I think so. We've got to the point of the season where I think that what I'm trying to say is all that stuff now is pretty much done. That we've seen the flush out of all that now, and the knee injuries, which have sort of now had time to readjust. Coleman's injury, McCarthy's injury, Gardner's injury, Duday not coming back into the team. All these things happened at the first half of the year, so that's why I think Brisbane is a curious case.
Absolutely.
So close to winning the flag last year, they've got to be very, very good just to make the 8 from here. But are they a team that's had the drop off and can't just? How good's their good this year?
Well, it's going to be how good is their good week after week after week after week.
Yeah, and that's and they're going to have to be.
And they're going to have to be, and that's going to be the unknown. Still the unknown because they,
Can they do what the Blues did last year and get on a roll? And
absolutely. Absolutely they could. They've got enough talent, experience, and all those sorts of things. Absolutely.
If you had, unlike last year when you can get teams who play roles and Vossi gets them going and GWS get going and they play some amazing footy, they've got some great talent, we all know that. But that's just your once-off. These guys have been there, done that. If Brisbane was on that run and they're coming, you would be terrified because you know that they know what it's about. They're not just on a 1 year big run, here we go. Carlton have backed it up this year, GWS haven't. But that's the difference. But Brisbane
so far.
Brisbane can definitely do this, and I think they know it can happen. And the beauty is that their talent hasn't gone anywhere. If anything, they found some more role players.
And it's amazing that there's a young fella who's played 16, 17 games, who's about to come back in the team and just might be that extra push when young Will Ashcroft comes back in.
I was just down at the Subway tonight, just having my ears out.
The sandwich shop. Jason, you've been very poor on the editorial policies.
Sandwich shop.
The game is Docklands. We do not give political commentary.
I'm just having some food, all right? Anyway,
okay, good.
Where was that?
He's nearly ticked off everything tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah. Mind you, I need to give myself an uppercut for calling Lance Morris McMorris at one point.
McGregor.
I thought it was just a joke.
You did throw out a Breville.
Breville, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's his name.
You could be getting a letter for
catch the comment.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, I did see Will. It was great to see him. He had the big, long, those stockings. So he's ready to
compression bandage.
Yeah, that one.
Yep.
Anyway, he's ready to go. So I'm all sure we want him to come back and just be back to his best. But that's not as easy.
Normally, it's a year after your knee, so he's not. If they're waiting that he's going to be the driver to get him there,
no, he's just an add-on. He's an add-on.
Yep.
And if he gets half as good as he normally is, that'll be a bonus.
Yep.
It's Cam Rayner. That's the guy. That's the guy that can find something.
Well, you said it yourself, Hacker. He just, when he injects himself into the game with that intensity, he's almost unstoppable. But it's not consistent enough.
13 touches tonight. Don't get me wrong. He did some amazingly good things. Jumped at the ball. Could have had a couple of more goals. Had 1 goal, 3. But it's just there. It's like, stop teasing us, man.
Yes.
Let's do it.
What the modern player, Matt, Jason, why can Cam Rayner spear a 30-metre pass that goes 1.5 metres off the ground to hit a leading forward with his left foot, yet decide to kick a left foot around the corner kick from 20 metres out and be lucky to get the ball onto his boot?
In his 7th year.
Obviously, it's above the shoulder stuff. So
It is.
So, Matt, take us into the coach's box. So you take us into the review. It's review, and you're talking to Cam Rayner about his game. So what do you say?
Well, usually there's an old saying, trend is your friend. The ability for him to impact over 4 quarters, and that's what Acker's talking about. He doesn't impact consistently over 4 quarters. So how do you get that out of him? So what's going through your mind when you mark it 20 metres out?
Now, can't a modern coach say, do not kick the ball? There is a rule. I am telling you, I am your coach, do not kick the ball around the body from there.
Imagine Jason does do it.
On your opposite foot. That was a crazy thing. On your opposite.
Can coaches see? This is the
absolutely.
This is the weird thing of modern coaches, and don't dare create a rule. We don't want to have inflexible
No, absolutely you can.
Yeah, you should for that stuff. Absolutely.
That stuff, yeah. Absolutely.
Like Robert Walls or
ban the torpedo with the kick in and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. Modern coaches now, they would say, scream. I'm sure Fakes would say, "What the bloody hell are you doing?"
Yeah, that's just a brain
It's just a
explosion
brain
of
fade.
stupidity.
And that is why we still haven't. We're waiting for him to rip games open and seasons open.
Oh,
because of that thought process.
He has it. He has it. Do it, please, man. Not just one game for this year. I'm talking about every game.
We need your votes.
Yep, I've got
Jason,
votes.
hold on, I'm going to give some more numbers. Jason Ackermanis, Matt Primus with you, Quentin Hull, Michael Price.
Sponsor for the votes.
On every other station, bar ours. Yeah, sponsored by the Worm. Hold on, here we go. Dane Zorko, 30 disposals. Hugh McCluggage, 26. Darcy Wilmot, 25. Jared Berry, 24. Josh Dunkley, 23. Ryan Lester, 20. That'll do for your top group for Brisbane. What about for the Saints? Jack Sinclair, 32 disposals. Mason Wood, 22. Rowan Marshall had 20. Bradley Hill, 18. On debut, Ari Schoenmaker, a.k.a. Mark Bays.
After one kick of football.
After one kick, I've christened him Mark Bays.
Good call.
If you're a younger listener, go back to tapes of the 90s and look for a long-sleeved half-backer playing in red and white.
30,
Number 30,
yes,
Mark Bays. You know who's going to be angry with me? Mark Browning, by saying, how dare you go with Mark Bays with a good left boot rather than me.
Yeah, there was a different Mark B.
Yeah, g'day, Mark Browning. If you're listening, the great development man of these parts, former Swans skipper. 18 possessions for Ari Schoenmaker on debut. Cal Wilkie had 18, so too did young Wilson. So overall, Brisbane's chip mark through the back portion of the ground saw them have 29 more disposals. The marks, what did that end up? 151 to 84. That modus operandi, that's big, isn't it? 67 more marks.
And there was a bit of junk in the second half there, but that first half stat for those uncontested marks, and you mentioned early Q in the first quarter, that's what destroyed them.
Saints won the clearances by 9. The inside 50s, Brisbane won it by 3. Tackles, well, Saints were chasing, like Lee said. Acker, to you. Saints were chasing. They had 13 more tackles. So St Kilda, 5 wins, 9 losses. 9 games to go. Brisbane, 6.5 wins, 6 losses. They've got 10 games to go. Let's do the votes.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. There's a lot of good players for both teams. This is the first time I've ever actually given votes to probably when Brisbane win to an opposition player. I think I got to give credit where it's due. Like Jack Higgins kicking 5. Some of them are opportunists, but the 5 goals, it wasn't just a good 5 goals. Nearly every goal he kicked was so important. It just kept them in there, kept them coming. He could have easily got the 2 votes, but because Zorko is so important in the way he kicks, except for that, he had one bad kick, which Henry got a goal. But outside of that, his ability in that back half, if you just watch him and get a highlight of what he just did and how he actually cuts up the opposition with his passes, it opens the whole game up for the Brisbane Lions, and it generates the score involvement from him. If you look at it, he's the top. He's the best of the Lions for the day, and that's where he gets 2 votes. And then,
sorry, who got the 2?
Zorks.
Higgins won.
Higgins won for 5 goals. Dane Zorko 2. And, it's the week for it. How could I not give it to Joey? 5 goals and a couple of rippers too on the wrong side for a left footer. That first one of the night, and then this one over here. Important goals. Gave everything up when he was upfield playing in the ruck as he does, the first change, and then going deep, kicking goals. Amazing. 3 votes.
2 goals in a week that Dana would get a handful. Hipwood 6 last week, 5 for Danaher this week.
It's the way it is.
Charlie's turn.
Charlie's coming.
He kicked 5 earlier in the season. Thank you, Acker. 3 to Danaher, 2 to Zorko, 1 to Higgins. Brisbane, 19 goals, 12, 126 over St Kilda, 16-10, 106. Earlier tonight in the NRL, South Sydney beat Brisbane 22-12. North Queensland beat Canberra 34-16, and the Blues beat the Brumbies 34-20 in the rugby. And in the swimming, Molly O'Callaghan won the women's 100 free at the Nationals. She and Shayna Jack will get the individual swims at the Olympics. Jack finished 2nd. What a story that. Emma McKeon finished 6th, so she won't get the chance to defend her individual gold medal from Tokyo, but she finished in the top 6. There, thank you, Jason, Matthew,
no problem,
Michael, Zano. Thank you to Aussie Bob on the phoners and to Craig back in the studio. Thank you for your company. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Dogs v Dockers, Tigers v Hawks, Crows v Swans. That's the Saturday of round 14 coming your way on ABC Sport. But Friday night footy belongs to the Lions at the Gabba. Loman. right on the boundary, takes the mark despite the close attention of Ross. Kai Lohmann, forward of halfway, will put Brisbane deep into attack, wide to the pocket. Danaher flies and takes a great mark. Lining up for the left-footed drop punt from the left forward pocket. Joe Danaher approaches and splits them. Oh, wow.
McInerney slaps this one forward, but it's rejected by Sinclair. His kick immediately cut off by Zorko. Possession number 10 for the Zork. He kicks it to centre-half forward. McCluggage gets rid of his opponent, gets to 50 and drills it for his second.
Cameron took him on, got tackled. Oh, had Pryor. Play on, ball came free from Ferry, hand pass to Fletcher. Fletcher hands to Starcevic. And Brandon Starcevic, with a rare foray forward for the bald-headed defender, kicks the goal. Off hands of the pack, roving at front and centre. Butler, almost miss-hit the kick. But Higgins picks up and snaps and goals. And that's a messy yet effective and much needed goal for St Kilda.
Zach Bailey retreating back to the goal square to Harris Andrews, just drawing the players in. Oh, the pass was good, but Connor McKenna dropped it. Now Mason Wood gathers the ball, hooks it around with the left foot and makes them pay. Leicester, then back to Zorko. Oh, his kick cut off by Henry on the fly. Has a shot from 45 over the goal umpire's head for a goal. Saints back into it.
Marked by Caminiti. Play on. He's got Jones saying, give it to me. Receives the hand pass, pumps the Saints back into a 50, but free kicks and Kilda.
Yeah,
Jack Higgins, of course. Jack Higgins is going to get the free kick. If he kicks this, it's a 13-point ball game. Oh, yeah! Jack Higgins has kicked it. Got a handful, is a handful at the Gabba tonight. Zorko takes a moment, chips in field, finds Morris. Marks near the bullseye, Logan Morris. 50. And just as the game was getting good, there's one of these ticky touchwood kicks that takes the gas out. He's already kicked two. Morris, point blank range, 35 out. Job done. 3 for Logan Morris.
McInerney down to Dunkley. Dunkley's handball to Lockie Neal. He's broken away from the tag. Gathers, lowers the ice, hits Danaher. 45 out. Very tight angle to the left. It's from a wide angle, so I'm backing it in. From left, half forward. Oh, Danaher to the line. Has it made it? Yes, indeed. Joe's got one for the thumb here at the Gabba.
They have given the Pack a start in 2024, but last year's grand finalists slowly gathering momentum in this 2024 campaign. An important win at home for the Lions. Brisbane win a shootout at the Gabba by 20 points.
ABC Sport doesn't just bring you all the action of the AFL every round. We bring in the experts, like Mick Malthouse.
Geelong have a bad year. I've got Ling next to me. A couple of years ago, I mean, it was just horrific. They won every game. Lingy's there with a big grin on his face. I love the way he goes about it. I love the way he dissects the game. Terrific bloke.
Join the experts alongside the AFL commentary team each weekend of the 2024 AFL season. Hear it live on the ABC Listen app.